Chapter 1. It was the Taisho period. In an ancient simple wooden house, Yan Ming stood up from the tatami mat and walked outside. "Auntie, I'm leaving," Yan Ming said to the other wooden house, picking up the basket in the yard. "Hey, wait!" Hearing Yan Ming's voice, a bloated middle-aged woman immediately walked out of the wooden house. With a few rice balls in her hand, she walked quickly to Yan Ming's side and said, "Take it, eat on the road, don't be hungry." Looking at the kindness on the middle-aged woman's face, Yan Ming did not shirk and took the rice ball. "Thank you, Auntie." Yan Ming turned his head to say goodbye to the other wooden house, and walked out the door. The middle-aged woman watched Yan Ming leave, and only turned around and returned to the house until she was completely out of sight, and at the same time did not forget to mutter, "In the blink of an eye, it's so big, time flies so fast." In the early morning, the sun gradually rises, and the fragrance of flowers on the roadside overflows, which is refreshing. After Yan Ming walked out of the gate, he walked in the direction of the mountain, and at the same time put the rice ball given by the ant to his mouth and chewed it carefully. As he passed through the steep roads, his steps were still steady, and his mouth was still chewing. It has been 15 years since he came to this world, and he has long been exi to this. Yes, he is a traverser, originally a college student who has just graduated, and by chance, he came here. As for why he came here, he still doesn't know how to explain it, only that the situation at that time was very outrageous. Although shocked, he quickly embraced it. If it comes, it will be safe. After all, there's no use complaining. After that, he gradually got used to it, and at the same time, he finally figured out what kind of world he had crossed over. This is a two-dimensional world of anime, an anime called Demon Slayer. When he figured it out, he was shocked and a little scared at the same time, because this world has ghost. A ghost that specializes in eating people. As for the cognition of ghosts, many ordinary people in this world do not believe it, except for some old people who have experienced it firsthand, the government, and the ghost extermination team. Fortunately, for 15 years, Yan Ming has never encountered a ghost, but he has always been wary. Whenever night falls, he is always the first to go home, if nothing else, just because he is just an ordinary person now, an ordinary person who can no longer be ordinary. And although he is an ordinary person, he also has things that he is good at, such as in his previous life, he was a doctor and had medical skills that were not available in this world. Relying on medical skills that are completely different from this world, he is in a small town not far away, mixed up. It's still prosperous, at least you won't be hungry, and you can also help your aunt and uncle. Speaking of aunts, it's the middle-aged woman who just gave him rice balls. She and her uncle are a husband and wife, and it is they who rescued and raised themselves in the snowy winter until now. If it weren't for the two, he would have died long ago. After 15 years of getting along, Yan Ming has long regarded the two as relatives, although he has never called them mom and dad. During these years, Yan Ming was also confused. Confused that he shouldn't have a system? In the time-traveling novels he read before, their protagonists are all systematic. Why don't they have it? Could it be that God just wants me to survive here? Just as Yan Ming was whining, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, Alipay arrives. It's not. Ding, the system is successfully bound. Reward novice gift. Package LIUKU Immortal Thief. LIUKU Immortal Thief, also known as the Sage Thief, because of the first time he obtained the gift package, the system will raise the LIUKU Immortal Thief to the highest level for the host, and the 6 organs have now formed a perfect digestive system, with which the digestive system host can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and turn it into chi for his own use, truly inexhaustible. Because the food can be completely digested, the host can delay aging, and the energy will become more vigorous. At the same time, saliva is extremely corrosive and can be used to attack the enemy. LIUKU Immortal Thief Level, Supreme Realm, LIUKU, Dachan, Refine, Supreme. System Manual: the host needs to kill the ghosts in the world to obtain points, and the points can be exchanged for random exercises or martial arts, or use points to upgrade exercises and martial arts. LIUKU Immortal Thief is a novice gift package, so it is in a full level state, no need to upgrade. In addition to killing ghosts to obtain points, there are additional tasks, which are randomly released by the system, and the host can obtain points as long as they are completed, and the points obtained are random, sometimes more and sometimes less. Now release the first extra task, destroy the first ghost, and reward 20 points. What? Yan Ming, who heard the prompt sound, was stunned. What's the situation? The system will come as soon as it says, this is too child's play. And what did it say just now? LIUKU Immortal Thief. Isn't that one of the 8 wonder skills under one person? Didn't wait for Yan Ming to think about it. A warm current was born from his womb, and then flowed to the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, 3 cocks, gallbladder, and 6 organs. At the same time, Yan Ming felt that his body was getting lighter and lighter, and his senses had become much more sensitive, as if he had been baptized. It seems that it is really the LIUKU Immortal Thief under one person. Feeling the changes in his body, Yan Ming couldn't help but be ecstatic in his heart. The 8 wonder skills and 6 libraries Immortal Thief is the existence of the top exercises in the inhuman world, and countless people are fighting for it to get it. But in the end, there were only 3 people who owned it. The Comprehension Ruan Feng, the Ghost Baron, and the Evil Master Lao Wang. None of these 3 are easy to mess with. It's considered that you've got an old immortal technique. Yan Ming looked at his stomach, and was very satisfied with this newbie gift package. But satisfaction is satisfaction, and now is not the time to celebrate. If you have a LIUKU Immortal Thief, you can skip meals in the future, but the uncles and aunts at home cannot. Yan Ming calmed down, looked up at the steep hill in front of him, and said to himself, I hope I can have good luck today, so that I can find some better herbs. And then tightened the back basket behind his back and strode forward. As a well-versed in pharmacology, he knows that the more dangerous the place, the easier it is to encounter rare herbs. This is why he didn't take the good road and didn't go here. After walking for a while, Yan Ming's gaze was suddenly attracted by a cyan plant. It's really shit luck today, what do you really want to do? If Yan Ming is not mistaken, this unsightly plant in front of him should be a very precious herb. Without saying a word, he walked forward, picked the herbs, and put them in his back basket. Then he continued on his way. Another herb was picked and put in the basket. After picking like this all morning, Yan Ming's back basket was full. Looking at the fruit behind him, he smiled with satisfaction. Okay, almost, withdraw, he said. Yan Ming turned around and walked down the mountain. On the way back, Yan Ming's steps were very brisk, and the journey that was supposed to take half an hour was completed in more than 10 minutes. The LIUKU Immortal Thief is good, he walked so fast, and he didn't feel tired at all. Sighed, and he had already returned to the door. Before he entered the courtyard, through the gate, Yan Ming shouted inside, Uncle, Aunt, I'll come back. By the way, today seems to be the day when uncles and aunts go to relatives. Forget it, let's talk about my harvest today when they come back. Yan Ming took the herbs from the basket and walked towards the house. Chapter 2. Although the interior of the wooden house is not very luxurious, it is good to be clean and tidy. Yan Ming was sitting in the house at this time to process the herbs that had just been picked up. But in a moment he was skillfully tidying up. Ga. Was just at this moment, and the sound of the door opening suddenly came from outside the courtyard. This was followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. When Yan Ming heard the voice, he immediately stood up and looked at the courtyard and shouted, Uncle and Aunt, are you back? Xiao Ming! Quick, block all the doors and windows. They. Aunt walked in with a panicked look and said a word to Yan Ming. Then he ran back to a small house in the yard and began to rummage. Seeing this, Yan Ming looked puzzled. He followed him to the outside of the courtyard, just in time to see that the uncle was also flustered, rummaging in the courtyard. Then he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Uncle and aunt, what are you doing?" The aunt took a hammer and passed by him and said, "Very terrible things have happened in our village and the next village." "What is the terrible thing?" Yan Ming asked, standing in place. "Dead people, dead many." The uncle also took a hammer and passed by him. "Dead people, dead people." Yan Ming muttered with a puzzled expression. For a moment he felt like he remembered something. Following the uncle and aunt into the house, he asked their backs, "Is it a plague? If it's a plague, I can help, I'm a doctor." Yan Ming said and walked outside the hospital. Seeing that Yan Ming was about to leave the house, the uncle and aunt hurriedly ran out of the house and pulled Yan Ming back. "You stupid boy, it's not a plague, it's a homicide. I don't know who came to the village and killed many villagers in the north of the village. I only found out this morning, it seems to be what happened last night." After the aunt finished speaking, the uncle also continued, "At this time and the death is very terrifying. As if he had been eaten, the stump was broken, and even the intestines of the internal organs fell out." After hearing this, Yan Ming was shocked. Was eaten the same? Isn't that a ghost? Could it be that a ghost attacked the village last night? Then, the aunt said to Yan Ming with a heavy face, "And your friends, Xiao Sun and Xiao Li, also died in this death?" Yan Ming looked up at the aunt and asked, "They are also dead?" The uncle and aunt nodded solemnly. "How come? Obviously we were still playing together yesterday." "Why today, Yan?" Ming said with a look of disbelief. "Kaoru is a girl, and Li is a boy. They are all Yan Ming's best friends, and the three of them often play together on weekdays. The three of them grew up together, and it can be said that they are childhood sweethearts. And now they were gone in one night." This couldn't help but make Yan Ming feel sad for a while. Seeing him like this, the uncle and aunt sighed helplessly. Then he silently took the hammer and the plank and walked into the house. Then there was a clanging sound in the room. Yan Ming glanced at his uncle and aunt, as if he had made a decision. While the two of them were not paying attention, they ran out of the yard. Kaoru and Li are Yan Ming's best friends, and even if they die, he wants to see him for the last time. The village was not very large, and soon Yan Ming came to the door of his friend's house. As if afraid, there were no villagers here to watch. At this time, Yan Ming was the only one here. He walked through the door with heavy steps. Looked at the stumps and broken arms inside that hadn't had time to be cleaned up. The most conspicuous is a severed hand left in the corner. Suddenly, he showed a shocked expression. Although the flesh was blurred, he recognized it. It wasn't anyone else's, it was his friend Kaoru's. Yan Ming's eyes turned red. A tear the size of a bean fell from the corner of his eye. "Kaoru-chan. Hey, that kid, who are you?" At this moment, a voice came from behind Yan Ming. Seeing that Yan Ming did not move and did not respond, the man immediately walked towards him quickly. "Boy, what are you doing?" The man came to Yan Ming's side and patted him on the shoulder. Yan Ming replied in a low voice, "I'm her friend." And the person who came was wearing a uniform and looked like a police officer. Seeing the tears in the corners of Yan Ming's eyes, he immediately understood. Then he gently persuaded, "Little friend, go home first, it's not safe here, go back to find your parents." Yan Ming saw him wearing a police uniform, as if he remembered something, and immediately asked, "Is there a boy among the villagers who were killed, as old as me?" The man hesitated. Seeing the man's reaction, Yan Ming understood, and immediately ignored the man, and walked in the direction of home in despair. At the same time, an old man came to Yan Ming's house. When the old man came to the house, he asked Yan Ming if he was there. The uncle and aunt were originally a little wary when they saw this person. But when I heard that I was looking for Yan Ming, I let down my guard. He also invited the old man into the house. You are Xiao Ming's master? The aunt asked the old man with tea. The uncle also looked at the old man with a curious expression. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Yes, I am Master Xiao Ming. I asked Xiao Ming to let you talk before. I don't know how you think about it. The uncle and aunt glanced at each other, followed the aunt to look at the old man and said, We didn't agree at first. After all, Xiao Ming is only 15 years old now, and it is too early for him to go out to work. But, seeing that the aunt suddenly stopped, the old man put down the tea, looked at her suspiciously, and asked, But what? The uncle added, But something very bad happened in the village today, so this time we agreed. The old man nodded and said, I also heard when I came. And many villagers died. It has not been very peaceful in the village lately. After that, this child will ask the old gentleman, said the aunt. Well, no problem, as long as I'm here, I won't let this child be hurt. But don't you come with us. You know, the murderer doesn't know when he will appear. The old man looked at the two of them and said worriedly. We're the so-called, as long as Xiao Ming is okay, the uncle said, glancing at Yan Ming's back basket. The aunt also nodded. Okay, Yan Ming will come back in a while, you can talk to him. This child's temper, you also know, let him leave you at this time, he must not be happy. The old man reminded the two. Uncle and aunt nodded, Don't worry, old man, we will definitely persuade him out. At this time, Yan Ming pushed open the gate of the courtyard and walked in. Uncles, aunts, and old people looked at each other. Xiao Ming, where did you go? Didn't you say you wouldn't be allowed to run around? Why are you more and more disobedient, this kid? Come here, we have something to tell you. The aunt rushed out first, and reprimanded Yan Ming. Chapter 3. No, I'm not going. Yan Ming shouted at the three of them. Seeing this, the old man on the side showed a helpless look. The uncle and aunt were angry. You kid! I was shouting that I was going to see you. It's you who can't say you now. What are you going to do? The aunt changed her usual loving image and scolded Yan Ming. It's just that the more she is like this, the more Yan Ming resists in her heart. I can go, but not now. Now something like this is happening in the village. If I leave, who will protect my uncle and aunt? Yan Ming said excitedly. Hearing this, a trace of emotion flashed in the eyes of the uncle and aunt. After a while, the uncle said ruthlessly, How old are you? Who can you protect? You will only get in the way here, and we will all be affected by you at that time. These words immediately caused the aunt and the old man to look sideways at Yan Ming, for fear of hurting him. Yan Ming was speechless for a while. Yes, he's a kid now. Even if you have a system, it takes time to develop. During this period of development, it must be uncles and aunts who protect themselves. If he does stay here, it's really in the way. But Yan Ming still refused to bow his head. And said stubbornly, It's okay to go, but the three of us have to go together, otherwise, I will die and stay. Here, seeing that he said such heavy words, Yan Ming was still like this, and the aunt immediately changed her attitude, and said in a soothing tone, It's not that we don't want to go, it's because our villagers have been here for generations. This is what our ancestors left us, we can't abandon it. And you are different, you can leave here and go to a farther place. Yan Ming was dumbfounded. Indeed, he was raised by his uncle and aunt. He's not from here. There's no reason to stay here all the time. The old man, who had not spoken, said at this time, Then what are your plans? After all, you are still young, and it is impossible for you to nest in this small place for the rest of your life. Yan Ming has nothing to say. The old man then said, Don't worry, your uncle and aunt will be fine, you can come back and see if you are usually fine in the pharmacy. The aunt and uncle echoed. Xiao Ming, Go ahead, we won't blame you. Yes, uncle and aunt will be fine, you can go with confidence. In the end, Yan Ming looked at the two of them with a complicated expression, gritted his back molars, and squeezed out a few words from his mouth. Okay, I'll go. Yan Ming agreed, and the three of them all smiled happily. But I have 2 balls, you must do it. If I can't do it, or if I can't do it well, I won't go. The three of them didn't have long to be happy, Yan Ming suddenly said. The three of them looked at each other, and the uncle asked, "What's the matter?" "As long as we don't leave the village, we will do our best," Yan Ming said with a serious face. "First, go home immediately after dark, and you can't stay outside. Second, we should plant wisteria flowers in the yard and near our home. Also, you have to carry a sachet of wisteria flowers every day, and you can't take it down no matter what." Hearing the conditions of Yan Ming, the three of them heard it in a fog, and they only felt strange. But no one said much. After all, these 2 things are not difficult. He agreed to Yan Ming. After the discussion, the old man planned to take Yan Ming back to the town. But the uncle and aunt were reluctant to let Yan Ming stay for one night. The old man agreed, and he stayed. Following, an old man and a young man had breakfast and said goodbye to their uncles and aunts. Before Yan Ming left, he told his uncle and aunt again that he must do what he asked. Uncle and aunt nodded in agreement. Then Yan Ming followed the old man out of the village and walked towards the dense forest outside the village. After walking for a long time, I finally came to a small town through the dense forest. Then the two entered the town and walked down the bustling streets. Yan Ming looked at the pedestrians on the street and shook his mind for a while. This is a small town close to the port, linked to foreign trade, is one of the most important transportation hubs of the island country, and because of the simple folk customs and pleasant climate here, it attracts many people from other places to settle here. Yan Ming once had a wish to buy a house here and bring his uncle and aunt to live here. But now even if he wants to, his uncle and aunt don't want to. Just when Yan Ming was shaking his mind, a small figure suddenly ran out of the street and rushed to Yan Ming, staring at him with a pair of big eyes and asking, "Brother Yan Ming, you haven't been here for a while, is there something wrong at home?" Seeing the visitor, Yan Ming was stunned at first, then leaned down and touched her little head, and squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. "No, my brother is in good health." The old man on the side looked at the little girl and said gently, "How is your mother? Is your illness getting better?" It's much better, thanks to brother Yan Ming, my mother's illness has improved so quickly. By the way, brother Yan Ming, this is what my mother asked me to give you." As she spoke, the little girl took out a few coins from her arms and handed them to Yan Ming. Yan Ming looked at the coin in the little girl's hand, and then turned his head to look at the old man. Seeing the old man nodded, Yan Ming looked at the little girl and said, "No need, you can keep it and buy some delicious food for your mother." As he spoke, Yan Ming stretched out his hand and put the coins handed by the little girl back into the little girl's arms. After hearing this, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up, and she grinned and said, "Thank you, brother. Okay, go back and take care of your mother should be fine in a few days." Yan Ming reached out and touched the girl's head again. The little girl nodded sharply, and trotted away. "It seems that you are becoming more and more popular," the old man said with a smile as he looked in the direction of the little girl's departure. Yan Ming heard the old man say this, but he didn't answer, continued to support the old man, and walked in the direction of the pharmacy. The pharmacy they were going to was located in the heart of the town, which was also the Golden Mile, and the two of them crossed a street before they saw the pharmacy. What they didn't expect was that at this time, there were several strong men sitting at the door of the pharmacy, all of them with tigers on their backs and fierce faces, and they knew at a glance that these people were not good at stubble. Seeing Yan Ming and the old man coming back, several people stood up one after another, and one of them took the lead and walked towards them. "Old man, you're finally back, what's the matter?" You're out looking for helpers and you're back." The man in the lead glanced at Yan Ming and sneered. Seeing that they were disrespectful to the old man, Yan Ming frowned slightly. "You guys, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that the pharmacy doesn't sell them?" The old man replied a little nervously when he saw a few strong men coming up. "Not for sale, old man, are you sure?" said the man who took the lead, staring at the old man viciously. As he spoke, he pulled out an iron rod from behind him. Looking at the posture, they can't get the answer they want today, and the old man suffers. Chapter 4. At this moment, passers-by on the street were attracted by the scene in front of them, and they stopped and surrounded them. "What's going on? What are these people doing? What do you want to do around a child and an old man?" It seems that the old man took something from these people and wanted the old man to return it. Oh, it's really miserable. This old man and the child seem to be going to be unlucky. "You are from out of town. How can the old man take people's things? He is the owner of this drugstore." Seeing that passers-by were gathered around to see the excitement, several strong men were not afraid, but even more arrogant. "If you don't sell it today, don't blame our brothers," the leader said, his eyes motioning for a few people behind him to do it. Yan Ming also figured out the situation from their conversation at this time. He never thought that these people were so kind that they would buy and sell in broad daylight. At this time, although some passers-by recognized Yan Ming and the old man, none of them dared to step forward. After all, these strong men were 5 big and 3 rough, and they didn't dare to mess around. Several strong men had already taken a stance, and they raised their fists to smash at the old man. A few passers-by covered their eyes, as if they had expected the old man to lie in a pool of blood. Boom! At the last moment, a thin figure came to the old man and took the fist of the strong man. Seeing such a scene, the crowd was in an uproar. "I'll go. This kid is too good, he actually took the strong man's punch. This is too incredible. Obviously the kid is only half as tall. As a strong man, is it a strong man who is strong outside, and he doesn't even fall down a child?" Seeing this, the old man hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Ming! Don't mess around, they are not easy to mess with." Hearing the old man's words, Yan Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Is it? It's a pity that I'm not easy to mess with." The reason why he was so confident was because of the LIUKU immortal thief given by the system. He tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep. At first he thought it was because he was about to leave the house and couldn't sleep, but later he found out that it was the reason for LIUKU Xian Xian. It was the LIUKU immortal thief who made him full of energy. And not only that, but his body also seems to have been transformed. The reflexes are much faster than before, and the strength is surprisingly great. It feels like one punch can kill a cow. I saw Yan Ming grabbing the opponent's fist, with a slight force in his hand, and the sound of a bone breaking came immediately. Click! What followed was the scream of a strong man killing a pig. Ah! The old man was shocked, and the rest of the strong men were even more at a loss. Are kids so good these days? You can take down a strong man in less than a minute. Was he really a teenager? And Yan Ming didn't pay attention to their gaze at all, but hooked his hand at the rest of the people, motioning for them to go together. On the strong man's side, seeing that Yan Ming was so arrogant, and the passers-by on the side were all watching, their brothers must not retreat, otherwise they will be laughed at and afraid of a half-old child in this life. "Let's go together, I don't believe it's really okay to take this kid," the leader shouted at a few people next to him. Those people listened, and surrounded Yan Ming in full view of everyone. Then they took out wooden sticks from behind them and swung them fiercely at Yan Ming. Yan Ming knew that he couldn't resist hard, so he relied on his flexible position like a gust of wind, and flashed the wooden sticks one by one very silkily. Passers-by on the side were terrified. If this was to be hit with such a thick wooden stick, wouldn't Yan Ming's physique be beaten into a pulp? Yan Ming didn't know what they thought. After dodging for a while, I felt that I had given the other party a face, and I wanted to end this boring farce. I saw that after he squatted down and dodged a few attacks, he grabbed the gap and swept the hall leg directly to sweep several people on their backs. Oops! Just this trick, passers-by were stunned. No, that's the end of it. Just now, these strong men were still menacing. Why did they lie on the ground in the blink of an eye? Moreover, the force of Yan Ming's kick just now seemed to be very heavy, and they were still holding their feet and wailing. What is the origin of this child? Why is he so strong? It seems to be a pharmacy apprentice, I remember. Pharmacy apprentice? Whose pharmacy apprentice are you telling so capable of fighting? Yan Ming ignored the gazes of passers-by and said to himself to a few strong men who were still wailing. Let's go into the store to see a doctor. After eating the kick just now, your feet should all be broken. Yan Ming said as he walked over to the old man, and helped the old man back to the pharmacy under the stunned gaze of the old man. After settling the old man, Yan Ming turned around and ran towards the door of the pharmacy again. I just wanted to call in the people who had been injured by myself. But by this time they were nowhere to be seen, and the passers-by had dispersed, as if nothing had happened. Yan Ming shook his head. I originally wanted to help them get the bones back for free, but I didn't expect them to all leave. After that, Yan Ming ignored them and turned around and walked into the pharmacy. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the old man was busy working, and Yan Ming immediately stepped forward to help. The old man stopped him, and waved him to sit down. Yan Ming sat down obediently. He knew that the old man must have a lot to ask him. Did you eat something you shouldn't have eaten? Asked the old man so suddenly. But the question asked was a little strange, which made Yan Ming cry and laugh. What is it that I am sick? I have never been so refreshed in my life for more than 10 years. Yan Ming paused and replied, No, why do you ask that? I definitely can't tell the old man about the system, not to mention whether the old man doesn't believe it. Just because he is a traverser, the old man will definitely treat him as a psychopath. The old man was puzzled. Then what happened to you just now? I don't know, I just saw that they were going to beat you, so I shot out in a hurry. Who knew that those people couldn't help but fight? Yan Ming explained with a pretended puzzlement. That's right, the old man thought for a moment, and then asked no more. The old man has no problem, but Yan Ming has another question to ask. Who are they, and why do they buy our pharmacy? Said them, and the old man's face was full of worry. They were invited by the pharmacy next door. I don't know why they bought our store. Maybe we hindered them from doing business. Hearing this, Yan Ming understood a little. Yan Ming's pharmacy is an old store that has been in business for almost 100 years, and on weekdays, it often treats some people who can't afford to see a doctor, and when people passing through the town can't afford to eat, the old people will also bring them back to the store to invite them to eat. So over time, the business in the store has become extremely hot. Local towns, neighboring towns, and even Tokyo City will come to see the elderly. This also indirectly led to the closure of almost all the shops in the neighborhood. The one next door was no exception. If it's them, then it can really be explained. When Yan Ming first saw them, he was still a little strange. The pharmacy has never offended people. Why did someone come to smash the field inexplicably? Yan Ming, who was completely aware of the cause and effect, turned his head to look at the old man and said, Don't worry, Grandpa, with me, I won't let them succeed. When the old man heard Yan Ming's words, not only did he not let go, but he was even more worried. Chapter 5. The next day, Yan Ming walked out of the pharmacy and stood at the door. Looking at the slowly rising sun in the sky, he took a deep breath of fresh air. As he inhaled the air, his body became lighter. It was as good as rushing into the clouds, and it made him feel full of energy and strength. Yan Ming looked at his hands and secretly sighed at the convenience of the LIUKU immortal thief. It is worthy of the 8 wonder skills, it is too rebellious. Since yesterday after a day's work until now, he is still full of energy, he does not feel tired at all, and he does not feel hungry at all. This had to make him admire the person who created the LIUKU immortal thief for being able to create such a powerful technique. Xiao Ming, why did you get up so early? You worked for a day yesterday, you can go back and rest for a while. At this time, the old man's voice came from behind him. Yan Ming then turned his head and smiled, "It's okay, I'm not tired at all." When the old man heard this, he immediately put on a straight face and said, "If you are not tired, you have to go back to rest, you know. And your room has been cleaned up, don't sleep on the chair anymore, take the money to buy some daily necessities and come back." The old man suddenly changed like a person, chattering at Yan Ming. Knowing that the old man was a knife-mouthed tofu heart, Yan Ming grinned and said, "Okay, I'll buy it." After speaking, Yan Ming turned around and ran outside. "Hey, you kid, bring the money," shouted the old man as he hurried out the door. Before the old man could stop Yan Ming's figure had already disappeared into the street. "This kid is really fast," the old man muttered, and turned back to the drugstore. On the other side, Yan Ming crossed a street to a store selling daily necessities, bought some random things, and planned to go back to the pharmacy. On his way back, as he passed by the edge of the harbor, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was a pink-haired girl, who looked bigger than Yan Ming, and had a long pink knife pinned to her hand, which looked very powerful. But these were not the reasons why Yan Ming recognized her at a glance, but the clothes on her body. The dress was a black suit, although it wasn't very serious on her. The most striking thing is the word extinction behind it. That's the kind of clothes that only the Ghost Slayer can wear. This person is none other than the Honey Glass of the Ganlu Temple, the love pillar in one of the pillars of the ghost-killing team. Why is she here? Yan Ming wondered as he looked at the figure that was gradually moving away. Could it be that there are ghosts around here? No, there shouldn't have been anything strange going on in the town lately. Yan Ming scratched his head in confusion. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it, let's go back first," Yan Ming said as he picked up the things he had just bought and rushed to the pharmacy. "I'm back." Walking into the pharmacy, Yan Ming shouted to the people inside. But no one responded to him. Because the old man was talking to a patient who had wrapped himself in a dumpling. Looking at the old man's sad face, this patient's condition seems to be a bit tricky. Then he went to a counter, put down his purchases, and came to the old man's side. Quietly leaned into the old man's ear and whispered, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this patient?" The old man heard this, ignored Yan Ming, but smiled and said to the patient in front of him, "I'm sorry for you to sit there for a while, and I'll tell you the result later." The patient nodded when he heard this, stood up and found a place in the store to sit down. Seeing the old man's move, Yan Ming felt very strange. It's not like the old man's style. Could it be that this patient has an incurable disease, so that's why it's like this? Seeing the patient walking away, the old man turned to look at Yan Ming and asked, "Xiao Ming, have you ever heard of a disease that can't see the sun?" When Yan Ming heard this, his expression instantly froze, and then he turned his head to look at the patient suddenly, his eyes full of vigilance. But in a moment he reacted again. It's daytime, and it's impossible for a ghost to be so bold and dare to come out so blatantly. Xiao Ming, what's wrong with you?" the old man patted Yan Ming and asked. "Oh, I haven't heard of it, what's wrong? Who can't see the sun?" Yan Ming asked rhetorically. The old man stroked his beard, glanced at the patient sitting not far away, and said, "It's the patient, she said she has a disease that can't see the sun, maybe it's some kind of skin disease, by the way. Have you seen her skin?" Yan Ming said. "Look, he's a very strange person, the hair all over his body is white, and even his eyebrows are white hair all over his body. I'll go, Isn't that leukemia? I didn't expect that there are leukemia patients in this world. He always thought that this two-dimensional world would not have such a disease, and it seemed that he didn't know much about this world. I'm a little eyebrow-raising, Yan Ming said, looking at the patient. The old man asked, what eyebrows? Do you know how to cure it? Yan Ming shook his head and said, I know what the cause is, but I don't know how to treat it. Joked, this disease is incurable even in the world before he crossed over. Not to mention this world of cold weapons all day long. Hearing that it could not be cured, the old man's face suddenly showed a trace of regret. Although it can't be cured, there should be a way to prolong her life. As a traverser, plus Yan Ming, who is a family of traditional Chinese medicine, he knows that leukemia patients really can't be cured, but if they are properly maintained, they can still live for a long time. Oh, how to maintain it, said the old man, puzzled. Yan Ming pondered for a moment and said, well, it's to suck out the blood of his illness and replace it with healthy blood. Exchange blood? This, so possible. The old man's face was full of surprise, obviously feeling that this matter was a bit fantastical. If the other doctors knew, they would definitely think that Yan Ming was joking. Because in terms of the current medical standards and common sense in this world, if a person's blood is directly extracted, that person will die directly, let alone pour blood into the person's body. You know, I'm never joking. Yan Ming glanced at the patient, then turned his head to look at the old man seriously. This is a matter of human life, how could he Yan Ming be joking? And he really has a way to help that patient now. The old man also glanced at the patient and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, but you have to take care of yourself, don't do anything that hurts you. The old man waved to the sick man and motioned for her to come. Yan Ming nodded, knowing that the old man cared about him, so he didn't say anything, and silently found a stool to sit next to the old man. Is there any cure for my disease? The patient asked. The old man glanced at Yan Ming and motioned for him to speak. Yan Ming understood his heart, looked at the patient, and said bluntly, your disease is no longer cured. Chapter 6. Hearing Yan Ming's blurted out words, the patient was stunned for a moment, and then glanced at the old man and confirmed to the old man. The old man didn't speak, just looked at her quietly, and seemed to have acquiesced to what Yan Ming said. Then the patient suddenly lowered his head. Although he didn't see her face or hear the cry, Yan Ming could tell from the other party's constantly twitching body that the other party was crying. Yan Ming then added, but you can live a few more days in other ways. And how long can you live? The old man and the patient asked at the same time. Obviously both of them were very concerned about this time. It depends on how far your condition has been, Yan Ming said as he stretched out his hand to the patient, motioning for the other party to reach over. The patient obediently reached out his hand. Then Yan Ming turned the other party's hand over, put it on the other party's wrist, and probed it carefully. This is the pulse that even the old man can't take, not only the old man, maybe no one in this world can. Because in this world, no one can understand the 5,000-year-old history and culture of China. Only a traverser like Yan Ming, coupled with his identity as a family of traditional Chinese medicine, can take the pulse. The patient seemed to have some confusion about what Yan Ming was doing, and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" The old man put his finger to his mouth and motioned for the patient not to speak. Although the patient looked puzzled, he was very obedient and stopped talking. Looking at Yan Ming's serious appearance, a trace of admiration flashed in the old man's eyes. After all, he doesn't even know how to take this pulse, even if he calls Yan Ming to teach, he won't. Because of this, the old man often uses his old age as an excuse to save some face. After a while, Yan Ming slowly opened his eyes, looked at the patient and said, "The condition is better than I imagined. If there is no problem, maybe I can live for more than 10 years. The patient was surprised when he heard it. Really? Yan Ming nodded without thinking. Great, thank you, doctor. Then what medicine should I take, or what should I do? The patient jerked up from his stool and asked a series of questions. Seeing that the other party was excited, Yan Ming hurriedly waved her hand and motioned for her to sit down. Seeing this, the patient immediately sat back in his seat. Before I begin, I take the liberty of asking you, are there any people in your family who are related to you? Yan Ming asked seriously. Said that it was presumptuous because Yan Ming heard from the other party's voice that the other party was a woman, and the other was that Yan Ming felt that it was not good to directly inquire into the other party's family affairs. The woman only hesitated for a moment and replied, I have a son and a daughter. Yan Ming asked again, how old are they? Neither of them is more than 20 years old. Is the daughter older, or the son? Yan Ming continued to ask. At this time, the woman hesitated, and she looked at the old man on the side. The old man nodded, signaling that it was okay. My daughter is older, I'm 19 years old. Okay, that's my daughter, you bring her to see me tomorrow, let's start tomorrow. Yan Ming left a simple and clear sentence, and then walked into the house without looking back, leaving only the old man and the woman to sit in place. At this time, the woman couldn't help but look at the old man and asked, can he really save me? The old man glanced at Yan Ming, who walked into the house, turned his head to look at the woman and said, don't worry, although this kid is my student on the surface, his medical skills are not below me, if he says yes, he will definitely be able to, and he has never broken his promise since I knew him. The woman was a little relieved after hearing this. In the pharmacy room, Yan Ming was taking care of the medicinal materials in his hand with a serious face. Xiao Ming, do you really want to exchange blood for that patient just now? The old man walked in and asked. Don't you believe me either? Yan Ming asked rhetorically without raising his head, and continued to work in his hands. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's dangerous to exchange blood, and if you kill someone, you might be arrested, the old man worried. Okay, I'm done with today's work, you look at the store first, I'll go out, I may have to come back later, remember to leave the door for me. After speaking, Yan Ming put the medicinal materials in his hand and walked towards the door of the pharmacy, without the slightest intention of answering the old man's question. Hey, where are you, kid? Before the old man could finish speaking, Yan Ming had already walked to the door. Go early and come back early, don't come back too late. Before walking out of the door, Yan Ming waved his hand to show understanding. After Yan Ming walked out of the pharmacy gate, he walked in a certain direction. Walk through a few streets to the edge of the town, then continue towards the dense forest outside the town. In a few moments, he was in the deepest part of the forest. There shouldn't be anyone, right? Seeing that there was no one around, Yan Ming found a place to sit cross-legged. Then close your eyes and feel the changes in your body. As a warm current in his body began to flow, the corners of Yan Ming's mouth also rose. Although it was not the first time he had driven qi, he still did not have a real, complete grasp of qi power. Today, he plans to take advantage of the gap to run out on purpose, fully grasp this power, and use it at any time. Come on, let me see what your power is. Yan Ming said, gritting his back molars and trying to drive the qi in his body. Driven by his struggle, a stream of azure qi ignited by him like a flame. In an instant, the debris from the ground rolled out several meters and smashed through the nearby trees. Yan Ming opened his eyes and watched the qi flowing around him, and an indescribable mood rose in his heart. Finally let me see you. Ha ha ha. Yan Ming smiled, smiling like a child. He never thought that this qi could be easily activated. I thought that he, a person who had just come into contact with qi, would have to practice a few more times without anyone's help and without qi feeling, but he succeeded in one time. This couldn't help but make him feel that he was a cultivation genius, and his future would be limitless. But after a while, Yan Ming sorted out his emotions and extinguished the qi that was swimming on his body. According to the feeling just now, he ignited the qi again. Repeating back and forth like this, Yan Ming was already able to start qi completely independently. The next thing is to attack with qi. Yan Ming muttered to himself as he looked at his hand. You have to learn everything today, you can't let yesterday's events happen. Again, Yan Ming said as he closed his eyes slightly. And activated qi again. As qi wandered around him, Yan Ming slowly drove qi towards his hand. Then he gritted his back molars and threw a punch at the tree in front of him. Bang! A deafening sonic boom sounded from the dense forest. For a while, the nearby birds were startled out of the dense forest by the terrifying sonic boom and flew into the sky. And Yan Ming's eyes widened in surprise by the big tree in front of him. It's so powerful. I saw that the big tree had sunk into a big hole at this time, and it looked as if it had been hit by a bomb. It seems that I am indeed very talented. Yan Ming couldn't help but stink at his talent. Then Yan Ming remembered that he had just obtained the Golden Light Curse. Next, it's the Golden Light Spell. Speaking of this Golden Light Spell, it's interesting. This was given to him by the system out of the blues last night. He still hasn't figured out what happened. All he knew was that last night, he slept in a daze. It seems that I read a sentence of the system and give me a lottery. Chapter 7. It appeared. It is the form of a book. And this golden light spell, he also knows. It is the unique secret technique of the Heavenly Master Mansion of Longhe Mountain under one person. Although it is a unique secret technique, every disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain will use it. But that didn't stop Yan Ming's enthusiasm for it. Because if the Golden Light Mantra is practiced to the level of the old Heavenly Master, it is very powerful. Then Yan Ming closed his eyes again, carefully recalled the memory given by the book, and muttered in his mouth. Heaven and Earth Xianzong, Wan Qi Root. Cultivating hundreds of millions of eons proves my supernatural powers. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is the only one. There is a golden light in my body, covering my body. With the thought in his mouth, a golden light slowly covered his body around Yan Ming. It seemed to be affected by the explosion just now. Not far away, a huge black shadow slowly opened its dark eyes, and then it moved its body and walked towards Yan Ming. At this time, Yan Ming was still chanting the mantra to drive the golden light spell, and he was not aware of the impending crisis in the slightest. The black shadow was getting closer and closer, and after stepping out of the shade of the tree, the huge body was completely exposed. I saw that the person was a sturdy and tall black bear. The black bear seemed to have mutated. Its bear's paw was as big as Yan Ming's body. When standing, he reaches a staggering 5 meters in height. It doesn't look like a normal bear. Yan Ming finally finished chanting the incantation. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the golden light surrounding him, and his expression couldn't help but be rich. Is this the golden light mantra? It doesn't seem to be very difficult. The roar was just as Yan Ming was talking to himself. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared behind Yan Ming, and with its deafening roar, it slapped Yan Ming. Wow, what is it? Yan Ming didn't have time to dodge, closed his eyes and instinctively raised his hand to block. Zhang was not slapped away by the bear's paw as expected, but there was a crisp collision sound between the golden light and the bear's paw. Yan Ming slowly opened his eyes and looked at the bear's paw that was isolated from the golden light, his face showing a little surprise. I almost forgot that the golden light spell was meant to be defensive. Yan Ming then turned his gaze to the giant bear. What is this? How did it grow so big? Seeing that his attack didn't work, the roar. Giant bear immediately let out a roar, and continued to slap Yan Ming. Looking at the whizzing bear's paws, Yan Ming didn't continue to stay stupidly in place, and scolded while taking a few steps back to dodge. Evil animal, bark again, Lao Tzu will peel you off to make a carpet. In a wild roar. The bear seemed to understand Yan Ming's words, roared again, and pounced on Yan Ming with a fierce momentum. "Maid, I really thought I was afraid of you." Seeing this, Yan Ming realized that this black bear should have just woken up from hibernation and was in a state of extreme hunger, and if he didn't kill it, he would definitely not let himself go. "Just take you to the test, just learned the golden light spell," Yan Ming said, hurriedly driving the golden light around him to attack. But before he could finish driving, the giant bear's paws had already slapped over. Zhang! Another collision sound came. This time, Yan Ming was not so lucky, and his diameter was knocked several meters away. Obviously, this attack, the giant bear can be said to have used all his strength. On Yan Ming's side, he had the golden light spell to protect his body, and his body was not damaged too much. "What's the matter? It doesn't seem that this golden light cannot launch an attack. Yet by the way, I forgot that the golden light spell given by this system is only in the LIUKU realm, and I can only launch the golden light defense, and I haven't been able to reach the realm of transformation yet." Yan Ming suddenly came to his senses, patted his head and said, "Forget it, if you don't use it, you can't use it. Try other tricks." After saying that, Yan Ming dispersed the golden light on his body and became normal. Seeing the golden light on Yan Ming's body disappear, the giant bear thought that Yan Ming had given up resistance and wanted to let himself eat, so he immediately ran towards Yan Ming. Seeing this truck-like behemoth running towards him, Yan Ming didn't panic at all, and even raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I saw that he suddenly took a deep breath, and the qi in his body followed him to inhale and frantically converged into his mouth. When the giant bear came to him, Yan Ming violently spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm of 82 years. The thick phlegm squirted straight onto the giant bear. Roar! A painful roar followed. I saw that the giant bear was touched by thick phlegm on its face and body, and there was a stabbing sound. It looked like it had been burned by fire. Seeing this, Yan Ming immediately flashed forward, and the qi in his body was activated. Immediately after that, Yan Ming swung his fist and smashed it into the giant bear's head. Bang! The giant bear fell in response, and instantly lost its breath. After watching the giant bear fall, Yan Ming wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "It's a little disgusting, but fortunately, it works. The thick phlegm that I just spit out is the ability of the LIUKU Immortal Thief, because it is a full-level relationship, so I can use this ability. The power is okay, it's just a little disgusting, and cruel." Yan Ming stepped forward to check on the bear's condition. The whole bear face is black. The death is quite peaceful. "Alas, I originally wanted to use the golden light spell to send you away, but unfortunately I don't have enough points now to use it, so I can only grieve you to die like this." Yan Ming took out a slender knife from his arms as he said. Without saying a word, he slashed directly at the body of the giant bear. After the wula was opened, Yan Ming poured upside down on the giant bear. Finally, a black object was removed from it. Glancing at the things in his hand, Yan Ming turned to the giant bear and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Xiang, lend me your bear bile to play with." As a doctor, Yan Ming has at least more than 10 years of experience in traditional Chinese medicine. He was well aware of the role and value of this bear bile. Then Yan Ming wrapped the bear bile, put it in his arms, and planned to turn around and leave. Just then, a noisy footstep sounded. When Yan Ming heard this, he immediately hid behind a tree. After a while, a group of people dressed as hunters arrived. "Why is this beast here?" exclaimed one of the men who stepped forward to check and found the bear dead. "It's dead, it's dead." The rest of the people walked to check. "Really dead?" Someone was shocked. "Who killed it? Who is so powerful? This beast can eat a lot of us." "Go, this bear has just died, the person who killed it should not have gone far, go and invite him over, we have to thank him well," the leader hurriedly said to the people around him. When the hunters heard this, they hurriedly scattered in all directions, looking for the bear's killer. At this time, Yan Ming had already left the dense forest and walked in the direction of the town. By the time Yan Ming returned to the town, it was already dark. Yan Ming walked on the street, looking at the brightly lit canal, and his mood was extraordinarily comfortable. Not only did he now completely master qi, but he also prostituted a bear bile for nothing. The old man must have been very happy to see bear bile. At this moment, Yan Ming's eyes suddenly stopped on the canal bridge. Seeing the canal bridge, Yan Ming remembered the person he saw this morning, who was the love pillar of the ghost-killing team, the honey glass of Ganlu Temple. Ghost Slayer team, should I try it? Yan Ming suddenly had the idea of joining the Ghost Slayer team at this time. Because the deaths of Kaoru and Li Chan have always been difficult for him to let go. In the middle of the night, he could always see them being killed by demons. He also always hoped that he could do something for the dead Kaoru Xyli. With my current ability, it shouldn't be difficult to get into the Ghost Slayer. Chapter 8. Early the next morning, Yan Ming, as usual, prepares herbs and things in the pharmacy. The bear bile brought back yesterday made the old man very happy. But the old man kept asking how it came about. In the end, Yan Ming, who didn't want to tell the truth, could only lie. Said that it was given to him by a hunter, so it did not let the old man continue to investigate. At this time, only Yan Ming and the old man were left in the pharmacy, and Yan Ming looked at the old man as if he had made a decision. I saw him casually come to the old man's side and ask cautiously, "May I ask you a question?" Yan Ming's sudden politeness made the old man a little uncomfortable. "What's wrong with you kid today?" Yan Ming ignored the old man's ridicule, and continued to ask, "Have you heard of the Ghost Slayer team?" After careful consideration last night, Yan Ming finally made up his mind to join the Ghost Slayer team. However, the Ghost Slayer is not an official organization, and it is also a secret organization, so no one knows where they are. And what the old man said has lived in this world for more than 80 years, Yan Ming thought that the old man might know. What kind of ghost-killing team? The old man didn't raise his head, and continued to sort out the prescription in his hand, obviously not knowing what Yan Ming was talking about. Hearing that the old man didn't know, Yan Ming suddenly showed a look of disappointment, and then walked away with interest. By the way, didn't the leukemia patient yesterday say that he was going to bring someone for treatment? Why didn't he see her? The old man suddenly looked up at Yan Ming and asked. Yan Ming hung his head and said, "I don't know, maybe I forgot it." In this way, you go to the place where she lives to see if she is in any trouble. If she is in any trouble, you can help others. The old man said and took out a booklet from the drawer and rummaged through it carefully. Finally, he took it out and handed it to Yan Ming with a note. "This is the address where she lives now, you go and see." Yan Ming glanced at it and took the note. "Got it, let's go. Don't look reluctant, this is what you said you would do." After the old man finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to sort out the prescription in his hand. Yan Ming didn't speak, and left on his own. There was no news from the Ghost Slayer team, and Yan Ming couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After all, it was not easy for him to make up his mind to join the Ghost Slayer team. Yan Ming took the note given by the old man, searched all the way, and finally found the address of the leukemia patient. "Isn't this a hotel? It seems that she is not a local. The old man has a really good reputation, and he always asks those outsiders to come to him for medical treatment." Looking at the hotel in front of him, Yan Ming muttered to himself. Yan Ming then walked into the hotel and asked the boss about the patient's room, and walked straight in. After a while, Yan Ming came to the door of the room. But before he could knock on the door, he heard an argument coming from inside. "You must not tell your dad about this, do you know?" "No, Dad has the right to know, I will definitely tell him." "Why are you so disobedient? You weren't like this before." Through a door, Yan Ming could vaguely hear the content of the quarrel inside. Probably some women are sick, but they don't want to tell their families. After listening for a while, the inside fell silent. Yan Ming didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, but his medical ethics told him that human life was at stake, and he had to do it if he didn't want to, so he knocked on the door and asked. That Miss Ri of Ganroji Temple, the leukemia treatment you made an appointment did not come, can I ask why? And is it convenient for you to let me in now? After a moment of silence in the room, a voice immediately came. Please come in. With permission, Yan Ming gently opened the door and walked in. The room was dark, with only a faint glow from a candle on the table. Leaning on the low light, Yan Ming saw the people inside. One is that he has never seen a woman. This woman has white hair and white eyebrows. It seems that she should be the leukemia patient who came to see the doctor yesterday. And the other one is interesting. Yan Ming not only knows, but also makes his eyes shine. This person is none other than the ghost-killing team love pillar that Yan Ming saw on the canal bridge, the honey glass of Ganlu Temple. This had to make Yan Ming sigh that the world was so small, and his patient was Lian's mother. This also happens that I don't have to look for news of the Ghost Slayer team everywhere. God help me. Do you want to sit and rest for a while? Seeing that Yan Ming had been staring at the honey glass of Ganlu Temple, the woman on the side couldn't help but point to the position in front of the table and said. Realizing that he was rude, Yan Ming coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, and then walked over to the position and sat down. Treatment, really? Can you really cure my mother's illness? She screamed, startling the woman next to her. You kid. Yan Ming Lang paused, as if he realized something, and glanced at the woman. And the woman looked at him with a begging look on her face, as if telling him to say the best. Yan Ming understood and smiled. Of course, if you cooperate with the treatment, the radical cure is not a problem. Really? Great. Said Ganlu Temple. Mi Li stood up from the stool and threw herself towards Yan Ming with an excited face. Thank you, thank you. Before Yan Ming could react, his face was rubbed by two unidentified objects. The touch made Yan Ming's old face red, and then he stubbornly schemed his face. Seeing this, the woman immediately scolded her. Mi Li, don't be like this. People are happy. The woman said with a sincere face. I'm sorry, sir, this child is too rude, I'll discipline her well when I go back. Yan Ming didn't speak, and he didn't know what to say. In his opinion, both the woman and the honey glass of Ganlu Temple are older than him, but the attitude of the woman talking to him is like talking to an adult. This inevitably made Yan Ming a little confused. Okay, if you have anything to say, let's help you heal first. You say yes, sir. Ganlu Temple. Mi Li looked at Yan Ming and blinked and said. Yan Ming nodded and said, yes, I'll help you get sick first. Okay, then we'll go to the pharmacy now, said the woman getting up and leaving. Seeing this, Yan Ming hurriedly waved his hand to stop the two and said, no need to go to the pharmacy, let's start here. Here. The woman and the honey glass of Ganlu Temple looked at Yan Ming with a puzzled expression. Anyway, this disease is also a serious disease. How can it be carried out in such a place without any medical measures, and they also don't believe that Yan Ming can really do it alone? After all, Yan Ming looks 15 or 16 years old, and he doesn't look more reliable than the old man in the pharmacy. Yan Ming knew their concerns, so he looked at the two of them very seriously and sincerely, and said, don't worry, even if it can't be cured, it won't put Madam's life in any danger. Seeing that Yan Ming's expression and attitude were very sincere, both of them nodded. Both of them agreed, and Yan Ming immediately looked at the woman and said, please go to bed, madam. As soon as he said this, Yan Ming wanted to slap himself. I just gained their trust, and what are I talking about? What do you mean to ask your wife to go to bed? It's too evil. They don't think of themselves as perverts. Just as Yan Ming was thinking about explaining, the woman walked towards the bed very cooperatively and stepped down. Seeing that the woman believed in him so much, Yan Ming secretly scolded himself in his heart. Chapter 9. Yan Ming shook his head violently to sober himself up, and then walked to the bed, facing the woman. Under the gaze of the woman and the honey glass of Ganlo Temple, he took out a slender knife from his arms. Seeing the moment the knife was pulled out, the woman was stunned, and the honey glass of Ganlo Temple on the side was also stunned. "What are you doing here?" the woman who reacted asked with a look of horror. Seeing that the situation was not right, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple immediately pulled out the day wheel knife on her waist and flashed to Yan Ming's side, looked at him and said coldly, "What are you going to do?" As he spoke, an astonishing murderous aura erupted from the honey glass of the Ganlo Temple, covering the entire room. This posture seemed to tell Yan Ming that his knife, daring to advance a little in front of the woman, immediately killed him. Yan Ming felt the oppression in the air, and only paused, and then continued to move his hands like no one else. Seeing this, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple didn't say a word, and directly slashed at Yan Ming. A soft knife like a spirit snake struck at Yan Ming. Yan Ming's face was calm, and he dodged the attack sideways. At this moment, the woman on the bed shouted, "Stop! Miri!" And Miri of Ganlo Temple stopped her movements after hearing this. "Sir, are you okay?" Just now the woman saw Yan Ming's movements clearly. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but cut his own hand with a knife. At this time, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple also saw the wound on Yan Ming's hand, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing?" Yan Ming ignored their questions, but threw away the knife in his hand, walked quickly to the woman and urged, "Quick, open your mouth." The woman's face was shocked, and she couldn't figure out why Yan Ming was doing this. Seeing this, Yan Ming raised his voice and shouted, "Quick, listen to me, open your mouth." Finally, the woman closed her eyes and opened her mouth silently. Yan Ming then put his hand on the woman's mouth, letting his blood flow into the woman's mouth. Mi Li of Ganlo Temple on the side was stunned, although she didn't know what Yan Ming was doing, but she didn't dare to continue messing around when she saw Yan Ming's serious face. After all, her mother's life was at stake. Half a minute later, the wound on Yan Ming's hand healed automatically and stopped bleeding. "How do you feel?" Yan Ming asked, putting down his hand. The woman looked at her stomach and said, "I feel that there is something in my body." Yan Ming smiled, "Don't worry, it's good for your condition." Originally, Yan Ming planned to use the blood of the honey glass of Ganlo Temple to extend the woman's life, but because he forgot that there was no suitable exchange blood equipment and he himself was not sure whether the exchange blood was useful, so he gave up. And the reason why he used his own blood to give women to drink was the reason why he himself had 6 library immortal thieves. The 6 reservoir immortal thief given by the system is the supreme realm, which means that he can now convert the essence of heaven and earth into chi for use, and his blood also has an unexpected effect at this time. As for the effect, Yan Ming was not sure, but he felt that it would definitely help women. After all, Ruan Feng under one person used his own blood to bring Baron back to life. "Your hair!" Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple suddenly exclaimed. The woman looked at the hair scattered around her ears for some reason. I saw that in the faint light, the woman's hair slowly turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yan Ming was also stunned when he saw it. "I didn't expect my blood to take effect so quickly. And the effect is better than he imagined." This couldn't help but make Yan Ming glance at his hand and secretly said, "It seems that I have become a Tang monk." Ganlo Temple Mealy excitedly ran forward and hugged the woman, happily saying, "Great, Mom is fine." The woman also looked like she was crying with joy. "Yes, I'm fine, I'm fine." Yan Ming just stood aside and looked at the mother and daughter without speaking, and his face was full of joy. In a moment, the mother and daughter woke up from joy. The woman looked at Yan Ming and said, "Thank you, sir." And the woman sat on the bed and bowed to Yan Ming. Ganlo Temple Mi Li also pounced on Yan Ming with a happy face and said, thank you for saving my mother. Yan Ming's face was once again rubbed by the two soft balls on Ganlo Temple's honey glass's chest. Seeing this, the woman once again scolded her for honey glass. A sweet smile was on her face at this time, and she muttered as she got off Yan Ming's body. Oh, people are happy, she said, and reached out to rub Yan Ming's head. Yan Ming was stunned by her sudden move. Not because she touched her head, but a flash of spring on her chest. This can't help but make Yan Ming puzzled. Has this girl's dressing style always been so heroic? When the woman saw her treat Yan Ming like this, she immediately said in a slightly angry tone, honey glass in Ganlo Temple. Seeing that the woman was angry, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple didn't care at all, but stuck out her little tongue at the woman a little playfully. I'm sorry to make you laugh. And I'm really embarrassed just now. Let Mi Li be rough with you, the woman said apologetically. At this time, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple also realized something, and the original arrogant appearance disappeared, replaced by an apologetic face. I'm sorry, it was my fault just now, I shouldn't have done that to you, please forgive me. Yan Ming saw that the mother and daughter were very sincere, and he didn't have much to say himself, so he immediately changed the topic. Let me see how your situation is. As soon as the woman heard this, she knew that Yan Ming would not pursue it, so she immediately stretched out her hand and put it in front of Yan Ming. Yan Ming stepped forward and gave the woman a pulse. Well, it's a lot better. After a while, Yan Ming nodded after checking it, and then instructed to continue. However, you still have to pay a little attention to rest, don't do strenuous exercise, and the other is that you can bask in the sun, but not too much. Then, I'm prescribing you some conditioning medicine. The woman nodded. Okay, thank you. If the lady is fine, I'll go back to the pharmacy to grab some medicine for you and send it over. Yan Ming got up and said. Okay, thank you. Mi Li, send Mr. back to the pharmacy, and settle all the expenses. The woman looked at Mi Li of Ganlo Temple and asked. Ganlo Temple. Mi Li answered, and left the hotel with Yan Ming. On the way back to the pharmacy. Why can your blood heal? I've never seen a doctor like you who treats patients with blood. You know what? I also have a good friend, she is also a doctor, no matter how serious the injury is, she can heal, next time I will introduce you to each other. Ganlo Temple. Mi Li was chattering all the way, and there was no moment of silence. Yan Ming was beside her, expressionless, not knowing what she was thinking. Speak. Why don't you speak, are you still angry with me? Ganlo Temple. Mi Li suddenly raised her voice and said to Yan Ming. I'm listening, I'm not angry, Yan Ming said lightly. Chapter 10. Ganlo Temple's honey glass puffed up angrily, then why don't you look like you want to pay attention to me? I didn't, Yan Ming said. Then you talk to me. Let me feel that you are not angry with me. Yan Ming was silent for a moment, then turned his head to look at the other party and asked. Are you called Ganlo Temple? Mi Li? Yes, didn't I tell you just now? You really didn't listen to me, said Mi Li of Ganlo Temple a little angrily. Yan Ming asked again, then what kind of profession do you have? Me? I'm a bodyguard, a protector, Ganlo Temple. Mi Li replied with an unnatural expression. Listening to the other party's answer, Yan Ming smiled secretly in his heart. He knew that the other party was lying, but he had no intention of exposing it. At first, Yan Ming wanted to ask the other party directly about the Ghost Slayer team, but he felt that something was wrong. After all, the Ghost Slayer team was not an officially certified organization, and many ordinary people had never seen this organization. He didn't know how she would react if he pointed directly at someone's nose and asked about the Ghost Slayer team. Bodyguards? Can you, a weak girl, protect good people? Yan Ming pretended not to ask. Of course, don't underestimate me, I have a lot of strength," said Ganlo Temple Miri and waved her fist at the air in front of her. Yan Ming smiled. He knew this, and at the same time he knew that this girl was still very good at eating. Seeing Yan Ming laughing, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple thought that he didn't believe it, so he immediately shouted lightly, "If you don't believe it, you can ask my mother knows." I believe. Yan Ming put away his smile and nodded and said, "Humph, it's good to believe it." Mi Li of Ganlo Temple turned her head to the side a little angrily. After the two were silent for a while, Yan Ming suddenly turned his head to look at each other and asked, "Do you believe that there are ghosts in this world?" Hearing the ghost, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple was stunned. "My adoptive father and adoptive mother were killed by ghosts." Yan Ming turned his gaze forward again, and continued with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "They raised me for 15 years, and although they were not related by blood, they treated me as if I were my own. After they died, I dreamed almost every night, dreaming of the image of them being killed. I said at their grave that I would make them pay." At this time, Yan Ming turned his eyes to the honey glass of Ganlo Temple. "Actually, I know your clothes, this is worn by the ghost-killing team." Yan Ming said so bluntly, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple couldn't hear it. She was a fool. "Hehe, I'm really not a bodyguard, I'm sorry, I lied to you," Ganlo Temple Mi Li said a little embarrassed. Then she hurriedly explained, "But I didn't mean it, it was the Lord who asked me to say this, and I lied to you just to prevent you from getting involved. The ghost-killing team has rules and can't involve innocent people," said Ganlo Temple Mi Li desperately apologized to Yan Ming. Yan Ming couldn't help but feel funny when he looked at her like this. It's so much fun to tease this chick. How can you say that the other party is also a pillar? Why is it so cute? Then Yan Ming looked at the other party with his hands on his chest and said, "It's okay if you want me to forgive you, but you have to do me a favor." You say, as long as I can do it, I will agree. It's really not good, I can go on a blind date with you." Ganlo Temple Mi Li said, and she was a little incoherent. Yan Ming froze when he heard the back. Realizing that what she said was wrong, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple immediately explained with a red face. No, I promised you whatever you said. No, it's me who did it." Seeing that the other party was about to cry, Yan Ming immediately said, Okay, I know what you mean, I don't need to explain. Thank you." Ganlo Temple Mi Li said with a red face. Yan Ming looked at this girl and said secretly in his heart, "This girl looks very innocent, and if she is her opponent, she will definitely underestimate the enemy." Then I said the conditions. Yan Ming is colored. "Okay, you say. Ganlo Temple Miri looked at Yan Ming with wide eyes and a serious expression. "It's very simple, just give me a place to participate in the selection of the ghost-killing team." Yan Ming's face was serious, without a hint of joking. "Hey!" Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple was shocked. Why do you want to join the Ghost Slayer team? The missions of the Ghost Slayer team are very dangerous, and you..." Yan Ming seemed to know what she was going to say, and immediately interrupted the other party. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Ganlo Temple Miri was stunned for a moment, and asked tentatively, "Are you for your relatives?" Yan Ming didn't speak, but his eyes said it all, he was for the uncle and aunt. "But you know what? The selection of the ghost-killing team will kill a lot of people, this is not a joke," reminded Miri of Ganlo Temple. "I know," Yan Ming said in a calm tone. He naturally knew, but so what, compared to the death of the uncle and aunt? Those were insignificant. He's going to let the devils know that they're killing people they shouldn't have killed. Let them know that he can't move. Ganlo Temple Mi Li looked at the immature young man in front of her, and for some reason, she saw a momentum from him that did not match him. She had never seen this momentum before, and it made people feel reassured, as if someone was telling her that as long as I was there, I would never put you in danger. Looking at it, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple couldn't help but blush. Yan Ming was staring at the girl in front of him at this time, waiting for her to give her an answer. But in the end, what was waiting for was the girl's inexplicable shyness. This couldn't help but make him scratch his head. What happened to the other party? Is it spring again? Why don't you say it to yourself? Forget it, it doesn't matter, what matters is why you haven't given me an answer yet. Lao Tzu didn't come to see you. In the end, Yan Ming couldn't help but cough lightly a few times to remind the girl. Ah, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else just now, can you say that again? Yan Ming. Anyway, what I just said is in vain. Give me a chance to participate in the selection of the Ghost Slayer team. Even though there were 10,000 alpacas running wild in his heart, Yan Ming was still polite, serious, respectful, and asked again in a calm tone. Is it easy for a big man to say something emotional? Is it easy? Not easy, okay. Okay, since you want to join the Ghost Slayer team so much, then I'll help you, said Miri of Ganlo Temple with her head down. After hearing this, Yan Ming was ecstatic in his heart, but he didn't show it, and asked calmly. And how are you going to help me? Ganlo Temple Miri looked at Yan Ming and thought for a moment and said, well, this matter is not difficult, I will ask Mr. Xingjulan to take you as an apprentice and ask him to recommend you to go. Xingjulan? Is it the Pillar of Flames? Memories of past lives flooded back. Yan Ming knows him, the first pillar to die in the original anime. The death was very tragic, and when he died, he saw a lot of people crying. Chapter 11. Can he help me? Yan Ming was puzzled. Is it so easy to get into the selection mechanism of the Demon Slayer? In fact, it's so easy, the quality of the Ghost Slayer team's strength is getting worse and worse, and it has something to do with this. The threshold for selection is getting lower and lower, because not all people are willing to risk their lives to kill ghosts. Of course, except for Yan Ming, there is hatred and system, so he naturally wants to kill ghosts. Yes, I'm the stepson of Master Kyojuro, I was trained by him, with what I know about him, he will definitely help with this. After all, like you, there are not many people who dare to take the initiative to join the ghost-killing team so much, said Ganlo Temple Miri blushing again. Yan Ming didn't notice her abnormality in the slightest, but fell into deep thought. If you want me to worship him as a teacher, that's okay, after all, no matter how you say that people are also pillars, it's not too much of a loss. Yan Ming, who had thought about it, immediately said, okay, as long as he can let me have a place to participate in the selection of the ghost-killing team, I will worship him as a teacher. Seeing that the honey glass of Ganlo Temple on the side did not speak, Yan Ming turned his head to look at him suspiciously. I saw that the other party was lowering his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Yan Ming thought that the other party was not feeling well, so he raised his hand and patted her and asked, are you okay, are you feeling unwell? The moment she was touched by Yan Ming, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple seemed to be seeing a ghost, and suddenly flashed to the side, while lowering her head and whispering something in her mouth. Yan Ming was even more puzzled, and leaned over to understand. Finally, he heard something that left him speechless. No, 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 I can't marry you, we can't be so fast, we have to wait until you're a little older. Is this sentence, which is repeated in the mouth of the honey glass of Ganlo Temple. What's the matter? Yan Ming said suddenly in her ear. Ah! Mi Li of Ganlo Temple woke up immediately when she heard the voice, and then instinctively reacted and stretched out her hand to push. Yan Ming, who was standing beside her, didn't react yet, and was instantly pushed several meters away by an incredible force. As soon as the screen turned, Yan Ming and Ganlo Temple Mealy returned to the front of the pharmacy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ganlo Temple Miri clasped her hands together, trying to ask for Yan Ming's forgiveness. Yan Ming touched the blood stains on his head, and said secretly in his heart. You didn't mean it, you did it on purpose, I saved your mother anyway, How can I be grateful that my method is to let me take off on the spot? Okay, I know, you apologized all the way, go in and rest for a while," said Yan Ming, pushed open the door and invited her in. "Hee, I know you're the best," Mary of Ganlo Temple grinned and walked in. Yan Ming shook his head and muttered in a low voice, "I've only known each other for less than half a day, and you know that I'm the best." "I'm back," Yan Ming shouted as he entered the pharmacy. "Are you back so soon? So what's the patient's condition, why don't you come?" The old man was still looking down to sort out the prescription in his hand, and he didn't notice the honey glass of Ganlo Temple walking in. "Hello, I'm the daughter of the patient you mentioned," said Mi Li of Ganlo Temple, who quietly came to the old man's side. "Ouch, scare the old man," said the old man, rubbing his heart. "Don't scare him." Yan Ming walked over with a few cups of tea and handed them to the old man and the honey glass of Ganlo Temple. "Hee, I'm sorry Grandpa." Ganlo Temple Mi Li unceremoniously found a place and sat down. The old man was obviously frightened just now, and he didn't hear the words of the honey glass of Ganlo Temple, so he asked again, "Who are you?" Ganlo Temple Mi Li was just about to open her mouth to say, Yan Ming on the side immediately replied, "She is the daughter of the patient yesterday, now come here to get some medicine and go back to her mother to recuperate." "You cured her?" The old man was a little surprised. Speaking of her mother's illness, the honey glass of Ganlo Temple said happily, "It's cured, use Yan Ming's." Mi Li of Ganlo Temple looked at Yan Ming with a pair of big eyes for a moment, and then understood what he meant, and then changed his words, "I used Yan Ming's method to cure it, his method is amazing." "Oh, really? Then this is a miracle. That method really works." "No, I'm going to write that method into my book." "Oh, by the way, Yan Ming, tell me how you do it." The old man was shocked, and he didn't forget to record the matter in his medical book. Yan Ming knew that the old man's method was different from his own, so he thought of using an excuse to interrupt the old man. "Don't be busy, there are still guests here, let's entertain the guests first." After the old man noticed the honey glass of Ganlo Temple on the side, he nodded and said, "Oh, okay, you see what medicine the little girl wants, you can catch it, remember to tell me when you are done, do you know?" Yan Ming ignored the old man and walked to the medicine cabinet to look for herbs. But after a while, a bag of herbs was placed in front of the honey glass of Ganlo Temple. "This is for Madam, 1 dose a day, I have divided it all, let Madam take it on time, if you have any discomfort, you can come to the pharmacy to find me." Yan Ming handed a written note to the other party. "Well, I see," Mary of Ganlo Temple took the note, nodded and asked again, "Aren't you going to audition, though? Can I find you at the pharmacy?" Yan Ming said, "If you are in a hurry, you can go directly to Wisteria Mountain to find me, if you are not in a hurry, just wait for me to come back." "Okay, thank you, you have done so much for my mother, I don't know how to thank you." Ganlo Temple Mi Li stared at Yan Ming and said. Yan Ming was sorting things out in his hand at this time, and he didn't listen to her words carefully, but said casually, "You're welcome, it's all what I should do, as long as you don't forget my business." "Okay, people know, people will do it." Seeing that Yan Ming was busy, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple didn't continue to say anything, picked up the medicine, put some money in front of the cabinet and left. After finishing the work in his hand, Yan Ming glanced at the old man who was busy, and began to think about how to tell the old man about going to Wisteria Mountain for selection. If you tell the old man the truth directly, and don't say that he doesn't believe in ghosts, it will be a problem to let him go. Forget it, lie to him again. After the last thought, Yan Ming still planned to use white lies to keep the old man unaware. "Xiao Ming, how are you done? When you're done, come over here." The old man took out a small notebook from a drawer, as if intending to write something down. "I'm done," Yan Ming replied and walked over. The old man patted the stool next to him and motioned for Yan Ming to sit down. After Yan Ming sat down, the old man asked, Did you really exchange blood for that patient? How do you do that? Chapter 12. Yan Ming looked at the old man, stopped talking, and closed it again as soon as he opened his mouth. He really couldn't bear to lie to the old man again. After all, he was so old, and he had to be deceived by himself, which really made Yan Ming feel unbearable. What's wrong with you? Is there something difficult to do? The old man seemed to see that Yan Ming had something in his heart and asked about it. I'll discuss something with you. Yan Ming finally reassured himself and said to the old man seriously. The old man looked Yan Ming up and down and said, You say. I don't see that there are many medicinal materials in our store, shouldn't we take a little bit? Yan Ming said. That's it? The old man asked. Yan Ming nodded. The old man suddenly said angrily, What do I think is the matter? It's like life and death, haven't I always asked you to do these things? Why do you want to ask me? Just decide for yourself. After speaking, the old man turned his head and opened his notebook, wanting to ask Yan Ming something else. I'm going to go to Tokyo City to collect it. Yan Ming's eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to look at the old man's eyes. The old man wondered, Why do you go so far? It takes at least 10 days and a half to go back and forth to Tokyo City, and it hasn't been very smooth lately, so I don't know what dangers I will encounter on the way. I heard that there are a lot of countrymen who go there to sell medicinal herbs, so I want to go and see it, and I haven't been out of the town yet. I want to see what the outside world is like. Yan Ming finished speaking, and he admired himself a little. These words were all played by him on the spot, and he didn't make any drafts. Looks like I'm a good liar. The old man seemed to feel that it made sense when he heard it, and after pondering for a while, he said, Yes, it's just that you are still young. If you go, you have to go with the adults. Hearing the old man agree, Yan Ming suddenly smiled, and nodded again and again in agreement. Then I'll go and prepare now, and I'll leave in a few days. Yan Ming ran to the pharmacy as soon as he finished speaking. Hey, you boy, I have something to ask you, the old man shouted. 3 days later. A horse-drawn carriage was parked in front of the pharmacy. There were also several big men sitting in the carriage. Yan Ming also sat in the carriage and looked at the letter in his hand. Yesterday, he received a letter from the Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple as scheduled. The letter said that she had obtained Kyojuro's consent to take him as an apprentice and let him go to Wisteria Mountain to participate in the selection of the Ghost Slayer team. In the end, the Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple drew a big love heart at the end of the letter. Yan Ming was a little puzzled after seeing it. What is this little girl doing with such a big heart? Is it a code? Forget it, maybe it's just a blind drawing. Yan Ming took the letter into his arms and ignored it. Are you ready? The old man walked out of the pharmacy. Ready, Yan Ming responded. Let's go when you're ready, go early and come back early, the old man said, looking at the big man on the side. The big man answered and drove the carriage out of the pharmacy. The carriage drove slowly out of town. When he reached a dense forest, Yan Ming shouted to stop the carriage and said to the big man in the carriage. Thank you, said Yan Ming, took out some coins from his arms and handed them to the big man on the side. Dahan took the coin and wondered, why did you lie to him? Yan Ming didn't pay much attention to the big man, and left with his package after a few perfunctory words. On the way, Yan Ming looked at the charming scenery of the pass, and felt some emotion in his heart. It's a shame that I've been here for 15 years and haven't seen the outside world. While admiring and hurrying away, Yan Ming came to the door of a farmer's house. Hello, how do I get to Wisteria Mountain? Yan Ming asked the old woman in front of him very politely. The old woman said, Wisteria Mountain? It's far away, are you going? Yan Ming nodded. In that direction, you have to cross 2 mountains and a village to get there. The old woman said, pointing Yan Ming in a direction. Yan Ming thanked him and then planned to continue his journey. The old woman reminded, Hey, young man, people have been missing in the mountains lately, you should be careful. Okay, got it, thank you. After speaking, Yan Ming walked in that direction. After trekking all the way, Yan Ming finally climbed over a big mountain, but the sky also darkened. Looks like it's time to take a break, Yan Ming muttered to himself. At this time, Yan Ming hadn't eaten for a day, but he was still full of energy, but because it was too dark to see the road clearly, and there was no moonlight, he planned to find a place to rest first, and then continue to hurry after dawn. Here, Yan Ming had to sigh at the power of the LIUKU immortal thief. He didn't feel tired after walking for a day, and he didn't even feel hungry, as if he could be full just by absorbing air. After walking for a while, Yan Ming saw a temple at the foot of the mountain, and then thought about spending the night there first. But before he could walk in, he suddenly heard the sound of a fight coming from inside. Immediately, as a warm-hearted person, he immediately pushed open the door and ran in. He hadn't taken a few steps before he stopped. I saw that in the courtyard of the temple, a young man who was a little younger than Yan Ming was being beaten by a tall and fierce-looking ghost. Not far away, a girl in a pink kimono was standing still looking at something in the room, not noticing the boy who was being beaten. It's them. When Yan Ming saw the scene in front of him, the memories of his previous life immediately came flooding back. Isn't this the Stove brothers and sisters in the original book? How did they end up here? Has the plot developed to this point? Didn't have time to think about it, Yan Ming immediately took the lead in activating the chi in his body, and suddenly a light blue chi covered his body. No, Yan Ming flashed in front of the ghost and kicked it in the chest. Boom! Under the action of the huge force, the ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he even had time to scream, he flew several meters and smashed straight into the wall, and he couldn't buckle it. The sudden roar of fire caused the brothers and sisters of the stove to look at him with shocked eyes. After all, at this time, Yan Ming's whole body was bubbling with blue chi, and no matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like a normal person. Arnold, who are you? Tanjiro asked with a harmless expression. Yan Ming ignored them, and continued to focus on the ghost's body. In Yan Ming's memory, there was indeed a ghost that appeared in the temple. What should that ghost be called? It's been too long, and he can't remember it clearly. Forget it, whatever the hell he is, as long as he moves under my Yan Ming's nose, he will die. Then, without saying a word, Yan Ming passed by Tanjiro and walked straight towards the Buddhist ghost. He knew that this thing was not so easy to die for, and thought about going into the point to prevent him from running. The stinky boy from there, he still has a lot of strength, said the Buddha Hall ghost with a hoarse voice staring at Yan Ming viciously. The Buddha Hall ghost had just been kicked in the chest by Yan Ming, and was slowly recovering at this time. I don't know if I will. If I eat you. Boom. Poof. Chapter 13. Seeing that the other party was going to continue to talk nonsense, Yan Ming couldn't wait, so he kicked it directly. The head of the Buddha Hall ghost was kicked off in an instant, and the stone wall behind him cracked directly, making a dull sound. Yan Ming's eyes looked coldly at the falling head and said, "It's a lot of nonsense, I still give you time to recover your body." The brothers and sisters on the side of the stove were stunned. They didn't expect Yan Ming to be so ruthless, and he would cut off someone's head with one kick. I don't know if it's the ghost's fragile neck or Yan Ming's strength. You stinky boy actually dare to do this to me, you wait, see if I don't kill you. Said that the headless body of the Buddha Hall ghost moved, and smashed it towards Yan Ming with a fist. The head that fell to the ground suddenly stretched out a pair of hands and crawled towards Yan Ming. Yan Ming glanced sideways at the headless body behind him, frowned slightly, and said, "It's disgusting, don't get my hands dirty." After speaking, Yan Ming kicked out with a sideways kick, directly kicking the headless body out of the temple gate. Then Yan Ming stomped on his head that was about to attack him. Looking at the ghost head of the Buddha Hall that was constantly struggling, Yan Ming was in trouble for a while. This thing can't be killed without a Japanese wheel knife. And it's only 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's still some time before the sun rises. During this time, although he could easily suppress him, it was so boring that it was better to kill him directly. Then he seemed to remember something, and looked at the stove brothers and sisters not far away and said, "Hey, the one with the head iron, come here." Tanjiro heard the word head iron, paused, and pointed to himself again and asked, "Do you mean me?" Yanming nodded. Tanjiro immediately ran over, looking at Yanming's blue chi. He asked a little stiffly, "Is there anything you need my help with?" "Hang this thing with a rope," Yanming said, looking at the eaves outside the house. The ghost head was still struggling at this time, shouting, "You stinky boy, I'm going to eat, dig out your heart, liver, spleen, back and kidneys and eat it." Tanjiro took the head of the Buddha hall with some fear. After letting the other party take the ghost head, Yanming walked out of the door to deal with the body of the demon in the Buddhist hall, while comforting the other party, "Don't worry, just be careful with his hair and hands, if you don't obey, just put it on the ground and give him 2 feet. Tanjiro nodded. Yanming looked at the body of the Buddha hall ghost who was kicked and ran back, and kicked him again. This kick didn't use much force, just kicked him to the ground. Also took advantage of this moment, Yanming stepped on his body and made him unable to move. Then Yanming turned his head and glanced at the ghost head who was being hung up by the brothers and sisters of the stove door and said, "Let's hang it, let's leave." Tanjiro, who is a great benevolent person, was not happy when he heard it, and immediately replied, "No, let's go with you, this ghost doesn't look very easy to deal with." "Whatever you want," Yanming said casually, ignoring them. The 2 siblings and Yanming stayed quietly in the temple courtyard. A few hours later, Tanjiro timidly asked, "Well, why are we guarding him all the time?" Yanming shook his head and said secretly, "I don't know, you're still guarding here." Sure enough, it's Tanjiro, simple enough. Just when Yanming was about to give the other party a popular science ghost to kill with sunlight, a white-haired man wearing a Tengu mask walks in from outside the temple gate. Yanming and Tanjiro looked at each other. It's him. Sure enough, it came. After Scales walked in recently, he glanced at the courtyard, and finally stopped at Yanming. Not because of anything else, just because the chi on Yanming's body is too conspicuous, and it is impossible to turn a blind eye if you want to. Seeing that the other party had been staring at him, Yanming frowned slightly. "What's going on? I've never seen a handsome guy kill a ghost. And why don't you hurry up and take your Nikiran knife to cut the ghost? What kind of force is it to pretend?" At this moment, the sun slowly rose, and the faint sunlight shone directly on the earth. The ghost of the temple hung on the eaves kept screaming and wailing, and his body was frantically struggling to escape from here. Seeing this, Yanming raised his leg and threw a knee blow at the ghost below him. The headless ghost under Bang was not moving, and the floor was smashed to pieces by Yanming's attack. The scales on the side are close to the second. As the sun gradually shone down on the temple, the Buddhist ghost on the eaves let out a last roar and turned into ashes. Ding! Kill the low-level ghost and get 5 points. Complete the extra task to kill the first ghost and get 20 points. Total points 25 points. The total points of the current points exceed 20 points, whether to conduct a lottery. Post an extra task, kill the first high-level ghost and get 5 points. I hear the system's prompt sound ringing in my head. Yanming was slightly stunned. It's been more than 10 chapters, and I only completed the first task to get points. I guess it's a little too stretched. Coming back to his senses, Yanming disbanded Chi and picked up his package to leave, without looking at the others, including Scales left and Jinji. And Tanjiro looked at all this in a daze, and understood why Yanming wanted to trap the Buddha hall ghost here. "Wait!" Scales turned his head and shouted to stop the roar. Yanming stopped his steps and didn't look back. Is there something wrong? He didn't understand what the other party was trying to do. Does this old boy also want to take himself as an apprentice? Whose stepson are you? Scales asked recently. Yan Ming's attack method had never been seen before, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious about this young man. Clean up the people in the temple. Yan Ming didn't answer his question, and left after pretending to leave a sentence. Tanjiro on the side wanted to go to Yan Ming, who had just saved himself, and immediately shouted at Yan Ming, who had already gone. Away, thank you, angry big brother, don't shout, it's already far away. Scales retracted his gaze recently, and then asked again. Do you know him? Tanjiro shook his head. I don't know, he appeared suddenly, this person's existence doesn't smell at all, and it's very powerful. That ghost is like a toy in his hands, and he hits it back and forth. Scales were puzzled when he heard this, and looked in the direction where Yan Ming left again. When did there ever be such a strong man in the world? Outside the temple, Yan Ming heard Tanjiro call him, and he was amused. There's something wrong with this man. That's how I was described as such. Forget it, you can call it however you want, and we will definitely meet again in the future. Next, Yan Ming continued to rush in the direction of Wisteria Mountain. After another day and a night of trekking, I finally came to the legendary Wisteria Mountain. Looking at the wisteria flowers all over the mountain, Yan Ming fell into deep thought. There are so many wisteria flowers, it's a shame to keep them here. If you can put it to good use, you might be able to kill more ghosts. Next, a sneaky figure on Wisteria Mountain kept wandering the mountain. It wasn't until someone passed by and saw his strange behavior that he wouldn't stop. Seeing someone pointing at him, Yan Ming greeted angrily, What do you see? I haven't seen a pretty boy. As he said, Yan Ming stepped a bag full of wisteria flowers behind him and continued to walk up the mountain. After walking for a while, Yan Ming finally came to the location mentioned in the letter. Chapter 14. Seeing Yan Ming's appearance, the people who came from the mountain to participate in the selection of the ghost-killing team cast their eyes on him. There are doubts, there are ridicule, there are disdain, all kinds of eyes. Who recommended this kid? Why don't you even have a knife? Is it too poor to afford it? Haha. I saw him on the way here just now. I saw that he had been picking wisteria flowers there. It seems that he was planning to spend the selection with wisteria flowers. Ha ha ha. It seems that the ghost-killing team is really in decline, and any cat and dog can come to participate in the audition. Hey! Yan Ming was standing among them, and it was difficult to hear their words. But Yan Ming ignored them, and stood quietly in place and waited, letting them speak. However, after being reminded by them, Yan Ming realized that he really didn't seem to have a knife. I don't know if they have a rule to bring a knife to participate. I don't know if they can borrow me first. Yan Ming looked at the two children not far in front of him. Just as they were about to ask, the two children spoke. Thank you for coming to participate in this Ghost Slayer audition. Next, please allow me to introduce the rules to you here. The rules are not complicated, you only need to survive in the area ahead for 7 days. The two children on the stage were talking, and Yan Ming deserted below. He stared blankly ahead, recalling the state of the place. This place is a must for all members of the Demon Slayer squad. Joining the Demon Slayer is conditional on spending 7 days here. There are all kinds of ghosts inside, all of which were captured by the ancestors of the ghost-killing team. The strength is not very strong. But Yan Ming knew it wasn't like that. Because in addition to those ghosts with average strength, there are also some ghosts with strong strength. These ghosts, Yan Ming felt that the Ghost Slayer knew about their existence, but this was all to improve the quality of the Ghost Slayer team to keep them alive. Good luck with all of you, let's get started. The two children said before announcing the start. There were a total of 21 participants, and they all walked inside one after another. Yan Ming stood in the middle of the crowd at this time and asked, I don't have a knife, can I go in? As soon as these words came out, the 20 people immediately burst into laughter. Boy, go back, you will be a dead end. If you go and there is no knife, you just take your wisteria flowers and go in and beat them. Do you think he is stupid? I don't even know this bit of common sense, how dare he come? Without a knife, this guy will die if he goes in, they will definitely not let him in, just see him eliminated. Seeing that they didn't mention the issue of bringing knives, Yan Ming didn't plan to ask again, but thought that if he passed for 7 days, what would he do if people didn't pass because they didn't have a knife? As for the cynicism of those 20 people, Yan Ming still chose to ignore it. He only hopes now that he won't be eliminated because he doesn't have a knife. The 2 children looked indifferent, took out a list from their arms, looked at it, and said, "You can go in or not." Hearing the words of the 2 children, the people who were laughing at the scene were stunned. What do you mean? Will this selection be opened by his family? If you want to enter, if you don't want to enter, you won't enter? Thank you. Yan Ming nodded, and then handed the package behind him to the 2 children. Can you take a look at it for me? The 20 were stunned again. This kid really helped himself to be his own family, and asked the family to help you look at the bag. And the contents of this bag are wisteria flowers. You don't have a knife, or at least a little bit of a ghost thing that doesn't dare to approach you. Yes, one of the 2 children took the bag. The other child said, "You don't have a knife, you can bring the wisteria flowers." Yan Ming shook his head and began to move his muscles and bones. "No, just let me in," Yan Ming said, and walked in on his own, completely ignoring the other people's glances at him. "What kind of big-tailed wolf are you kidding? People have let you bring it, you still pretend to be a fork or not, and I don't know how you will die later." For Yan Ming, relying on the quota given by Yan Zhu was already cheating, and it would be a bit too shameful to bring wisteria flowers in. Yan Ming walked ahead of them and wanted to give them a lead. But after a while, they were gone, and it seemed that they all had their own ideas, and no one thought that they would be able to survive behind Yan Ming. "It seems that everyone has their own play," Yan Ming said with a glance behind him. "Forget it, it doesn't matter, it's time for me to play my own," said Yan Ming, walking slowly forward. After walking for a while, Yan Ming noticed that the fog here was getting heavier and heavier. Just then, a scream came from the other side. After Yan Ming heard this, a trace of excitement appeared on his originally expressionless face. "Here!" He then ran like a gust of wind towards the location of the sound. In less than a moment, he arrived at the scene of the crime. I saw that at this time, a young man of the same age as Yan Ming on the flat ground in front of him was fighting with a little ghost with his tongue sticking out his mouth. The 2 fought back and forth at first, until finally the boy began to fall into disadvantage due to lack of physical strength. Zhang! In less than 2 rounds, the little ghost grabbed the gap and knocked out the knife in the boy's hand. The young man who had no knife instantly lost the courage to fight again, and fled in a hurry with fear on his face. The little ghost stuck out his tongue and chased after the boy like a poisonous snake. Yan Ming watched the whole process on the sidelines, and couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, "This cultivator trained a real vegetable." The knife was knocked away, and he wouldn't pick it up, but he wanted to escape. "Forget it, who let you meet me, it's okay anyway, just save it." After speaking, Yan Ming beat the chi in his body and chased after the little ghost. Soon, Yan Ming caught up with the little ghost, and at the same time, the little ghost also caught up with the boy who had escaped. The boy shouted, "Help! Who will save me? Save me!" Hearing the boy so spineless, Yan Ming couldn't help frowning. "What the hell? Look at your bear-like appearance, you're scared. Aren't you going to die?" It's a big deal, 18 years later, he is a good man again. At this time, some of the people who came to participate in the audition were hiding in the shadows and shivering at the teenager who called for help. It's over, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, who's going to save me?" Just when the boy who called for help was about to be caught by the imp, Yan Ming quickened his pace and chased after him, and when he didn't miss long, he immediately jumped on the spot and jumped into the air. Then he landed and kicked at a little ghost. Ah! Just as the little ghost touched the boy, Yan Ming kicked the little ghost's face to the ground, allowing them to have an intimate contact. The young man turned his head suddenly, just in time to see a blue breath bubbling from Yan Ming's body, trampling the little ghost to the ground like a god. The boy was shocked. It was this person who saved him. This person who he thought would die if he participated in the audition actually saved him? Where did you come from, stinky boy? Dare to spoil Uncle Ben's good deeds? The little ghost at Yan Ming's feet roared over and over again while struggling. Chapter 15. Yan Ming glanced at the little ghost, and he was not used to him, so he raised his leg with a kick. Ah! Seeing that the little ghost's body was still moving, Yan Ming trampled him into the ground again. This scene seemed to stun the teenager not far away. You, he stammered as he pointed at Yan Ming, as if he was frightened. Yan Ming glanced up at him, and said in a calm tone, "Is your knife a Readaloud knife? If yes, just lend me a little. Ghosts can't be killed, except for the Hinakara knife, sunlight, and wisteria flowers. It's night, and it's midnight, and Yan Ming doesn't have wisteria flowers, and he doesn't have a Japanese wheel knife, so he can only borrow it from the young man in front of him." The boy hadn't recovered at this time, and he was still stunned. "Hey!" Yan Ming shouted as he raised his voice. "Ah! Then you can go back and use it for me," Yan Ming said, glancing at the little ghost under him. Okay, I'll go." The boy nodded and immediately ran in the direction he had just got. After a while, he took the knife again and ran back. Yan Ming took the knife and slashed at the little ghost's head without hesitation. The imp screamed, turned to ashes, and disappeared in place. Ding! Kill a low-level ghost and get 5 points. Total points 30 points. Now the total points are more than 20 points. Do you want to conduct a lottery? Another 5 points. Yan Ming is numb. Is it a problem with the system, or is there a problem with the ghost here? Give so little. Forget it, 5 points are 5 points, there are still a lot of ghosts on the mountain. Let's add up to a lot. Then Yan Ming threw the knife to the boy again, and was about to leave. The young man took the knife, looked at it for a while, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Yan Ming's back and said, "Well, can I act with you? I'll lend it to you." At this moment, the people hiding in the shadows came out, took out their knives one after another, handed them to Yan Ming with both hands, and said very respectfully, "Big brother, my knife is for you to use, you let me stay by your side." No, his broken knife is dull, you still use mine." Your knife is not much better, big brother, you still use mine, my knife is good." Yan Ming was startled by the sudden arrival of several people. He never thought that the hiding skills of these people were so powerful, so that he didn't notice it at all. Sure enough, these guys are better suited to escape. Yan Ming saw that they were arguing endlessly, so he simply left here silently. Seeing this, several people thought that Yan Ming had acquiesced to their following, and immediately followed. "Big brother, it was this kid who said bad things about you just now, don't let him follow, let him fend for himself." You also said it." The few people who followed the road were still arguing, and they quarreled like this for no reason. Wisteria Mountain's annual pass rate for the selection of the ghost-killing team is 1/4, and sometimes less than 1/4. Even more than 1/4 is because those people are mixed up, and these people usually follow a strong person, from the beginning to the end. This is not alarmist, this is how the rabbit was back then, exchanging himself for all people to pass the selection. For the person who was arguing at this time, Yan Ming was the powerful one. As long as you hold your thighs, you can easily get through these 7 days. Seeing that they were arguing with Yu Lai, Yan Ming finally couldn't bear it anymore and glanced back at them, and said coldly, "Shut up." And the few people who were arguing immediately shut up, and they all showed a very well-behaved appearance, for fear that Yan Ming would drop them down and feed them to the ghosts. Yan Ming withdrew his gaze and continued to walk ahead. For Yan Ming, although he doesn't really agree with people who hug their thighs, as a doctor, it is not his style to see death and not save him. After that, Yan Ming took a few people to spend 6 days here, and during these days, Yan Ming kept hunting ghosts everywhere, seeing one and killing another. The system points were accumulated from the original 30 points to a full 100 points. Yan Ming closed his eyes slightly, and smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the points in his mind. The dozen or so people not far away saw Yan Ming's smile, but they felt extremely terrifying. In the past 6 days, Yan Ming's team has grown. Originally, there were only a few people who followed him, but in the process of ghost hunting, he would meet some people who came to participate from time to time. After they saw Yan Ming's terrifying ghost hunting technique, they were deeply impressed and asked Yan Ming to form a team to hug their thighs. Yan Ming didn't say anything, and the right to acquiesce. These days, the people who came in to participate in the audition have changed from being happy to hug their thighs to shivering when they see Yan Ming. For nothing else, they saw how Yan Ming tore the devil with his bare hands, and stepped on the devil's head to kick it as a ball. They were afraid that Yan Ming would not use the same methods as the devils to deal with them. After all, 6 days ago, they could have sneered at him in front of Yan Ming. If this upsets him, then they... Hey, let's go! Yan Ming said to a dozen people not far away after looking at the situation of the system. This scream almost scared more than a dozen people into running away on the spot. Alas, yes, this is coming. A team of more than a dozen people, like children who have made a mistake, obediently followed behind Yan Ming. Yan Ming was in a good mood at this time, and couldn't help but turn his head and ask the people who followed behind him, "Hey, have you heard who the strongest ghost here is?" The crowd behind him shook their heads, but there were still people in the crowd muttering quietly, "Isn't the strongest ghost here you?" They had never seen someone like Yan Ming before, and it was clear that the rules said that it would be good to let him live here for 7 days. But instead of hiding from those ghosts, he hunted them down everywhere. This also caused the little ghost here to turn around and run when he saw Yan Ming, as if he saw a plague god. "It's strange, why are these ghosts gone recently? Are there too many of us?" Yan Ming looked around and wondered. The crowd behind him listened. Yan Ming retracted his gaze and said, "Forget it, that's it, I'll leave tomorrow." After speaking, Yan Ming glanced behind him again. At this time, there were a total of 17 people behind him, and there were still 3 people left, and they were full of people who had been selected for selection. Yan Ming didn't know what happened to them. Maybe they were eaten by ghosts, or they might have escaped. It doesn't matter, people who want to join the Ghost Slayer team will inevitably have such problems, so let them go. At this moment, a voice came from the direction in front of Yan Ming. "Haha, I've finally met you, it's really easy for me to find." The voice was still some distance away from them, and it didn't sound like it was coming at them. Chapter 16. Yan Ming's face was excited when he heard the voice, and from the strange voice, he could tell that it was not a human voice. If it's not a human, it's a ghost. Immediately, Yan Ming ignored the people behind him, activated Qi, and ran in the direction where the sound came. Seeing this, the dozen or so people immediately followed Yan Ming. But after a while, Yan Ming found the ghost. I saw that the ghost was fat, and his whole body was composed of countless hands, and one hand was still holding a person. The people beside him looked frightened, as if they had been frightened by the ghost in front of them and forgot to flee. Seeing that the man was about to be eaten, Yan Ming immediately recited the golden light spell in his mouth. Immediately after that, Yan Ming's whole body was covered with golden light, and he rushed towards the ghost without saying a word. The ghost found the rushing Yan Ming, threw away the person in his hand, and immediately grew a hand from his body and grabbed Yan Ming. Yan Ming confidently stretched out a hand and smashed it towards that hand with a clenched fist. Boom! One hand smashed into one fist and made a dull sound. Seeing that the attack didn't work, Yan Ming mobilized his body again, jumped towards the ghost, and wanted to attack from the air, kicking the ugly monster's head off. But contrary to his wishes, the strength of this ghost was obviously much stronger than the ghost he had encountered before. I saw that the ghost didn't panic at all, and more than a dozen hands grew out of his body to attack Yan Ming, and the speed was so fast that he came to Yan Ming in the blink of an eye. Yan Ming didn't have any advantage in mid-air, so he could only passively gather the golden light in front of him to block. Zheng zheng zheng. More than a dozen hands all smashed into Yan Ming's golden light, and under the action of inertia, Yan Ming flew out several meters and smashed into the big tree behind him. At this time, the dozen or so people who hurried over saw this scene and trembled with fright, and some even ran away directly. Haha, what a novel move! What's your name, boy? The ghost dragged his bulky body towards Yan Ming. Yan Ming ignored him, looking at the golden dimness on his body. He was a little surprised. This ghost is really powerful. Actually broke his golden light. Then Yan Ming turned his gaze to the ghost that was walking towards him. After looking at it for a while, Yan Ming found that this seemed to be a little familiar. Wait, isn't this the ghost who killed the rabbit and the real mushroom? It seems to be called a hand ghost, or a thousand-armed ghost. Don't be stunned, run away. The people on the side who hadn't escaped shouted at Yan Ming. Run! How could Yan Ming see a ghost and run? Yan Ming knew that his strength was inferior to the other party at this time, so he immediately thought of the system. He's managed to save 100 points. You don't have to wait for a while. System. Upgrade the Golden Light Mantra. Ding! Upgrade the Golden Light Mantra consumes 50 points. Remaining points 50 points. Golden Light Mantra upgrade completed. Current Golden Light Mantra Realm, Dachan. The Golden Light Mantra Dachan Realm can be used to launch an attack with Chi transformation form, and the host can turn the Golden Light into any form according to his own thoughts, and his strength will be increased several times. Yan Ming heard the prompt sound of the system, and thought about it. Transform into Chi. In any form. Yan Ming suddenly seemed to think of something bad, and suddenly laughed. Boy, you are looking for death. The hand ghost saw that Yan Ming did not answer his words, and was still laughing, and immediately thought that he was laughing at himself. He roared angrily as he grew out of his body and attacked Yan Ming. Yan Ming noticed it, and immediately reacted, and his mouth moved again. A golden light that was even more dazzling than just now immediately covered the whole body. Zheng zheng zheng. Seemed to use all his strength to attack, this time with the hand ghost, not only kicking up a cloud of dust, but also knocking down a large area of the tree behind Yan Ming. It's over, that kid is finished. Why do you have to mess with that guy? Don't look at it, run away. The last people on the side who didn't run away also fled when they saw this scene. After all, the ghost of the hand is an existence that has lived for hundreds of years, and it is not something that they novices can kill at all. Don't talk about killing, it's good to be able to escape him. Only a reckless man like Yan Ming would fight him. It's dead. The hand ghost didn't seem to care at all about the people who ran away, but continued to watch Yan Ming's position closely. At this moment, the dust cleared, and a dragon claw made of golden light grabbed at the hand ghost. The sudden golden claw made the hand ghost panic, and immediately used more than a dozen hands to form a big hand to attack the golden claw. One hand and one claw slammed into it, and blood was sprinkled all over the ground. The hand ghost's hand was torn by the golden claw in an instant, and then the golden claw didn't give any respite, and immediately grabbed the hand ghost's neck and forcibly controlled him. At this time, Yan Ming slowly stood up from the ground and said, I almost killed Lao Tzu. Yan Ming patted the dust on his body, as if he didn't take the other party in his eyes anymore. Do you think this will kill me? The hand ghost suddenly became angry, and countless hands grew on themselves, and they attacked Yan Ming one after another. At this time, Yan Ming's golden light spell had already upgraded the system to the Dachan realm, and he was not afraid of his stinky hands at all, and let the other party attack. Zheng zheng zheng. Several metal crashing sounds were heard, which lasted for half a minute. Eventually, the hand ghost seemed to be exhausted and stopped attacking. I don't have the strength. Yan Ming had a slight smile in his eyes, but his tone was very cold. Then it's my turn. After speaking, Yan Ming drove the golden light around him, splitting into more than a dozen golden claws and flying towards the hand ghost. More than a dozen golden claws seemed to be alive, pressing their hands to the ground and attacking. Claw after claw tore at his skin, making him completely incapable of resisting. The golden light spell requires a large amount of chi to transform into chi, and a dozen golden claws are used even more. The reason why Yan Ming was able to split and transform so many golden claws was because of the convenience placed by the LIUKU Immortal Thief. The LIUKU Immortal Thief can absorb the chi around his body for his own use, and he has already gathered the nearby chi when Yan Ming pats the dust. It's almost dawn. Yan Ming looked at the sun gradually rising in the sky. Then he turned his head to look at the hand ghost who was being torn apart by the golden claw and kept regenerating and said, "No way, who let you ghosts be reborn? Wait for the sun to come out, you can rest in peace." The hand ghost who was suffering from the pain of tearing off the skin and bones couldn't even say a word at this time, and could only bear the pain silently. After a while, the sun rose as usual, and the sun shone directly on the earth. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The hand ghost shouted into the sky. It's just that it was useless for him to shout like this, and he still turned to ashes in the sun. Ding! Kill a high-level ghost and get 10 points. Complete an extra task to kill a high-level ghost and get 5 points. Total points 65 points. Yan Ming looked at the hand ghost that disappeared in place and withdrew the golden light into his body. "I'm not Tanjiro, I didn't let you go away, just rest in peace." After speaking, Yan Ming left here without looking back. 7 days have passed, and the selection of the ghost-killing team has come to an end. Yan Ming slowly returned to the place where he had come. At this time, there were a total of 20 people here, and Yan Ming was 21, all of whom came back. Not a single one died inside. This is the first time that the ghost-killing team has selected how many people have gone in and how many people have returned. Chapter 17. The moment they saw Yan Ming, the 20 people present lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at him. They never thought that Yan Ming, who was originally dead, could come back to life, and it seemed that nothing had happened at all. None of this is nothing. What made them most ashamed was that Yan Ming protected them for 7 days, but they didn't save Yan Ming when they saw death. After seeing that Yan Ming couldn't beat the hand ghost, he didn't even dare to put a fart and ran away with oil on the soles of his feet. Such a move made them feel that they were not worthy of standing with Yan Ming at all. Seeing Yan Ming coming over, there was a person next to him who said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I am." Yan Ming just came out and found that the atmosphere was not quite right, so he immediately interrupted the other party and said, "It's nothing, people are afraid of the dead, I don't blame you." These words made them even more embarrassed. "Afraid? Are you still worthy of the Demon Slayer team?" After that, Yan Ming ignored them and went to the 2 children on his own. "Hello, where's my package?" Yan Ming asked politely. One of the children took out a package from behind him and handed it to Yan Ming. After Yan Ming took the package, he said thank you and was just about to leave, when another child immediately whispered in his ear. "After going down the mountain, Lord Yanzu wants to see you." Yan Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded, signaling that he knew. He forgot that he was now someone's apprentice. But at this time, Yan Ming regretted it a little. He didn't want to be someone's apprentice. Anyway, he is also a system in hand, and he doesn't need to worship others as a teacher at all. Isn't what my system gives better than any breathing method in this world? Forget it, let's go and have a look first, Yan Ming said as he opened his package. "I'll go, it's all wilted," Yan Ming shouted loudly, looking at the wisteria flowers in the package. His shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It's okay. Big brother, I'll help you pick it in a while. Big brother, you can use you, hee. Big brother, I'll help me pick it. You hairy man, can you do it well? Big brother, I'll help you. After a while, more than a dozen people rushed towards Yan Ming, grabbing his package and wanting to help him pick it. Yan Ming watched the package in his hand snatched away by them, and was speechless. But I didn't say anything, let them go. Then the two children announced the results of the audition. All passed. After that, it's time to grant ranks, owie. Then it is necessary to choose the material used to make the Nikiran knife for its own use. After completing this series of processes, everyone took their clothes and left. After everyone leaves, a residence in a small town far west. A man with a disfigured face and shoulder-length hair sat under the eaves. Listen to the news that the crow brought back. After listening to it, he smiled. It's unbelievable that everyone has passed. Not far away, a man and two women walked towards him. When he came to him, he knelt down on one knee. The three people of the Lord are none other than Yanzu Purgatory Xingjulan, Worm Pillar Butterfly Ninja, and the Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple who has seen Yanming. And the one they call the Lord is none other than the leader of the Demon Slayer team, Yaya Sanyashiki. Yaya looked at them and said gently, "This year's ghost killing team selection has all passed, what do you think of this matter?" Ganlo Temple Miri exclaimed. All passed. It's incredible. Seeing Xiaolang Dao is really unlikely, there will be some strength in this, it's just a fluke. Butterfly Ninja Dao does not rule out that there may be some of these people who are powerful to protect them, but it is not so easy to protect all of them, and they are not injured at all. The three of them expressed their opinions. Yaya said again. Shinobu has a point, and the two of you are right. There are indeed people protecting them in this selection. As soon as the words came out, the three of them immediately showed shocked expressions. In their opinion, it is nothing to protect 20 people by one person, which is really powerful. And the other party is a newcomer. Who is the Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple? Which column was cultivated? They. Man said, this person is Xing Shulang's newly accepted apprentice, called Yan Ming. Ganlo Temple Mi Li and Xing Xiaolang were slightly stunned. They all knew this person, but Xing Xiaolang didn't see Yan Ming, he only knew that this person was introduced to him by Honey Glass of Ganlo Temple. The man looked at Kyojuro and asked, Kyojuro, have you seen him? Seeing. Xiaolang said, I haven't seen it. He said that he wanted a place to enter the ghost-killing team. I didn't want to give it to him, because he was an ordinary person and had no training. But Mi Li said that he was very powerful, so I gave it. Said Xing Xiaolang glanced at the Ganlo Temple Mi Li next to him. Ganlo Temple Miri hurriedly said, Hey. Yes, I know he's very powerful, but I didn't know he's so powerful. Yaya Sanyashiki smiled slightly, since Xingjura accepted him as an apprentice, let Xingjulan train him, I think such a person will also become the pillar of the ghost-killing team in the future. Xingjura has worked hard for you Xingjulan. Said sharply, Yes, Lord, I will train him well. Here is explaining things. And Yanming was looking at the full package in his arms. These people are too rude, they almost didn't break my bag. Then Yanming looked ahead and said to himself, I don't know how the old man is, it's been 9 days since he came out, he shouldn't be very worried. Quack, Yanzu is invited, Yanzu is invited, please follow me, please follow me. At this time, the letter crow equipped by the ghost-killing team suddenly flew towards Yanming. After saying that, he flew in another direction. Flame pillar? Is it so fast? Forget it, let's go and have a look with that. Yanming followed. Yanming followed behind Xin Crow all the way, and after running for a while, he came to the bottom of the mountain and saw a carriage not far away. I saw a man sitting in the carriage, and shouted when he saw Yanming. Is it Mr. Yanming? Lord Yanzu, please? Please follow me in the car. Yan Ming looked at the man with some suspicion and did not step forward. As if sensing Yan Ming's doubts, the man added again. I'm a member of the logistics unit of the Ghost Slayer team, Yin, and I'm ordered to pick you up. Hearing that the other party was a member of Yin, Yan Ming noticed the clothes that the other party was wearing. Dressed in black, tightly wrapped. It's really hidden. Then, Yan Ming stepped forward and sat in the carriage and asked, What is Yan Zhu looking for me? Well, I don't know about that, you'll have to ask him, the man said, driving the carriage and starting its way. Yan Ming sat in the carriage and pondered. The man didn't understand Yan Ming, so he suddenly said, I think it should have something to do with the fact that you are Yan Zhu's apprentice, and the reason why your performance has spread throughout the entire ghost-killing team. You all know it. Yan Ming was a little shocked. The man nodded and said, Got it. After all, the information of the ghost-killing team is generally very fast and accurate. Yan Ming didn't know whether to cry or laugh at this time. It seems that he accidentally became a celebrity. Chapter 18. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The carriage drove for a whole day, and Yan Ming also bumped around for a day. Little brother, it's here. The man patted Yan Ming on the shoulder. The man reminded, the front is Yan Zhu's mansion, and there will be someone in front of you to pick you up. Yan Ming nodded, then thanked the other party and watched the other party leave. Then he turned his head to look at the mansion in front of him. This mansion is not very magnificent, but it doesn't look cheap either. At this moment, a child with red and yellow hair and a look very similar to Xing Xiaolang ran towards Yan Ming. Are you Yan Ming? Shouted the kid from a distance. Yan Ming nodded a little stunned when he saw the child. This person is very similar to Kyojuro. It must be his younger brother Chihiro. Letting his younger brother pick him up is either very important to himself, or this person is very easygoing. Hello, my name is Qinjilang, and I am Yanzu Xingjulan's younger brother. I'm sorry, I've kept you waiting, please come with me. After Qinjilang finished speaking, he politely led the way to Yan Ming. Yan Ming followed. Soon they came to the place where the guests were in the mansion. Xing Xiaolang happened to walk in at this time, and when he saw Yan Ming, he said, Hello, I'm Xing Xiaolang. After speaking, he looked at Yan Ming with wide eyes. Yan Ming was a little hairy by the other party, so he replied hello, I'm Yan Ming. Seeing that the other party had been staring at him, Yan Ming tried to move his position, and finally found that the other party's eyes did not move. Doesn't look like they're looking at me. Sure enough, it was Yansu, who didn't look at people's speech, and didn't seem to listen to people. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little dry, Yan Ming asked. What did you do with me? If people heard this, they would definitely think that Yan Ming was a fool. You are someone's apprentice, what can people do when they ask you to come, isn't it just to teach you skills? But in fact, Yan Ming didn't want to, and he didn't need to be the other party's apprentice. After all, his system was sufficient. Learning other people's things again is not only redundant but also a waste of time. Train you to become a qualified member. Also, you need to train, you don't even seem to have mastered the breathing method. Kyojuro said with wide eyes. Yan Ming just wanted to refute, but finally held back. If he really told the other party what he wanted to say, the other party might just knock him out of the ghost-killing team. Anyway, why don't you just learn more? With my talent, I'll be able to learn it soon. When the time comes, you can do it alone, and you don't have to listen to them for everything. After thinking about it, Yan Ming said, Okay, I'll take the training. It's good, but I want to remind you that training is a very hard thing, you have to be prepared. Xingjura said with a smile. Yan Ming nodded, signaling that he understood. Okay, you shouldn't have a place to live when you come from afar. Next, let my brother take you to take a rest. We'll start training tomorrow, I still have something to do, I'll be out of company first. After saying that, Kyojuro got up and left. At this time, Kyunjalang walked in and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to rest first." Yanming immediately got up and followed behind. Outside the hallway, looking at the empty house, Yanming couldn't help but ask, "Is your family usually so quiet?" Chihiro replied, "Yes, there are few guests at home, and my brother usually has a lot of things to deal with, only me and my father are at home." Yanming heard this. Unusual smells are detected. It seems that Kyojuro really values himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found time in my busy schedule to meet myself at home. Here, this is your room, it's not early, let's rest first, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Senjuro said after taking Yanming to a room. Yanming nodded, watched the other party leave, and then closed the door. "It looks like I'm going to stay here for a while, I don't know how the old man is." "Forget it, write him a letter tomorrow, so as not to worry about him blindly," said Yanming. Walked to the bed, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Early the next morning. "Bring the wine, bring the wine." Yanming was woken up by a voice outside. "Who, what's the noise in the morning?" Yanming said as he rolled over while lying on the bed. The door was pushed open, and Chihiro stuck his head in and said, "Mr. Yanming, I'm sorry to disturb, it's time to get up." Yanming frowned and replied, "Okay, let's get up." The door closed again. "It's just that there are so many things in a big family that the guests can't sleep in." Yan Ming grumbled as he dressed neatly. After tidying up, I pushed open the door and walked out. Before he could take 2 steps, a bottle flew towards him. Seeing this, Yanming immediately grabbed it. "Boy, react very quickly, say, who are you, what are you doing at my house?" A man with the same yellow and red hair color stood in front of Yanming and said viciously. Seeing this, Yanming just wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Senjuro, who came in a hurry. "Father, he's my brother's guest." "Don't be like this then," Kyunjuro said to Yanming, "I'm sorry, my father drank too much, don't you care?" Yanming waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. "Let's go, father, I'll help you back to rest." Chihiro helped the man into the house. After the man left, Yanming walked around the courtyard by himself. Yanming knew that drunkard just now. He is Yans's father, and after his wife died, he began to drink heavily, and he is a man who looks quite miserable. But it doesn't matter, he can't take care of other people's family affairs. "I forgot to ask, where are you going to train today?" Yan Ming stood outside the door and looked around with a confused expression. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, today is the day of training, please come with me." Senjuro hurried from the house at this time. Then Yanming, under the leadership of Kyunjalang, came to a clearing a few hundred meters away from Kyunjalang's house. At this time, the clearing was full of people, and they lined up in an array. Among them, there were men and women, about the same age as Yanming, holding wooden swords in their hands and practicing xi. Drink. With each swing of the knife, a chorus of screams. Yanming glanced at it and found that there were about dozens of people here, all wearing the clothes of the ghost-killing team. Judging by the way they look, it seems that they have been training here for a long time. "Brother, Yanming is here." When Yanming was stunned, Chihiro brought him to a man. "This person is Xing Xiaolang, who met Yanming yesterday." Kyojuro said, "Okay, you go back." After Chihiro left, Yanming couldn't help but point to the people in front of him who were training and asked, "Do I want to train with them?" "Yes, they train with you. It stands to reason that they are your seniors. And they already have a certain foundation, you have to work hard to catch up with them," Xingjulan said seriously. Chapter 19. Then he handed Yanming a wooden sword. Yanming was stunned for a moment when he saw Mujian. He'd never touched it before. After taking the wooden sword, Yan Ming checked the weight. It's very light, so light that Yan Ming wonders if this thing can kill ghosts. Swordsmanship is the most basic ability of the members of the ghost-killing team. Only by practicing swordsmanship can you kill stronger ghosts. You don't seem to have touched a knife before, so let's start with the most basic swinging of the knife. Saying that, Xing Xiaolang motioned for Yan Ming to come forward and practice XI knife swinging with them. Although Yan Ming was a little unhappy in his heart, he still compromised in order to be able to stay in the Ghost Slayer team. After walking to the crowd, Yan Ming found a position, and learned what they looked like, and waved one by one. Drink. It took a morning like this to end the training. The person in front of Yan Ming, after putting down the wooden knife, immediately complained, "I'm too tired, my hand is about to be broken," he said, and the person next to him echoed, "Yes, I got up and practiced without even eating breakfast, when is this day ahead?" Yan Ming was still waving the knife at this time, looking very serious. Seeing Yan Ming like this, the complaining person looked at him and said, "New here, take a break, you will practice in the future." Hearing this, Yan Ming stopped his movements and asked, "Do you have to practice for a long time?" Yan Ming shook his head inexplicably. He only knew that he was now Yanzu Xingjulan's apprentice, and he wanted to train and learn XI swordsmanship, and he didn't know anything else. The man then explained, "This is Yanzu's stepson selection and training ground, and the people who come here are here to become Yanzu's stepson. You didn't even know this, and you came here without even knowing this." Yan Ming was even more confused after hearing this. Isn't Yanzu's stepson the honey glass of Ganlu Temple? Why do you still have to select stepson? The honey glass of Ganlu Temple has become a pillar, and according to the rules of the ghost-killing team, Yan Zhu needs to find a stepson. Speaking of which, Yan Ming figured it out. Because the Ghost Slayer is a knife-licking blood, the death rate is high, so they need to constantly train new people to become pillars. Only in this way can we fight against those ghosts who are immortal. Well, newcomer, who brought you here? Why didn't you even tell you this? The man continued. Yan Ming thought about it, and replied honestly, "It should be regarded as Yan Zhu. It stands to reason that the honey glass of the Ganlu Temple of Lianzu recommended him to join the ghost-killing team, but Yan Ming thought about it and thought that it should be Yan Zhu. Because he asked someone to fish him from Wisteria Mountain." Hearing that it was Yan Zhu who brought Yan Ming in, the people who had just spoken to Yan Ming, and even the people who didn't talk to him on the side, but were just listening, showed shocked expressions. "You, what are you talking about? You said, you were brought in by Yan Zhu personally. How is it possible? You are lying." Several people present at this time questioned Yan Ming one after another. It was as if they had just heard something unthinkable. Yan Ming felt strange when he saw that they reacted so much, and asked with a puzzled face, "What's the matter? Didn't you bring it in by Yanzu?" "Of course not, who has such a big face to let Lord Yanzu bring it in person? You kid is just talking nonsense, how can you let Lord Yanzu bring it in person?" Saying that, there were people in the crowd who kept looking at Yan Ming, looking at the posture as if they were trying to find something different in Yan Ming. At this moment, a call was heard in the distance. Yan Ming saw Chihiro coming in a hurry, still holding a bento in his hand. "I'm sorry, I forgot to give it to you just now, this is what my brother told you," he said, handing the lunch to Yan Ming. This move immediately shocked the jaws of those present. "Brother? Isn't that Yanzu Xingjulan? This guy doesn't seem to be lying, he was really brought in by Yanzu. And it seems that the relationship is not bad." Yan Ming took the lunchbox and politely said thank you. "Come on," Chihiro said and left. Looking at the lunchbox in Yan Ming's hand, the eyes of the people present at this time suddenly changed when they looked at Yan Ming. Jealousy, envy, hatred, these people have it in their eyes. Can be treated like this by the flame pillar. That only says one thing. Yan Ming may be the next stepson. And these people may never have a chance again, and they will also become Yan Ming's foil. This is unacceptable to them, who are training hard every day. Do you want to eat together, even though I only have one? Yan Ming didn't know that he had offended them at this time. No one paid attention to the roar, and everyone dispersed. What's wrong? Yan Ming felt a little strange looking at the people who had dispersed. Obviously, I just reacted so much. Forget it, if you don't eat it, I'll enjoy it myself. Opened the lunch box in his hand, looked at the exquisite food inside, and couldn't help but secretly say, this family's food is really good. In the following days, Yan Ming trained every day. During this period, Yan Ming has been living in Xing Julan's house. At the same time, Yan Ming wrote a letter and sent it back to the old man in the small town of Dugong, telling him not to worry. Of course, Yan Ming didn't tell the old man the truth, but said that he had made good friends here and wanted to stay here for a while. Brother Yan Ming, it's time to get up, breakfast is ready. Senjuro came to wake up Yan Ming as usual. During this time, Yan Ming and Senjuro became friends. The mild-mannered Senjuro also began to call Yan Ming his elder brother. In this regard, Yan Ming is still very useful. After all, there is nothing wrong with having one more brother. Got it, it's up, Yan Ming replied and got up from the bed. After having breakfast with Senjuro, I said goodbye and went out. Then I'm leaving. Well, come on. Looking at Qinzhilang's serious appearance, Yan Ming suddenly said, thank you for taking care of me these days. I have been living in other people's houses and eating other people's people. Yan Ming was a little embarrassed in my heart. Qinzhilang said, it's okay, as long as brother Yan Ming can complete his training and become a new pillar. Hearing this, Yan Ming smiled. He doesn't have much interest in becoming a pillar, but if he is allowed to destroy ghosts, he will bear the brunt of it. Okay, let's go. Then Yan Ming left Senjuro's house and rushed to the training ground. Coming to the training ground, Yan Ming first looked at the people on the field. At this time, it seemed that a game was going on the field, and the scene was full of people. Yan Ming curiously leaned over and found that it was a sword fighting competition. The two fought fiercely in the middle of the crowd. You came and went, and they didn't give in to each other. Look at the posture. Both sides used all their strength. Yan Ming looked at the two of them. It seems that everyone's strength has become a lot stronger. Chapter 20. The final result of the two was a lose-lose game, and there was no winner or loser. This result made onlookers sigh. Why is it a tie again? No way, everyone is a master, and the moves used are almost the same, and you can't break the moves. Hey, isn't that Yan Ming? He has only been here for a long time, otherwise let him try it. At this time, someone noticed Yan Ming, who was eating melons, and became interested in him. Yan Ming couldn't help but be a little confused when he saw everyone looking at him. Why did you suddenly notice me? According to his observations, these people obviously did not like him very well. Hey, Yan Ming, I've heard recently that you have protected more than 20 people in Wisteria Mountain to complete the selection. Don't you have anything to say now? Said one of the people in the crowd to Yan Ming. Yan Ming was a little helpless. The matter of Wisteria Mountain was something he had no intention of doing. If he knew that this would be such a sensation, he would definitely keep a low profile and not let them know. What am I going to say? Yan Ming said, a little overwhelmed. So many people were staring at him, and everyone looked at him with a bit of amusement, as if he were a lamb to the slaughter in their eyes. The man said again, as the only person that Yan Zhu personally brought here, why don't you show us your hands? The others just looked at him, as if they also wanted to see how strong Yan Ming was. Yan Ming stood outside the crowd, was silent for a moment and said, I don't like LU. As Yan Ming tightened his clothes. It looks like they're afraid they'll tear their clothes. Everyone. Hey, boy, don't pretend to be crazy and stupid here, if you have the ability to come up and fight with me, let me see what kind of strength the person Yan Zhu personally brought in here is. Another person stood up from the crowd. Yan Ming heard this, and turned his head to look at the man. I saw that the man was 5 or 3 thick, a head taller than Yan Ming, not to mention his muscles that were about to burst. If Yan Ming is not mistaken, this person has been here for the longest time, and he has to be called senior brother according to his generation. Seeing that Yan Ming didn't answer, he thought he was instigated, and immediately someone mocked. What, Yan Ming, are you afraid? If you are afraid, kneel down and kowtow to your senior brother, admit your mistake. Yan Ming was puzzled. Why do you want to kowtow? I'm not wrong. It's wrong to refuse my senior brother's challenge. If you don't accept it, you can compare with your senior brother. Another person continued to instigate. Words. Speaking of this, Yan Ming can hear everything. Today, these people must have him on the field to fight. However, he didn't really want to fight the other party, not that he was afraid. It's because that person is not a ghost. What if he cripples that person without a serious shot? When the time comes, what should I do if the ghost-killing team convicts himself of hurting his fellow disciples and kicks himself out of the ghost-killing team? He calculated these accounts clearly, and naturally he didn't dare to take risks easily. But they wouldn't let him get his way. Seeing that Yan Ming was unmoved, another person stood up and said, I see, this kid is a coward, he is a coward, and the whole family is a coward. The people present immediately laughed after hearing this, and none of them were laughing at Yan Ming. Yan Ming's face instantly froze when he heard what the man said. Say he can, but don't say his family. Then Yan Ming suppressed his anger, put on a smile and said, Don't fight, I'm afraid it's not good to cripple my senior brother. As soon as these words came out, the people present were in an uproar. I'll go, this kid is crazy. It's over, this kid is finished. Hee, there's another good show to watch. At this time, everyone present felt that Yan Ming was finished. You must know that the person he said was disabled was the strongest among them. Just looking at his tendons and flesh, he knew that this person was not easy to mess with. Yan Ming actually rushed up to say this kind of thing. Sure enough, the man in the crowd with tendons and flesh instantly became angry, raised his hand and pointed at Yan Ming and said, Humph, what a big breath, if you cripple me, not only do you not have to pay for medical expenses, I will lick your shoes, but if you lose, you will automatically leave the ghost-killing team. The shuttlecock man spoke, and the atmosphere of the scene instantly reached its peak. Yan Ming watched the other party release bold words and sighed secretly. Why does Lao Tzu want you to lick your shoes? You don't think it's dirty, Lao Tzu thinks your tongue is dirty. It seems that if you don't fight, this person who looks like a roast duck won't fight with him, and he will annoy himself to death in the future. These stupid forks will annoy him to death. In the end, Yan Ming stepped forward and said, Okay, since senior brother has said so, then senior brother. It's not okay not to accompany you, but... Seeing that Yan Ming suddenly stopped talking, the tendon man shouted, It's just what? You won't regret it. Right. Yan Ming picked up the wooden knife and said, Don't regret it, it's just that we have to compare what you are best at. Seeing Yan Ming pick up the wooden knife, the tendon man immediately understood, and then said viciously, Don't you regret it? I'll go. Yan Ming actually wants to compete with his senior brother in swordsmanship. He's looking for only it's too stupid. If you compete with your senior brother in swordsmanship, he will definitely lose. Yes, my senior brother's swordsmanship can already fight back and forth with Lord Yanzu. Regarding Yan Ming's request, the others present felt that Yan Ming was looking for abuse. After all, not long after Yan Ming came, he had to fight with the best swordsman here. This is not looking for abuse. While everyone was talking, Yan Ming and the tendon man had already set up a posture. They each held a wooden knife in their hands and looked at each other. Yan Ming secretly sneered in his heart. Look who's looking for abuse. Okay, the competition begins. And zheng sounded with the sound of the gong. The tendon man was the first to attack, and the knife in his hand quickly moved to Yan Ming's side and swung it at his neck. Seeing such an attack by the tendon man, the people present pinched a cold sweat. This is a move against ghosts, and it will kill you if you use it on people. Look at the posture, the tendon man is going to be the rhythm of the flames. Yan Ming also found out that the other party had a killing move, and hurriedly raised his knife to block. Pop! The two wooden knives collided, making a crisp sound. Because of carelessness, Yan Ming took a step back. Seeing this, the people present immediately thought that Yan Ming was invincible to the tendon man, and immediately boasted, "Harm, don't look at it, the victory or defeat has been decided, Yan Ming, it's going to be abolished." Yes, his small body can resist a few attacks from his senior brother. The crowd was boasting about the tendon man. But the tendon man on the stage looked solemn at this time. The blow just now was a blow with all his might, and he wanted to win with one move, but he didn't expect Yan Ming to block it, and he only took a step back. He had only seen this kind of power in one person, and that was the flame pillar. Yan Ming frowned slightly. This roast duck man was so ruthless that he swung a knife at his neck. Is this treating him Yan Ming as a ghost? If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would really let this roast duck be sent to the western sky. Since you want to be ruthless, Lao Tzu won't be polite to you. Immediately, Yan Ming's expression became fierce, and he took a step suddenly, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. The people at the scene were shocked when they saw this. Yan Ming is gone? Just when the tendon man and everyone were looking for Yan Ming's figure. Chapter 21. In the shocked gaze of everyone, Yan Ming appeared out of nowhere and knocked the tendon man to the ground. Unlike the tendon man just now, Yan Ming hit the abdomen. But this alone was enough to make the tendon man faint in pain. What's going on? Yes, what happened? Why did the senior brother suddenly fall to the ground? I seemed to see it just now. Yan Ming just suddenly fell from the sky and knocked the senior brother down. What? I didn't see it. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, all talking about how Yan Ming knocked down the tendon man. Some people guessed that it came down from the sky, and some people said that Yan Ming used demon magic. Only the former guessed correctly. The roar of the fire fell from the sky. But his series of actions were not even captured by the naked eye, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a demon law. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere filled the entire scene. Senior brother, get up, it's time for you to lick your shoes. Yan Ming came to the tendon man and squatted down and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, what's going on? The tendon man slowly opened his eyes. Hearing the other party also say this, Yan Ming couldn't help but complain. What's going on? You think you're Ma Baokuo? Senior brother, you are defeated, do you have to keep your promise? Yan Ming wiped his shoes. Yan Ming regretted it a little at this time. When I wake up in the morning, I should step on some cow dung and dog poop or something. In this way, the other party can lick at ease and lick with peace of mind. The tendon man saw himself lying on the ground, and saw Yan Ming squatting aside, and immediately understood that he had lost. The loss is not clear. At the moment when he lay down, he didn't even see the shadow of Yan Ming. At this time, the people at the scene had complicated expressions and didn't know what to say. Yan Ming's strength is not at the same level as them at all, so it's no wonder that Yan Ming has always been uninterested in them. It's no wonder that Yan Zhu treats Yan Ming specially. The tendon man's expression was very ugly at this time, as ugly as eating 10 caddies of stool. The junior brother who had just spoken for him in the audience was looking at him blankly at this time, and no one stood up. Senior brother, the tendon man looked at Yan Ming with an embarrassed expression. If he really licked his junior brother's shoes today, he would have no face to continue to mix here in the future. But if he doesn't lick it, that is, he will lose his trust, and the juniors and disciples will look at him with strange eyes in the future. Whether he licks it or not, he doesn't feel good. But in comparison, the former hurts a little more. Seeing this, Yan Ming immediately smiled. Okay, I'm kidding you, I really let you lick it, senior brother, that's too much for me to be a junior brother. However, if I hear insulting words against my family from anyone's mouth in the future, I, Yan Ming, will definitely feed the shoes to his mouth myself. When he said the last two sentences, Yan Ming's face suddenly changed, and his eyes swept to the people on the side and said coldly. None of the people present dared to look at Yan Ming, and they all lowered their heads. In a moment, Yan Ming returned to his original state. After all, it is not good for anyone to look up and see in the future, and if you look down and see it, it will not be good for anyone. As he spoke, Yan Ming reached out and helped the tendon man up. The tendon man had a complicated face at this time. Obviously, he wanted Yan Ming's life just now, but he didn't expect the other party to actually. Yan Ming smiled secretly in his heart at this time. Small, don't move you to death. You don't need to lick your shoes, just worry less about Lao-Tzu in the future. Okay, let's all disperse, there will be training later, Yan Ming shouted to the crowd who were still eating melons. After hearing this, the crowd dispersed with great interest. Thank you, the tendon man said to the direction when he saw that everyone was gone. Yan Ming waved his hand, it's okay, everyone is in the same door. In the future, don't worry, if anyone disobeys you in the future, I will be the first to beat him. The tendon man shook the wooden knife in his hand and said. Yan Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. The training started normally, still as usual. The only thing that is different is the attitude of the crowd. In the past, everyone's attitude was to ignore Yan Ming when they saw him, but now everyone will say hello when they see him, and if they are enthusiastic, they will come up and call the eldest brother directly. A series of operations made Yan Ming go away. In the days that followed, the training remained the same. But as a pillar of selection, not only training, but also assessment. There are many things to be assessed, such as physical fitness, swordsmanship, reaction tests, strength tests, speed tests, and so on. Yan Ming, as the one that attracted much attention, would naturally be stared at by many people. And Yan Ming looked at the report card with full marks in his hand at this time, and fell into deep thought. Didn't you do a little too much? Ding, release additional tasks, get to know Butterfly Ninja, and become friends, reward 20 points. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Yan Ming, who heard the voice, was stunned. No, why is the extra quest only released now? And what the hell is it to get acquainted with Butterfly Ninja? Where do you get to know yourself? I don't even see Yanzu a few times. Not to mention. Well, that's good, it's actually a perfect score. Suddenly, a sweet and gentle voice sounded from Yan Ming's side. Yan Ming was startled, and instinctively retreated to the other side. Hello, Yan Ming, my name is Butterfly Shinobi, please take care of me when we meet for the first time. The sweet voice came again, and Yan Ming turned his head to look. I saw a woman dressed in a ghost slayer suit and a colorful coat looking at his report card with admiration. Butterfly Ninja said it was coming. This system is amazing, isn't it? And when this person came to his side, he didn't even notice. You know me? Yan Ming said with a look of surprise. The other party actually knows him, what is the situation? Could it be that his reputation is already so big? Butterfly Ren said with a sweet smile. Wisteria Mountain protects Yan Ming, who passed the selection of 20 people, of course I know it, hee, it's just a fluke. Hearing the matter of Wisteria Mountain, Yan Ming no longer knew whether to cry or laugh. Did you come to me on purpose? Yan Ming asked again. Yan Ming recalled carefully, he shouldn't have anything to do with her. No, I'm here to find Mr. Kyojuro. There are some tasks that I need his help with. Butterfly Shinobu said, looking around. Is it a ghost hunting mission? Yan Ming immediately sat up. His sudden reaction made Butterfly Ren a little curious. Yan Ming seems to care a lot about ghost hunting. Yan Ming was a little speechless. Didn't he come to the ghost killing team to hunt ghosts? Could it be that he came for sightseeing? Of course, some people do come to the ghost killing team to mess around and mix salaries. But he wasn't. Can I participate? Yan Ming didn't answer the other party's question, but asked what he cared about. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and replied lightly. Of course not. Yan Ming is still training now, and he can't wait until he has enough strength. Yan Ming lowered his head after hearing this. There is enough strength. Is it the time to become the Lord? It will be in the year of the monkey. Although he felt that it was not difficult to become a pillar. As if sensing Yan Ming's emotions, Butterfly Ren comforted, it's okay, soon. It's not difficult for someone as good as Yan Ming to learn these XI. Chapter 22. Yan Ming didn't speak. She was right. Learning things on your own is fast. Although it is a bit shameful to say this. By the way, I heard that Yan Ming brought back a lot of wisteria flowers on Wisteria Mountain. Can I ask, what is Yan Ming used for? Butterfly Shinobu suddenly asked as if she remembered something. At the same time, he sat on the ground to the side, patted the position next to him, and motioned for Yan Ming to sit down. Looks like she meant to have a long talk with him. Yan Ming was also polite, and stepped forward to sit next to her. Take it back and try to make something. Butterfly Shinobu asked curiously. Is it a medicine for ghosts? Yan Ming nodded. The biggest role of wisteria flowers is to deal with ghosts, and it is normal for the other party to guess what they are doing with them. Then did you make it? Yan Ming shook his head again. No, this kind of thing is still my first contact. I don't have much experience, I have to experiment slowly. Indeed, Yan Ming is proficient in pharmacology, but those are all Huaxia pharmacology, and he has never seen anything here, such as using wisteria flower toxin to deal with ghosts. Oh, that's right, Butterfly Shinobu still smiled. By the way, I heard that Lord Wormpillar is the only one in the ghost killing team who uses wisteria flower poison to kill ghosts. Can you teach me this? Yan Ming recalled the memories of his previous life. Knowing that the other party was good at using poison, he couldn't help but ask. Is Yan Ming interested in this? Asked Butterfly Shinobu as she looked at Yan Ming with wide eyes. Well, I'd like to try it. Yan Ming nodded seriously. He asked the other party these questions, not only to contact the other party to complete the task of the system, but also because he really wanted to try. Anyway, he is also a doctor, and if he uses medicine to kill ghosts in the field he is good at, it is not a sense of accomplishment. Okay, but I'm going to talk to Mr. Kyojuro, after all, you're his apprentice now, and it's not good if I don't get his consent. Butterfly said with a smile. Okay, then I'll go to training first, you can call me when you have time. Leaving a sentence, Yan Ming left alone. It seems that this kid is really a good seedling, he can even use poison. After Yan Ming left, a man walked out behind Butterfly Ninja. This person is none other than the owner of this training ground, Yanzu Juro. That's right, but you still need to teach more. Seeing the appearance of the man, Butterfly Ren was not surprised at all, as if the two of them had said yes. Are you really going to teach him? Said Kyojuro as he looked at Yan Ming's back. Butterfly couldn't help but smile and said, What, Mr. Kyojuro, don't you want to? As long as he wants. He can do it. After saying that, Kyojuro left. Butterfly Shinobu looked at his departing back and muttered to himself, Mr. Kyojuro is too busy to have time to take care of them. Yan Ming started training as usual. Yan Ming, someone is looking for you. In front of the team, a voice came. Puzzled, Yan Ming put down the wooden knife in his hand and stepped forward. When he walked to the front of the line, he saw Butterfly Shinobu standing there looking at him, still smiling. "It's really here." Yan Ming then walked forward quickly and asked, "Did Lord Yanzu agree?" "Well, agreed, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here." Butterfly Shinobu glanced at the wooden knife in Yan Ming's hand, motioned for him to put it down, and then turned to leave. "Great." Yan Ming put the wooden knife aside and followed. "Wow, isn't that person? Lord Wormpillar, why did she take Yan Ming away?" "Harm, Yan Ming is amazing, I need his help with a task. I don't think it should be Wormpillar who likes Yan Ming, and I came here to find Yan Ming to go out on a date." Looking at the backs of Yan Ming and Butterfly Shinobi, the people standing on the training ground discussed and speculated about the reason why Yan Ming was taken away. It's not as complicated as they think. Butterfly Shinobu brings Yan Ming to the Butterfly House, referred to as the Butterfly House. It is a place with a high appearance rate in the original book. After Yan Ming walked into the Butterfly House, it was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, look at it and touch it. Seeing Yan Ming's appearance, Butterfly couldn't help but smile and said, "What are you curious about?" "This place. Kindly, this should be a place for the ghost killers to rest and recuperate." Yan Ming looked up at her and said, "The Butterfly House is the medical station of the Ghost Slayer and the logistics organization, which is fully managed by the Wormpillar." Yan Ming was somewhat curious about this place, and he wanted to know what kind of organization it was. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he's a doctor. "If you want to come in the future, you can come at any time," Butterfly Shinobu said, looking at it. Yan Ming nodded, not reading too much into what she meant. Later, Yan Ming was taken by the other party to a place similar to a laboratory. It looks like it's supposed to be the place where the other party experiments. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and utensils, Yan Ming showed a shocked expression. He always thought that the medical level of this world had always been the same as in ancient times. But I only saw it today, and it turned out that this was not the case. There's something close to modernity here too. Although it's a little worse than those in Yan Ming's previous life. But that's enough for research. "Well, it's not bad," Butterfly Shinobu said as she looked at Yan Ming's shocked expression. "Yes, very good," Yan Ming nodded vigorously. "Compared to the pharmacy in the town, he is a hillbilly." Butterfly Shinobu stepped forward and picked up a utensil and said, "Do you want me to introduce you to these things?" Yan Ming originally wanted to say no. "But when I think of my identity, I will reply. Okay." Because his information should have been checked by the Ghost Slayer team. If you let the other party know that you are from a backward town, but you know so many things, that would definitely make them doubt their identity. "Okay, then I'll start with this. After all, making poison is also very serious," said Butterfly Shinobu as she picked up another utensil. Yan Ming nodded and walked over. After some explanation, Yan Ming was familiar with all the operations. After the butterfly endured it, she praised it again and again. "I didn't expect you to have such a high talent in this area. I just talked about it once, and you will understand." Listening to the other party's praise, Yan Ming rarely showed a smug expression. "No, you taught it well. After all, this is an ability that he is proud of. By the way, your wisteria tweed, did you bring it?" Butterfly Shinobu said as he looked at Yan Ming's body. "Yes, but I don't know if I can still use it," Yan Ming said and took out something wrapped in a white cloth from his arms. "It looks like it won't be needed," Butterfly Shinobu said, looking at what Yan Ming was holding. "Forget it, it's okay, the wisteria flowers are blooming right now this season, you go to the courtyard outside to find it." Yan Ming took back the white cloth and walked outside with a response. But after a while, Yan Ming came back with a wisteria flower. "Ha ha ha, you kid is really real. You don't have to pull up the whole tree, just break some branches and come back." Chapter 23. Looking at the entire wisteria flower that was pulled out by Yan Ming, the butterfly couldn't help but laugh and tremble. Yan Ming, who realized that he had done something wrong, scratched his head embarrassedly. "Then I'll take it back and plant it," he said. And Yan Ming took the tree and was about to leave. Just then, a girl with a double ponytail ran in outside the door. Seeing Yan Ming holding a wisteria tree in his hand, he raised his hand and pointed at him and scolded, "Where is the stinky boy, dare to pull out my sister's tree?" At this time, Butterfly Wren was already laughing and crying. Seeing that the situation had become like this, Yan Ming hurriedly explained, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, LIUKU, it's okay, just let him take it back and replant it." Seeing this, Butterfly Shinobi immediately helped Yan Ming play around. The girl looked at Yan Ming and snorted coldly and left. Then Yan Ming planted the tree back, took some branches and ran back. Seeing Yan Ming's embarrassment, Butterfly Wren laughed again. "Ha ha ha, you kid is really interesting." Yan Ming knew that he was wrong, and immediately changed the topic. "Ahem, what's next? You take off this fresh petal and put it in the container." Butterfly Shinobu was still laughing. "Ding, complete the task of getting to know the butterfly ninja, become a friend, and get 20 points total points 85 points. And at this time, the prompt sound of the system suddenly came. Listening to the voice in his head, Yan Ming said secretly, "That's it. And it doesn't seem hard to be a friend of the pillar." Next, Yan Ming and Butterfly Shinobu did a day's experiments in the laboratory. Butterfly Shinobu was shocked that Yan Ming could independently complete the production of wisteria flower poison in one day. "Have you learned it before?" Yan Ming pretended to be calm after hearing this. "No, why do you say that?" Butterfly Shinobu picked up the wisteria flower on the table. "I've taught other people how to make it, but they either didn't learn it, or it took half a year. You are the only one who can do it independently in just one day. Like you, if you haven't been exposed to it, it's talent, but your talent is inevitably too terrifying." Yan Ming deliberately showed a smug expression after hearing this. "Really, then I may really be a genius in this area." In the last life, Yan Ming was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Although he was a traditional Chinese medicine, but he learned not only traditional Chinese medicine, but also Western medicine, and some ordinary people could not touch some research and development projects. That's why he's so comfortable with medical devices. Butterfly Shinobu suddenly fell silent. Yan Ming felt a little strange, so he turned his head to look at the other party and found that the other party was looking at him with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" Yan Ming said with some weakness. "She's not going to find out anything. I shouldn't have missed any flaws. I don't know what will happen to her if she finds out that she is a time traveler." "You won't dissect me." "It's nothing, it's not too early, Yan Ming will go back first," said Butterfly Shinobu and began to pack up the equipment on the table. After cleaning up, Yan Ming finally said goodbye and planned to leave. "Are you coming back tomorrow?" Yan Ming had just walked out of the door when Butterfly Shinobu suddenly stopped him and asked. Slightly stunned for a moment, Yan Ming smiled and said, "Only if you ask me to come, I will come." At this time, an ambiguous atmosphere began to permeate the laboratory. Yan Ming, who sensed that something was wrong, immediately changed his words. My lord, you let me come, I'll come." After speaking, Yan Ming immediately walked out of the laboratory door. Butterfly Shinobu was left alone in the laboratory. On the way back, Yan Ming patted his head. "What I just said to myself, it's so strange. Forget it, the other party shouldn't take it seriously. Go back and wash and sleep." In the days that followed, Yan Ming had one more thing in addition to training. It's to go to the butterfly house. Inside, Yan Ming began to develop various medicines against ghosts. In addition to these, there are also some medicines against podoxins. In fact, at first, he didn't want to spend time developing a drug against podotoxins, because he has 6 libraries of immortal thieves. His own LIUKU immortal thief can devour and digest all kinds of things, including toxins. But Butterfly Shinobu told him, these pills can help other people when he does it. The reason is naturally because he is a doctor and has medical ethics. You're really amazing, you can develop medicine in a short period of time, and there are so many. Looking at the laboratory table full of medicines, Butterfly Shinobu rarely showed a surprised expression. That's thanks to your help, I can make it. Yan Ming looked at the medicine on the table and was also very happy. It's been a long time since he's made so much. I'm just telling you how medicine works, it's not a help. Butterfly Shinobu picked up a medicine bottle and looked at it carefully. Yan Ming didn't say anything too polite to the other party, but introduced the things on the table. It's done according to the will of adults, a special antidote to ghost poison. As long as you put the ghost poison in it, it can become an antidote after a while. Hearing such a miracle, the butterfly couldn't help but be shocked. So powerful. You won't lie to me, right? Butterfly Shinobu instantly changed his face and asked Yan Ming. If you dare to lie to me, I won't spare you. Seeing the other party's sudden murderous appearance, Yan Ming was embarrassed. It seems that playing with her too well is not a good thing. If you say that you will change your face, you will change your face. Then Yan Ming picked up the potion and said, you can try it now, but do you have ghost poison? Butterfly took the potion from Yan Ming's hand with a puzzled expression, and then took out a tube of purple liquid from his body and poured it inside. Poof! Saw that the liquid and the medicine had just been put together, and there was an immediate reaction. In a moment, the original transparent color of the potion turned white. That's it? Butterfly Shinobu asked, glancing at the potion and then at Yan Ming. Yan Ming didn't speak, and nodded silently. Butterfly Shinobu then handed the potion to Yan Ming. You try. I'm not poisoned, it's useless if I tried. Yan Ming stretched out his hand and pushed the potion away. Following the butterfly ninja, he handed the purple liquid to Yan Ming. Then you are poisoned, try it. Yan Ming. No, let me try the medicine you asked me to make. But in order to prove that their medicine works, Yan Ming still took the purple liquid. Without saying a word, he made a cut on his hand. Pour the purple liquid over your own wound. As the liquid entered from the wound, Yan Ming's hand immediately turned purple. It seems that this poison is very strong. Butterfly Shinobu then handed the medicine to Yan Ming. Yan Ming took the medicine and poured it directly into his wound. When the medicine entered Yan Ming's hand, the hand, which was still purple, gradually recovered. The effect of this medicine made Butterfly Shinobu a little surprised. So fast. It stands to reason that the medicine is slow. It can't be effective all at once. And the medicine that Yan Ming made worked too quickly. It's so fast that it's ridiculous. Chapter 24. Seeing the purple on his hands fade, Yan Ming was also a little surprised. He himself didn't know that the medicine worked so quickly. But soon, he understood what was going on, and it should be the credit of the LIUKU immortal thief. Although the LIUKU immortal thief strengthened his digestive system. But because the LIUKU immortal thief had reached the supreme realm, even the toxins that had just entered the body were devoured and digested. What's the matter? I'm right. Although there is credit to the LIUKU immortal thief, it does not mean that his potion is also fine. This can be determined. Well, it's really amazing. Butterfly Shinobu picked up the potion and looked at it carefully. Such a medicine is too advanced for this world, and it is also advanced in the world of Yan Ming's previous life. After all, this thing is something that Yan Ming wanted to do in his previous life, but he didn't have time to do it. Okay, I'm here today, I should go back. In the days to come, I may not be able to come often. Yan Ming stood up from his chair and said. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu put down the potion and asked, why? If you don't come, who will do these things? Tomorrow, we are going to enter a new training, so. Butterfly Shinobu seemed to remember something. Is it to cultivate the breathing method? Yan Ming nodded helplessly. It's finally time to move on to the next stage. The back and forth every day is what those training sessions are. Yan Ming felt that he was about to vomit. That's really important, you should practice hard. Butterfly Ninja, who learned the reason, suddenly had no reason to stay in Yanming, and his face was somewhat reluctant at this time. After all, there are not many like-minded people like Yanming. Okay, but don't worry, after I finish cultivating, I will come again, after all, I still like it here. Yanming said and walked towards the door. He really likes it because it's a very comprehensive place to do research that you don't find anywhere else. It was already evening when I returned to Senjiro's house. At this time, Senjiro had already prepared a meal and waited for him to return. Brother Yanming, you're back, sit down, the meal is ready. Qinjiang stepped forward and said with an enthusiastic face. Thank you. Yanming followed the other party to the table and sat down. Let's try this, it's very fresh. Senjiro took a piece of fish and put it in Yanming's bowl. Yanming looked at the empty seat next to him and asked, Where's Mr. Makijiro? Speaking of his father, the smile on the corner of Senjiro's mouth became far-fetched. Seeing this, Yanming immediately understood. It seems that he was drunk again and fell asleep. This can't help but make Yanming feel a little sympathetic to the other party, an older brother who is away from home every day, and a drunkard father who drinks every day and doesn't know who he is. Such a childhood should not be easy. By the way, this is a medicine made of worm pillars, and it is full of tonic medicines. You take it to Mr. Maki Xiaolang to drink, it is good for the body. Yanming suddenly remembered something, took out a bottle of things from his arms and handed it to Chihiro. After taking the medicine, Senjiro solemnly said Thank you. I want to thank you for taking me in and letting me stay here for so long. Yanming said gratefully. Indeed, Yanming has eaten other people's houses during these days, and he is not ashamed to say that it is all false. Qinjiang shook his head and said, No, with brother Yanming, the house is more lively. Listening to the other party's words, Yanming's heart warmed, and he said heartily thank you. The next morning. Today is a special day. Many people are waiting for this day. Yanming was no exception. At this time he went out early and went to the training ground. When he arrived at the training ground, he found that more than 20 people were already waiting here early. As for why there are only 20 people left, it is because some people have been eliminated after layers of selection and assessment. No way, it's so cruel to be a pillar. If you can't do it, if you can't achieve it, it means that you will be eliminated. Yanming slowly returned to his place. And at this time, Yan Zhuzingjulan, who had not appeared for a long time, also appeared. He stood in front of everyone and looked at the person in front of him for a long time before he said, Congratulations on passing the final selection, and then it's the most critical time. Please treat it well. Said Kyojuro to explain the use of the breathing method according to the process. When Senjiro was explaining, everyone present listened to him attentively, for fear of missing something. Yanming was also listening carefully at this time. After all, it's about whether or not he can stay in the Ghost Slayer. So you can't be sloppy. That's all about the use of flame breath. It's up to you next. Said Kyojuro as he said that he was going to leave. But when leaving, he still glanced at Yanming behind everyone, as if he wanted to say something, but he still left without saying anything. Yanming sat in place and quietly digested the breath of Yan that Senjiro had just said. The breathing method should be similar to that of Qi. Just find the feeling. So how do you find the feeling? Is it the same as the Qi sense? But how can the breath be compared to the Qi sense? It shouldn't be that simple. Just as Yanming was thinking. Those present have collapsed. What? I can't find a feeling. At all. Yes, Lord Yanzu can't be a liar, I don't feel it at all. Lord Yanzu should show us a demonstration, otherwise we wouldn't be either. The discussion at the scene became louder and louder, and they were all complaining and complaining about Yanzu. It was at this moment that someone thought of Yan Ming. Where is Yan Ming? Where is he? As the most outstanding person present, everyone focused on him. For a moment, everyone's eyes flicked onto his place. Look, what is Yan Ming doing? I don't know, but it seems that I have found some eyebrows. I'll go. No, why is he so strong? It's him every time. Yan Ming closed his eyes slightly at this time and sat cross-legged in place. A sea of fire burned in my mind. At this moment, he felt that he exploded. Opened his mouth slightly with Yan Ming, and took a breath into his mouth. A wave of fiery energy appeared outside his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Yan Ming actually comprehended. In such a short period of time. Is he still human? What should they do with these people? It seems that he is not even qualified to be a foil. Just when everyone was desperate because of Yan Ming's existence. There was a problem with Yan Ming's side. I saw that the energy that was still flowing just now disappeared. It's as if something is swallowing it up in an instant. Everyone was stunned. What's the situation? Yan Ming failed. Yan Ming was also stunned. Just now, he had already felt the energy of the flame breath. But why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that he used it wrong? But no, he didn't feel anything wrong. These are all done according to Kyojuro's teachings, and there shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 25. Another puzzle came to Yan Ming's mind. Forget it, I don't want to, let's continue practicing, and just ask Xingjiro the next time I see him. At this moment, everyone came over to Yan Ming. Big brother, what happened to you just now? Aren't you going to succeed? Yes, why are you suddenly discouraged? Big brother, are you uncomfortable? Yan Ming didn't know how to answer their questions, so he simply shook his head silently. Seeing this, everyone thought that Yan Ming didn't want to share it with them, so they left with interest. Only Yan Ming was left to sit in place in a daze. Hope and it is not off. If it has anything to do with it, then his Yan Ming's efforts these days have been in vain. Flame then proceeds to attempt to use flame breath. In this way, from the early morning to the evening, everyone had no hope of leaving the training ground. Yan Ming still sat in place and tried to activate the breathing method. But no matter how hard he tried, that energy always disappeared at the most critical moment. The repeated failures had made Yan Ming lose his patience. Can anyone tell me what's going on? A roar rang out from the training ground. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Just then, a voice came from behind Yan Ming. Yan Ming turned his head sharply to look. Lord Yansu! Why are you here? Shouldn't Kyojuro be busy with the Ghost Slayer team? Why did he go back to the training ground again? It's rare that the Ghost Slayer team isn't so busy today, so I just went home to take a look, and I happened to pass by here and saw you here, so I came over to take a look. As he spoke, Xing Xiaolang came to Yan Ming and sat down. That's right, I have a question for you. Do you know why the energy generated by the breath of fire suddenly disappears? Yan Ming didn't say anything polite to the other party, and directly stated the problem. Is that why you're yelling here? Said Kyojuro with a smile. Yan Ming nodded awkwardly. He can't be blamed for that either. If you are a normal person who has practiced for a day and has not achieved results, you will be a little emotional. Not to mention someone like him who prides himself on being a genius. Kyojuro thought for a moment and said. Disappear suddenly? Impossible. I've never encountered such a situation. Maybe it's because you haven't practiced to the fire. Yan Ming sighed secretly after hearing this. He thought it was the other party's problem this morning. Now the other party says it's his problem. What's the problem? Otherwise, you can try it in front of me. Maybe I can see something. Kyojuro immediately stood up and said to Yan Ming. Yan Ming nodded. This is the last resort now. If he couldn't even figure out the flame pillar, who was proficient in the breath of fire, then he couldn't figure it out even more. Then Yan Ming closed his eyes slightly and tried again according to the method that Xing Xiaolang said. Woohoo! Just when Yan Ming adjusted his breathing and mobilized the energy in his body, the energy disappeared without incident. Seeing this scene, Xing Xiaolang frowned slightly and said in surprise. How is it possible? The mobilized aura actually disappeared out of thin air like this. This is too weird. Yan Ming opened his eyes and looked at the other party and asked, how is it? Do you know what the problem is? Xing Xiaolang shook his head. Not at all, your anger is too strange. It stands to reason that after mobilizing the qi, it will take a little time to disperse it. But your qi disappears instantly, and there is not even a sign at all. This is not in line with common sense. Hearing this, Yan Ming smiled bitterly. He knew everything Kyojuro said. What he didn't understand was why this was the case, the reason he thought it was the breathing method. But now it seems to be his own reason. At this time, the answer in his heart, even if he didn't want to admit it, it wouldn't work. For a while, a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion surged into Yan Ming's heart. He stood up. I want to leave the training ground in silence. Xing Julan looked at Yan Ming's back and said. If you can't use the breathing method, then you're going to leave the Ghost Slayer team, this, I know. Before Kyojuro could finish speaking, Yan Ming interrupted him. Kyojuro wanted to say something later, but in the end he couldn't say it. Yan Ming left the training ground and walked on the way back. His face was expressionless, and his body was like that of the Walking Dead. He called himself a genius, but he finally received a blow. Obviously, so much effort has been put into it, and so much thought has been put into it. In the end, it fell short. Can't you join the Demon Slayer team? Senjuro came to the door as usual and greeted him warmly, but ushered in a lifeless roar. Ignoring Chihiro, Yan Ming went back to his room and locked himself up. Seeing Yan Ming like this, Kyunjalang looked puzzled, and when he walked to the door and wanted to ask, he was immediately stopped by Xing Julan, who rushed over. Ignore him, let him be quiet for a while. Chihiro asked, why, brother Yan Ming, what's wrong with him? Kyojuro said to himself, the blow of genius is fatal, but sometimes you need to be as strong as ordinary people. His words didn't seem to say to Chihiro at all, but like to Yan Ming in the room. Yan Ming lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling above his head, and muttered in his mouth, geniuses also have to be as strong as ordinary people. He knows his own situation. Unless he pulled the LIUKU immortal thief out of his body, he would not be able to use the breathing method for the rest of his life. That's right, the LIUKU immortal thief was the culprit for his inability to use the breathing method. As long as he casts the breathing method, the LIUKU immortal thief will devour any energy generated in his body like a fierce beast. This is a problem that Yan Ming has been aware of since this morning, but because he is not sure and does not want to be sure, he has been ignoring it. Now he has to face up to the problem. Breathing method, can't I kill ghosts if I don't know? Breathing. With my strength, I can still crush those little ghosts without breathing. Yan Ming lay on the bed and muttered to himself. And Chihiro and Xingjiro outside were discussing Yan Ming's affairs. Brother Yan Ming, what's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly become like this? Kyojuro sighed and said, he may be leaving the ghost-killing team. Hearing this, Senjuro hurriedly asked. Why, isn't brother Yan Ming the strongest on the training ground? Shouldn't he be your stepson? It should be, but unfortunately he can't. Use the breathing method. If you don't know how to use the breathing method, no matter how strong you are, you will be sent to death if you encounter a ghost. It's better to let him leave the ghost-killing team than that. With his talent, if he refines pharmacology, it will definitely be of great help to the world. Kyojuro carefully analyzed the pros and cons, and Yanming's future path. Chihiro was silent after hearing this. Chapter 26. Didn't brother Yanming always want to join the Ghost Slayer team, and if he was allowed to leave, he would be miserable, wouldn't it? He came here to kill demons. It was his dream to kill all the ghosts. Kyojuro glanced at the room where Yanming was and said, I just got up with my life, and those pains are nothing. Senjuro was silent again. Okay, it's not too early, let's go back and rest, Kyojuro said as he touched Chihiro's head. Chihiro nodded, his eyes still on Yanming's room, not knowing what he was thinking. Early the next morning, Yanming slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the ceiling above my head, I fell into deep thought again. But after a while, Senjuro's voice came from outside the house. Brother Yanming, get up for breakfast. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Chihiro poked his head out. Yanming answered, then silently put on his clothes and walked out. Senjuro still looks enthusiastic. Brother has left beforehand, let me tell you to see you at the training ground tonight before leaving. Yanming was slightly stunned, and then returned to his original state. At this moment, he had almost guessed what Kyojuro wanted to say to him. It's nothing more than something that you can't use the breathing method. Okay, I see. After breakfast, Yanming walked towards the training ground. At this moment, on the training ground, more than 20 people are continuing to work hard to comprehend the breathing method. Yanming looked at them with a little bad feeling in his heart. Although he comprehends it faster than them, he cannot use it. There is no greater sorrow in the world than this. Big brother, you're here. Big brother, how about it, can you breathe with the flames? It should be okay, I saw that the eldest brother was the last one to leave yesterday. Everyone saw Yanming and immediately surrounded him. They were all asking him about his breathing method. Yanming looked at their eager expressions, and really didn't know how to respond to them. Do you want to tell them that Big Brother is a waste person who can't even breathe now? Yanming wanted to say, but in the end he couldn't say it. Seeing Yanming's appearance of wanting to speak and stopping, everyone immediately thought that he had learned, but they were afraid of hitting them, so they did this. Big Brother, it's okay, you can say it, we can withstand it. That's it, after all, we are all used to being hit by UXI. Listen to their chatter. The corners of Yanming's mouth became more and more bitter. In the end, he looked determined, as if he had made a decision. Brothers and sisters, I have let you down. I don't need the breathing method. As soon as the words came out, the audience fell silent. Everyone was stunned. You Yanming can't use the breathing method. How could it be? Yesterday they could see a wave of energy surrounding Yanming's body. That's the breath of fire. Now that they say they can't use it, it's just that they are fools and lies. Don't be kidding, you were brought in by Lord Yanzu personally, how could you not use it? Someone in the crowd asked, and the rest nodded their heads. They wouldn't think Yanming was useless. Yanming's expression was silent, ignoring them, and he found a place in the training ground and sat down. Seeing Yanming's appearance, everyone looked at each other and turned their heads to each other. No, he really doesn't need it. It seems that you see that he looks depressed. Genius has become a waste, this change has hit him hard. After learning the truth, they all pointed fingers at Yanming, and they no longer had as much respect as before. This is the reality. If you don't have the aura of genius and don't have enough strength, you will inevitably be looked down upon. Yanming looked at the gaze they cast at him, and his heart was secretly bitter. Forget it, accept the reality. I may not be the right person to stay here. The day passed quickly. There were people among the people who had comprehended the breathing method, although they were not very proficient, but compared to Yanming, they couldn't even use the breathing method energy. The person who learned also deliberately ran to Yanming to show off. Oh, this breath of flame is nothing, you can learn it casually, it's too easy. Yan Ming just wanted to congratulate him, but the other party suddenly said again. It's not like some waste, you learn fast, and you can't learn. Is such an explicit remark, no matter how stupid Yan Ming is, he can hear the meaning. Then he shut his mouth again, ignored him, and left him to speak. In the evening, everyone left, leaving only Yan Ming to sit alone in a corner of the training ground. I've kept you waiting. A loud voice sounded on the training ground, waking Yan Ming out of his stupor. Yan Ming turned his head to look. I saw Kyojuro coming from a distance. I didn't have to wait long, Yan Ming said as he looked at Xing Xiaolang who came to his side. Xing Xiaolang was not polite, and went straight to the point. You should know what I'm going to tell you. I know. Yan Ming replied expressionlessly. Xing Xiaolang said apologetically, I'm sorry, the Ghost Slayer can't keep you. Is it because I can't use the breathing method? Yan Ming smiled bitterly. There is no hope for the breathing method. But he still has hope about whether he wants to stay in the Ghost Slayer. The attitude towards Kyojuro is very resolute. The determination made Yan Ming a little surprised. After adjusting his next mentality, Yan Ming said. Actually, I don't have to be a stepson, let me be an ordinary ghost killer team member. In fact, Yan Ming wanted to say this to the other party a long time ago, but he couldn't find an opportunity. One is afraid that the other party will think that he doesn't like his stepson. The second is because of Senjuro, who has always regarded him as an elder brother and has always wanted him to become a stepson and a pillar. In order not to disappoint him, Yan Ming will try his best to perform on the training ground and get good results. It's different now, he doesn't even have a problem staying in the Ghost Slayer now, let alone his stepson. At this point, he just wanted to stay in the Ghost Slayer. Ordinary team members. No, you're not suitable. Kyojuro still decisively. Yan Ming, who thought that the other party would let go, was stunned. I don't even want the position of my stepson, don't you want to let yourself stay? Anyway, my own was also selected by the Wisteria Mountain Ghost Killing Team. But Yan Ming was about to continue, but was immediately interrupted by Xing Xiaolang. That's enough, that's it. I know you passed through Wisteria Mountain, but this is the Lord's order, and I only have the power to execute it. In the end, Kyojuro said the reason. Yan Ming frowned after hearing this. What did he mean? Why did he do this, and where did he offend him? Kyojuro turned around and was about to leave. As he left, he glanced sideways at Yan Ming and said, The Lord does this, naturally he has a reason, I hope you don't hate him. After saying that, he left. Yan Ming sat still. What does it mean? Chapter 27. Is it reasonable not to let me enter the Ghost Slayer team? Yan Ming looked at the back of Xing Xiaolang leaving, and sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. In the end, it's just a busy job in vain. That's it, let's go. Although he was unwilling, but in front of a word, Yan Ming had to bow his head. Then Yan Ming also left the training ground. Early the next morning. Brother Yan Ming, do you really want to leave? Yan Ming was packing up his things at this time, and Qian Xiaolang on the side said with a reluctant face. Well, yes, I've really bothered you these days, thank you for taking care of me. Yan Ming said as he straddled a package onto his back and reached out to touch Senjuro's head. Qianjialang said with a serious face, otherwise, I'll tell my brother again, let you stay in the ghost killing team. Yan Ming smiled, no need, this is Yan Ming's brother's decision, and his brother voluntarily quit. It is the Lord's intention to let him leave. Even if Kyojuro wanted to intervene, it would be to no avail. Staying here by yourself will make it even more difficult for the other party. It's better to leave obediently than that, and it will save you trouble for others. But, it's not your responsibility to kill ghosts. Okay, Senjuro, brother Yan Ming knows. Yan Ming directly interrupted him. He knew that Kunjuro wanted to help him, but Yan Ming had already made plans at this time, and he had already made up his mind, and it was impossible for him to stay because of a few words. Take good care of my brother and father in the future. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Saying that, Yan Ming touched Senjuro's head again. After saying goodbye at the end, Yan Ming walked straight out of the door and walked towards the carriage outside the door. Chihiro followed him. Walking to the carriage and seeing that the coachman had sent him to the man before, Yan Ming looked at him and nodded. It's troublesome. It's okay, by the way, it's for you above. The man took some money from the side and handed it to Yan Ming. Looking at the money handed over, Yan Ming smiled. There is also severance pay, this ghost killing team is quite thoughtful. Without shirking, Yan Ming took it. It took him a lot to get here. After getting into the carriage, the man drove and set off. Wait a minute, Yan Ming. Just then, a familiar figure was running towards him. Yan Ming opened the curtain and poked his head out. I saw Xiao Kui, who was sweating profusely, holding a book in his hand and handing it to Yan Ming. Oh, this is what my sister told me to give you. Yan Ming took the book, glanced at the cover on it, and found that there was not a word, so he asked suspiciously. This is... It's my sister's ancestral medical book. Hearing this, Yan Ming showed a shocked expression. It's not good. It's too precious. Seeing Yan Ming shirking it, Xiao Kui said with a displeased face, Sister will give it to you. Don't talk nonsense, this is the most precious book in my sister's life, you have to keep it well and don't break it. After that, Xiao Kui left without looking back. Yan Ming looked at the book in his hand, and he didn't come to his senses for a long time. As a doctor, Yan Ming knows the importance of this thing. This is the wisdom that has accumulated from generation to generation. It's not something that can be measured in money. What did Butterfly Shinobu think? Coachman reminded, little brother, shouldn't we go? It's getting dark, we have to hurry. Oh, let's go. Yan Ming, who came back to his senses, hurriedly responded. Now that it's all in your own hands, take it. If you have the opportunity to return it to her in the future. Then the carriage slowly drove out of the town. At the same time, in front of a wooden house somewhere in the town, Kyojuro said while kneeling in front of Yayashiki in the maternity ward. Lord, Yan Ming has left the town. Yaya said gently. As always. Well, I see. Thank you for helping me with this. Kyojuro asked in a tentative tone. Looking up at the other party. Lord, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you eliminate Yan Ming from the Ghost Slayer team? Regarding Kyojuro's puzzlement, Yaya Sanyashiki's face did not change a little, as if he had expected him to ask this question a long time ago. Yan Ming is a talent, but he is not suitable for the Ghost Slayer team. Why? Kyojuro hurriedly asked. It seems that Xing Xiaolang is also reluctant to let Yan Ming leave. As a pillar, it is rare for him to defend a person like this. But then Yayashiki's words directly suppressed his thoughts. I only heard Yayashiki smile slightly. My gut tells me that he doesn't belong here. Kyojuro was slightly stunned, muttering your intuition. As the master. Yaya Sanyashiki has abilities and talents that ordinary people don't have. One of them is to foresee the future. He seemed to see something unusual about Yan Ming, so he eliminated him from the Ghost Slayer team. I understand. Yaya Sanyashiki sent Kyojuro directly with just one sentence. After all, he is the master, and what he says is still very prestigious. And his decision was right in the eyes of Kyojuro. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many pillars listening to him, a sick cat. On the other side, after Yan Ming left the town, his thoughts also left the town. I don't know what happened to the old man at home. It's been a month. I think I'm going to be scolded when I go back. The location of Yanming town is very far away, and the carriage arrived for 2 days. Yanming, who was not used to XI bumps, is also used to XI. Little brother has arrived. The man's voice came. And Yanming poked his head out. Looking at the familiar place, he picked up his package and jumped out of the car. Finally, he said goodbye to the man and watched the other party go away. It wasn't until the other party left that Yanming turned his head to look at the town in front of him. I'm finally back. Go around and around, this is where I belong, said Yanming, walking in the direction of the pharmacy. Along the way, Yanming greeted his acquaintances on the street one by one. Hello. Aunt Zhang-o, Xiaoming is back, come to that cucumber to replenish your body. Alas, okay, thank you Aunt Zhang. Xiaoming is back? Although the purpose of sending it is a little strange, it is all after all. Good. At the same time, it shows that his popularity here is still quite strong. After crossing another street, Yanming finally returned to the front of the pharmacy. He strode open the door of the pharmacy and shouted, I'm back. At this time the pharmacy was full of patients, and when I saw Yanming returning, there was silence at first, and then there was a cheer from the pharmacy. Xiaoming, you're finally back, Grandma, I'm sick again, you can treat Grandma quickly. Brother Yanming, sit down, sit down. Xiaoming, help me see what my illness is like. Seeing the patients rushing towards him, Yanming could only be comforted one by one. Don't worry, take your time, take your time. When he walked to the counter, the old man's angry scolding came immediately. You kid, why did you go for so long, you want to be busy with me. Chapter 28. Don't worry, I'll come. Yanming said as he walked into the counter and said to the person who came to see the doctor. Come here, don't squeeze, come one by one. Yanming didn't expect that there seemed to be more patients in the pharmacy without his own. This couldn't help but make him doubt the old man's ability. This old man won't cure people more and more sickly. Didn't have time to think about it, Yanming immediately surrounded a group of people in front of him. Dr. Xiaoming, can you help me see my child? I have a high fever that does not go away. Suddenly a woman walked forward with her child in her arms and said with an eager face. Seeing this, Yanming immediately stepped forward to check, and found that the child in front of him was 7 or 8 years old, his face was pale and weak, and his mouth was still moaning, as if he was seriously ill. I reached out and touched the child's head again, and found that it was extremely hot, and it didn't seem to be lightly burned. Then he said to the patients who had toothache and rubbed some skin on their feet, let this seriously ill child be treated first, you can be calm and wait for a while. The patients saw Yanming speak, and they didn't say much, and walked to the side and waited. They all know that this is Yanming's style. Treat severe diseases first, then minor diseases. Yanming looked at the wide counter and said, come, let this child lie down directly. And the woman immediately put the weak child up. How long has he been like this? Yanming asked, touching the child's forehead again. It's been 2 days, and I thought it would be good to get some sleep, but I didn't expect it to get worse. The woman said with a sad face. Yanming shook his head secretly. That's why we don't pay attention to it. I always think it's good to sleep and sweat. This is all the thinking of the older generation. Okay, I already know the approximate reason. Come, help him sit up first. After a moment of observation and inquiry, Yanming had already found the problem, and after giving the woman a word, he turned around and began to rummage for something. The woman answered, and immediately lifted the child up. But I don't know if it was because she had just held the child for too long and had no strength, and the woman accidentally threw the child to the ground. The child screamed in pain. The people present looked over one after another. Yanming also turned his head to look. Baby, I'm sorry, mommy didn't mean to. The woman immediately lifted the child up, her face full of apologies. Seeing the child bleeding from the head, Yan Ming hurriedly said, "Quickly put him on the stage." Hearing Yan Ming's words, the woman immediately complied. Then, without saying a word, Yan Ming took out a neat white cloth from the cabinet and wiped the wound on the child's head. At the same time, she couldn't help complaining, "How did you become a mother? Why can't you even help a child?" Just when Yan Ming wanted to continue saying something, suddenly, it was discovered that the child's blood had seeped into his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yan Ming was shocked. While the woman and the child didn't see it, they immediately wiped the blood on their hands and put it on their clothes. Then he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to bandage the wounds of the injured child. Although there was no expression on his face at this time, his heart was already turbulent. What just happened? How can my body still suck blood? Am I mutated? I remember I wasn't like this before. Could it be a problem with blood? Holding one question after another, Yan Ming looked at the woman and asked, "Is there anything strange about your child?" Seeing this, Yan Ming immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to see if this child has other causes." The woman pondered for a moment and said, "No, it's just that I'm usually naughty. Does this count?" "Well, no. I couldn't see what I asked." Yan Ming simply stopped asking and continued to bandage the child. Then he placed the silver needles he had just found out, and found a few acupuncture points on the child's body and pricked them a few times. "Okay, you take a few more pills and go back, boil it for this child, and drink it for a few days," Yan Ming said. And grabbed some medicine bags from the medicine cabinet in the back and put them in front of the woman. Looking at the medicine on the medicine cabinet, the woman showed an expression that she wanted to take but did not dare to take it. Yan Ming tidied up the medicine cabinet behind him, and when he looked up, he just saw the woman's expression. Immediately understood. Most of the people who can come to his shop are poor people who can't open the pot. He saw the woman's condition at a glance, and she was a poor man. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been delayed until the high fever was severe. Immediately, Yan Ming took the medicine and handed it to the woman and said, "It's okay, you take it back and drink it first. If it is not cured, you don't need money." This medicine, Yan Ming promised that it would definitely be cured. "I say this just to help them in another way." No, it's already good that you can help me treat the child. How can I take your medicine again?" The woman hurriedly waved her hand and refused. Seeing that the woman didn't want it, Yan Ming frowned slightly. "I just wanted to say something like 'You don't, how good is your child?' and let the other person accept it." But just as he blurted out, his eyes swept to the child in the woman's arms, and an idea flashed through his mind. Yan Ming said, "That's it, let's make some equivalent exchange, so that you can rest assured, I can rest assured. How about it?" "What equivalent exchange?" The woman looked puzzled. She didn't have anything on her that was worth the money for the packet. "Well, I need some new blood to do research recently. I think your child is good. Give me a little blood of your child, and this package of medicine will be given to you," Yan Ming said when he made a little bit of a gesture with his fingers. The woman glanced at her child and nodded, "Okay, I'll change it." In fact, the woman knew that the blood was not worth the money for the medicine at all. Yan Ming was still taking pity on her by doing this. But for the sake of the child, she had no choice but to accept Yan Ming's mercy. Seeing that the woman agreed, Yan Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He then took out a syringe from the package he had brought back. "Let's let the kids sit down for a while," Yan Ming gestured to the counter. The woman put the child on it. Yan Ming then lifted the child's hand, inserted the needle into his arm, and began to operate. In the end, more than half a finger of blood was removed. Seeing that Yan Ming took it out in the middle of the operation, the woman asked, "Is this enough? Why don't you take some more?" Yan Ming shook his head, "This is for experiments, no matter how much you take, it's useless." The woman didn't speak again. Picked up the child and the medicine and planned to leave. As she left, she bowed to Yan Ming and thanked her. After the woman left, Yan Ming immediately said to the people who were queuing on the side. The patients. In the next pharmacy saw the night from the day, and the old and the young did all the work. "Oh, I'm tired, old man," said the old man, who had been sitting all day, as he got up from his chair. Yan Ming also stood up from his chair and moved his muscles. "Did you say that your medical skills have declined? Why are there more and more patients?" Hearing Yan Ming's words, the old man was angry. "You are still embarrassed to say. You have been gone for so many days, and you sent back a letter, and I don't know if you came back. I thought you died outside. And what about the medicine that you sold? Why did you come back alone? You won't pick up all the money and play with it?" Facing the old man's questioning, Yan Ming took out the money they gave after leaving the ghost-killing team from his arms and handed it to the old man. "I didn't spend it indiscriminately, the money is here." The old man took the money and looked at it, not only angry, but even more angry. "Why is there so much? You kid won't do anything bad." Yan Ming was stunned. He didn't calculate how much money he spent and how much he got to go to the Ghost Slayer team. Then he made up a reason on the spot. "What do you mean by doing bad things? I'm also a doctor, can't I make money by my craft?" The old man still didn't intend to give up, and asked again, "What about the medicine I asked you to buy?" This time Yan Ming couldn't find a reason anymore. He did forget about the medicine. And it wasn't until the old man mentioned it that he remembered it. Chapter 29. Harm, what a big deal, isn't it just medicine? My ultimate goal this time is to go out to see the world. You don't know, I saw more advanced medical skills outside. I tell you, you must be interested. In the end, Yan Ming snorted and walked over with a hippie smile. Although the old man was stubborn, he was still very interested in medical skills, and was directly coaxed by Yan Ming. After the old man's side was resolved, Yan Ming slipped back to his room. I opened the package I brought back and took out the medical book given by Butterfly Shinobu from inside. Originally, he wanted to show this thing to the old man, but he remembered that it was given to him by someone else's butterfly ninja. I held back. After all, this is someone's ancestral medical book, and it would be bad if there was any medical skill in it that didn't go out. Flipping through the book, Yan Ming searched carefully. He had actually read this book on the return carriage. There's a page in it that mentions a thing called thin blood. After rummaging through, Yan Ming finally found the page inside. Thin blood is a kind of ghost can eat dozens or even hundreds of people after eating, and even more blood is a rare species in thin blood, which can make the smell of ghosts get drunk. After reading Yan Ming, he flipped left and right again, and found that the description of thin blood in the whole book was only this sentence. Yan Ming suddenly fell into deep thought. What happened to the incident I encountered today? Is that kid's blood thin? Blood. I don't usually eat blood on my skin. Could it be that the LIUKU immortal thief is too dick and even eats blood directly? Faced with one question after another, Yan Ming put down the book, opened his sleeve and glanced at the back of his hand. This is where blood seeps in during the day. Could it be because of the thin blood? But no, I'm human, how can I react to the thin blood? After thinking for a while, Yan Ming didn't get an accurate answer. No, I have to find out what happened to my body, said Yan Ming, closing the book and putting it away, running back to the house, taking the blood that had just been drawn from the child's body back to the room. He walked to the window again, and in the moonlight, he dropped a drop of blood on his hand. The moment the blood dripped into his hand, there was a sound like water evaporating, and the blood disappeared. Yan Ming was stunned. Not only is the blood absorbed by one's own skin, but the reaction is greater. Why is this happening? I didn't practice Qi, and I didn't drive any exercises. Is it really the passive skill of the LIUKU immortal thief again? He forgot to see what changes his body had after absorbing blood. Yan Ming patted his head, and secretly scolded himself in his heart for being stupid, only now did he remember. Then Yan Ming closed his eyes slightly, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to mobilize the qi in his body. With the drive of his mind, a pale blue qi covered his body. After a while, he noticed that nothing had changed. "I'm trying the golden light spell," Yan Ming muttered for a moment. A stream of golden light then spread out from his body to all sides, and gradually gathered to cover his entire body. After running it for a while, I found that it was still the same. Nothing has changed. Isn't it blessed to the exercises? Yan Ming opened his eyes and looked at his hands, lost in thought. Or is this blood useless to himself, just absorbed and played by the LIUKU immortal thief? By the way, there is also it. Although Yan Ming didn't have much hope, he still had the mentality of trying it and activated the breath of fire. As he slowly took a deep breath of air, an unknown force swept through his heart and lungs. Yan Ming was shocked. But it didn't stop interrupting, but continued to run. After a while, Yan Ming suddenly stopped. Look at your body and fall into deep thought. Just now, there was a rush of energy running in his body, and that wasn't the most important thing. The important thing is that it was not absorbed by its own LIUKU immortal thief. Normally, one's body, whether it is food, water, air, or energy, cannot stay for a long time, because the LIUKU immortal thief will definitely disappear and absorb them all and turn them into qi to supply themselves. But this energy is not absorbed. Moreover, he had just deliberately run for a while longer to test the LIUKU immortal thief. The LIUKU immortal thief not only didn't make it difficult, but it also let it run around in its own body. It's weird, it's weird. But then Yan Ming thought of another question. If the LIUKU immortal thief allowed this energy to run in his body, did it mean that he could use the breathing method? Thinking of this, Yan Ming was already excited. Yan Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Great! It's a big night, what's it called?" It seemed to be too loud, and the voice of the old man immediately came from outside. Yan Ming didn't speak, smiled, and leaned back. Early the next morning. The sun rises slowly. The pharmacy was not open at this time, and the old man sat at the counter checking the pharmacy ledger. Yan Ming walked out of the pharmacy room at this time, carrying a log on his shoulder. Seeing Yan Ming like this, the old man immediately stopped him. "Hey, what kind of demon are you going to be? Early in the morning, are you planning to demolish the pharmacy?" Yan Ming put down the wood, looked at his room and said, "No, it's my house that is too old, I want to renovate it." The old man looked at the wood next to Yan Ming and said, "Are you renovating? The length of the wood is very long and very thick, and it is a bit too much to say that it is used to make beams." "Ah, this, I'll dismember it in a while, don't worry about not collapsing the pharmacy." Yan Ming's tone was a little unconfident when he spoke. The old man didn't want to deal with him anymore, so he turned his head and continued to look at the ledger in his hand. After explaining, Yan Ming continued to carry the wood to his house. In a few moments, he moved everything he had planned. "It's all alive, it's going to be installed." And then there was a clanging sound in the room. The old man sitting at the counter glanced at Yan Ming's room and muttered, "What's wrong with this kid?" The old man called him out to eat many times, but he didn't come out. "If you don't come out to eat again, I'll finish it," shouted the old man in the direction of the room. After a while, the door opened, and Yan Ming walked out of it covered in debris and dust. He walked straight up to the old man and said with a smile, "I'll show you something." And as he spoke, he pulled the old man and walked to the room. "Hey, you boy, don't drag my old bones like this," said the old man dissatisfied. But after the old man walked into the room, he was immediately stunned by the thing in front of him. "How is it? Not bad?" Yan Ming said with a smug expression as he looked at the room. Chapter 30. What is this? What are you doing in this room? Said the old man, pointing to the laboratory-like room in front of him. Yan Ming seemed to have expected the old man's reaction, and immediately explained. Of course it's for research. With this room, I can study drugs in the future. Said Yan Ming turned his head and glanced at his room, his face full of satisfaction. Although it can't be compared to the laboratory of the butterfly ninja, this is already very good and enough. Then how do you sleep at night? Do you want to sleep on that table? Said the old man, pointing to the largest experimental table in the room. Speaking of this, Yan Ming looked at a bed made of wooden planks in front of the window and said, "It's good to sleep over there." The old man followed Yan Ming's gaze and found that this bed seemed a little familiar. "Isn't this the wood you moved in the morning?" "Yes, that's it, I'm pretty good," Yan Ming said, with a smug smile on his face. Seeing Yan Ming tossing the good room like this, the old man said helplessly, "It's good if you're happy." After speaking, the old man left. Yan Ming saw that the old man was a little unhappy, so he asked, "Are you okay?" "It's very good, come and eat." After lunch, Yan Ming ran back to his room. The old man saw Yan Ming go back to his room, and immediately shouted to Yan Ming in the room, "Xiao Ming, come out, I'll tell you something." "Is it important?" "Important, come out," the old man continued. Yan Ming immediately ran out when he heard this. "What's the matter?" The old man sat down at the counter, patted the stool beside him, and motioned for him to sit down. "I won't sit down, I still have something inside," Yan Ming said as he turned around and walked to the room. "Sit down," the old man suddenly scolded. Yan Ming was stunned. Stopped. He didn't know why the old man was so angry. "Okay, I'll sit, don't be angry." Yan Ming sat down obediently. After Yan Ming sat down, the old man stroked the beard on his chin, looked at Yan Ming seriously and said, "Are you stimulated by anything outside?" Yan Ming frowned slightly, and looked the old man up and down again. "Are you okay? What can I be stimulated, but why do you ask that?" In fact, Yan Ming was shocked in his heart. He didn't understand how the old man could see it. "You see that in the past few days since you came back, you have either screamed in the room, or you are turning your room upside down. I don't think it's easy to see it." The old man pointed to Yan Ming's room and said. Hearing the old man's words, Yan Ming smiled and waved his hand. "You think too much, I'm fine, it's okay," the old man said with a serious face. "In this way, I will give you a vacation, and you will go home for a few days to see your relatives." Hearing the old man's words, Yan Ming paused, and then nodded. Speaking of which, Yan Ming hasn't been home for a while. It happened that the old man was on vacation, and he also wanted to go back and have a look, so he simply went back to have a look. "Okay, there's nothing to do for a while, you can go back, don't mess with your room again." After the old man finished speaking, he took out some money from the drawer and handed it to Yan Ming. "Here, take some money and buy them something." Yan Ming pushed away the old man's money and said, "I have it myself." And after saying that, Yan Ming ran back to the room. After a while, he ran out again, carrying a package behind him. Looking at the old man and saying, "Then I'm leaving." The old man nodded. Yan Ming then left. Looking at the back of Yan Ming leaving, the old man smiled and said, "The young people nowadays are really resolute, just go." Walking through the lively streets, Yan Ming came to the most marginal area of the town. He looked at the dense forest in front of him, and a thought suddenly rose in his heart. "Should you practice your breathing method now? I can't practice well in the pharmacy, so I should have a chance to go out now." As soon as he said it, Yan Ming immediately walked forward. After walking for a while, he stopped in an empty area. After looking around to make sure there was no one, Yan Ming sat down. Yan Ming suddenly remembered that he seemed to need to be secretly every time he practiced, as if he seemed to be unsightly. "I can't think about it so much, so let's practice quickly." Then Yan Ming closed his eyes slightly, relaxed his body, and tried to feel the situation in his body. For a moment, the energy seemed to sense Yan Ming's will. Began to flow with his thoughts. And Yan Ming tried his best to control every breath and breath at this moment, for fear that this energy would disappear again. In the end, he lived up to Yan Ming's expectations, and this energy finally came to his body. It was all around him. But there's something strange about the way this energy looks. It's not blue, it's not golden, it's blood red. That's right, it's blood red, a very weird color, as bright red as blood. Yan Ming slowly opened his eyes, looking at the energy surrounding him, and he was also slightly stunned. Blood red. What kind of breathing method is this? Obviously. This color was beyond Yan Ming's imagination. He thought it was the breath of fire, but he didn't expect it to be. And it's a breathing energy that I've never seen before. Am I creating a new breathing school? Without thinking too much about it, Yan Ming took the energy back. He looked at his hands, lost in thought. It must have something to do with that child's blood. After the blood is absorbed by itself, and then mobilized by the breathing method, it becomes like this. This is the biggest possibility that Yan Ming can think of. Is this still a school of breathing? After all, I need to use the breathing method to mobilize. Do you want to give this breathing method a name? The color of this energy is as bright as blood. It's better to call it the breath of blood. The name also sounds like a pull. Yan Ming, who had thought about it, smiled, stood up from the ground, and carried his package on his back. Head deep into the forest. After a half-day trek, Yan Ming finally returned to the village. He was standing on the outskirts of the village. Looking at the chimneys in the village, he understood that the village had returned to its former life, and he was sincerely happy at this time. The village where he had lived for more than 10 years has returned. After sighing for a while, Yan Ming immediately walked towards the village. When the people in the village saw Yan Ming, some of them showed curious eyes, and some of them greeted him warmly. Xiao Ming is back. Yan Ming also responded to the other party. Yes, I'll come back to see my uncle and aunt. Yo, what a filial child. Yan Ming smiled and continued to walk until he reached the edge of the village. Looking at the wooden house that was too familiar to be more familiar, Yan Ming's mood was excited at this time. Finally back. Yan Ming stepped forward and knocked on the door. A familiar voice was heard. Who? Chapter 31. The door opened with a small crack, and the ant looked through the small crack from the inside. Found out that it was Yan Ming, the ant said happily, "Oh, it's Xiao Ming." It's Xiao Ming back. Then the ant opened the door and said to the uncle in the house, "Uncle come out, Xiao Ming is back." Yan Ming had a smile on his face, walked in, looked at the ant and the uncle who came and said, "Uncle and aunt, I'm back." "Okay, come in, his aunt, let the child come in." The uncle saw that the ant was holding Yan Ming's hand in place and smirked, and said in a somewhat impatient tone. The ant reacted and immediately pulled Yan Ming in. "Oh, yes, come in, auntie will make you something to eat." Yan Ming was pulled in by the two of them. Night falls. The three of them sat in the courtyard of the wooden house, eating and talking about the events of these days. Yan Ming watched the two of them keep picking up vegetables for themselves and asking about their current situation, and his heart warmed. The world is big, and it's not as good as a small family of your own. "I'm fine, and my grandfather takes good care of me," Yan Ming replied with a smile. The uncle also smiled and said, "That's good, that's good." "Then have you made any girlfriends recently?" the aunt suddenly asked. Auntie's question made Yan Ming a little stunned. "How old are you? You want to have a girlfriend?" "Oh, Xiao Ming is so good, don't worry about finding a wife, what are you anxious about?" The uncle heard what the aunt meant and said immediately. Yan Ming also nodded in agreement. When the aunt heard this, she was not happy. "How many years can you live? You don't want to hold a child?" Yan Ming was stunned when he heard this. That's why. Auntie, don't worry, I'll work hard, and you don't have to worry, you can definitely live a long life. Saying that, Yan Ming took out 2 medicine bottles from his arms and handed them to the uncle and aunt. This is what I made in the store, they are all some big tonic medicines, you guys are good for your body when you eat them. The 2 took the medicine. Their faces full of curiosity. Isn't this medicine used to cure diseases? How can it still be good for the body? Is it still a bad thing that Xiao Ming gave you? The aunt said dissatisfiedly after hitting the uncle casually. Yan Ming nodded, looked at the medicine bottle and said. It is true that some medicines are used to treat diseases, but some medicines are used to maintain health, and this is to maintain health. Healthcare drugs are not very popular in this world, only some rich people have them, and ordinary people can't afford to eat them. Only people like Yan Ming, who is a doctor and has research in medicine, can do it themselves. Okay, then we'll take it. The uncle and aunt put the medicine aside, and continued to pick up the family with Yan Ming. It wasn't until they felt sleepy that they returned to their room to sleep. The 2 of them fell asleep, and Yan Ming didn't plan to sleep here. He's just learned how to breathe, and now it's time to practice XI more. So he plans to use the breathing method to XI it a few more times tonight, so that he can use it quickly and use it in battle. And he has 6 libraries of immortal thieves, he doesn't sleep at night, and he will be as energetic as he will get up tomorrow. So he sat cross-legged on his bed and spent the night. 3 days later. A sunny morning. Yan Ming sat in the courtyard and meditated as usual. After a breath, he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his hands again, lost in thought. At this time, his breathing method can be completely transmitted and received freely. This shows that you are fully proficient. But what is still a little lacking is that I can use the breathing method, but I lack practical experience. This is not something he can do on his own. You have to find an opponent to practice more, otherwise practicing by yourself is just talking on paper and useless. But who are you going to practice? The gate of the courtyard was pushed open. The uncle and aunt walked in with farm tools. Seeing Yan Ming sitting in the courtyard, the aunt immediately walked towards him with a worried face. Xiao Ming, my aunt just heard something from the neighbor who came back from the town next door. He said that there was a homicide in a pharmacy in the town yesterday. And the boss died in the store. Yan Ming heard it and quickly asked, which pharmacy is it? The uncle came over and said, I don't know, I just know that the boss died, and he died a miserable death. Xiao Ming, you said that the boss wouldn't be, the aunt stopped in the middle of speaking. Yan Ming chuckled in his heart. Probably an old man. Otherwise, you can go back and have a look first, the uncle patted Yan Ming and said. Okay, then I'll go now. Said Yan Ming and got up and ran back to the house to pack his things. After a while, he walked out with the package on his back. Xiao Ming, be careful, the aunt reminded. Yan Ming answered, then opened the door and ran out. Soon, Yan Ming left the village and ran deep into the forest. On the way, the figure of the old man appeared in Yan Ming's mind. The old man was a lonely old man, who had no children under his knees, and devoted his life to medicine, and had been saving the poor and untreatable people. If such a person dies, it is really an injustice of heaven. After running wildly all the way, Yan Ming, who had been traveling for half a day, took a few hours to complete. But at the same time, a lot of qi was consumed. Yan Ming didn't have time to think about it. When he came to the outskirts of the town, he didn't stop, and ran straight in the direction of the pharmacy. Because there were so many people coming and going on the street, in order to save time, he had to jump on the roof of the street and quickly run in the direction of the pharmacy. After a while, he saw the door of the pharmacy. Then he jumped off the roof and ran quickly to the front of the pharmacy. The moment he opened the door, Yan Ming shouted inside. Grandpa! At this time, the patients in the store should come to the prestige. The old man also looked at him, his eyes full of doubt. Why did you kid come back so quickly, isn't there still 2 days? Yan Ming locked onto the old man on the counter for the first time. Seeing him, Yan Ming felt as if a stone had fallen in his heart, and then reacted and laughed. I didn't have anything to do at home, so I just came back. The old man turned his head and continued to see the patient. Yan Ming walked into the store by himself and put down the package, muttering in his heart. What's the matter, didn't you say that something happened? Could it be that the uncle and aunt lied to me? Or did the uncle and aunt be deceived? After putting down the package, Yan Ming wanted to go to the old man to ask for an explanation. But after walking a few steps, I was immediately attracted by the people on the opposite side of the pharmacy. At this time, a man in a police uniform was passing by opposite the pharmacy, and there were some blood stains on his hands. Yan Ming then walked out of the door and asked, "Hello, what happened? Why are you all blood stains on your hands?" The man who was questioned by Yan Ming stopped and said, "Oh, there was a homicide next door. We're dealing with it." Chapter 32. After saying that, the man left. Yan Ming then looked next door. A group of people in police uniforms next door were found looking for something inside. At this time, Yan Ming understood. It turned out that there was a homicide in the pharmacy next door, not my own. It's okay. Yan Ming then turned around and returned to the pharmacy. Seeing that there were not many patients in the store and there was no need to help himself, Yan Ming picked up his package and went back to his room. The old man is fine. Then it's time to settle your own business. Find someone to fight with. But who are you going to look for? Find someone, there should be no one in the town who is his opponent. Let's find a ghost, and there is no ghost killing team to give him information, even if he has the heart to look for it, he can't find it. Forget it, let's work first. In the end, Yan Ming gave up resistance and continued to study the medicine in his room. Until the old man is busy with the patient. The old man came to his room. What were you doing in a hurry? The old man obviously didn't believe what he had just said. Yan Ming didn't hide it, and said directly, I heard that there was a murder in a small town pharmacy, so I came back. The old man was stunned for a moment, then turned around and planned to leave, but still left a word. You kid thought I was dead, didn't you? The corner of the old man's mouth rose in the position where Yan Ming couldn't see it, revealing a knowing smile. After all, the old man has no heirs, and it must be glad that someone cares about him. Life returned to normal, and Yan Ming brought the news that the old man was okay back to the village to tell his uncle and aunt. Yan Ming also continued to work in the pharmacy. Early morning. The old man sat on the counter and shouted into the room. Hurry up, the medicine is open, what are you kids still grinding? It's coming, don't rush. Yan Ming walked out of the house and then sat in his place. Seeing that Yan Ming was ready, the old man opened the door of the pharmacy. At this time, several patients stood outside the gate and walked in. 3 people went to the old man's side, and 1 person came to Yan Ming's side. Yan Ming came to Yan Ming's side, he was holding his arm, as if he was injured. Yan Ming looked at the patient and stretched out his hand to signal him to sit down. After the man sat down, he said, just give me some medicine, I have a small injury. And it seems that the man doesn't care much about his injury. For the man's situation, Yan Ming was not surprised, and immediately said, just take the medicine, I also want to see what kind of wound it is. Why are you a little kid doing so much? You are not a doctor, what do you know? Just give me some hemostatic medicine. The man said angrily. His shout immediately attracted the attention of the patients on the side, and they all cast their eyes on Yan Ming's side. Together with the old man, he also looked over, but he didn't say anything to stop him, he just shook his head. Secretly, Yan Ming frowned slightly after hearing this, and said sharply, I'm the doctor, if you don't show me the wound, you will roll for me. seemed to be frightened by Yan Ming, and the man exposed his wound peacefully. Yan Ming immediately stepped forward to inspect the wound, and after looking at it for a while, he didn't speak. The man thought that Yan Ming couldn't see it, and a contemptuous expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Boy, if you don't understand, give me medicine honestly, it's not difficult for me." Was ridiculed by the man, Yan Ming didn't care and silently turned back, and said lightly, "You were bitten by something." The man said without hesitation, "The wild boar in the mountain arched." Yan Ming shook his head, and said in a voice that he could only hear, "It doesn't look like it." "What did you say?" The man wondered if he didn't hear Yan Ming's words. "It's nothing, in this case, I'll help you bandage it first." Yan Ming said that he was about to step forward to help him bandage. When the man saw that Yan Ming was delaying giving him medicine, he immediately said angrily, "Do you kid give me medicine?" Yan Ming ignored his angry shouts, but glanced inside the pharmacy and found that the old man had already healed and sent him away. So he walked straight to the man's side and whispered in his ear, "You were injured by a ghost." The man suddenly turned his head to look at it. Yan Ming and said, "How do you know?" Seeing the man's reaction, Yan Ming smiled, "How do you say that I am also a doctor? Can I not know what I was injured?" In fact, Yan Ming not only knew that he was injured by a ghost, but also knew that the man was a ghost killer. After all, there are not many people who are injured by ghosts. Not only are they not afraid, but they are also so calm to deal with the wounds. "That's right, I don't want to be known, you can help me deal with it," the man begged. "Yes, but I have one request." Yan Ming walked back to his seat and sat down. The man thought that Yan Ming wanted money, so he immediately took out some money and handed it to Yan Ming. Yan Ming smiled and pushed him away and said, "Just tell me where the ghost who hurt you is." According to Yan Ming's inference, the man has not left the town at this time, which means that the ghost was not killed by him. This is also in line with Yan Ming's meaning, he is now looking for an opponent to no avail, just using that ghost to try his skills. When the man heard the news of the ghost, he immediately showed a puzzled look. "What do you want ghost news?" "Naturally, it's a ghost hunt," Yan Ming Feng said lightly, looking very casual. "Impossible, this kind of thing must not be done by ordinary people," the man directly refused. "I'm sorry then, please go buy medicine elsewhere," Yan Ming said and made a gesture of please. Yan Ming will definitely let go of this person, because this town has not had a second home since the death of the boss next door. Their family now has a monopoly on medical care in the whole town, and if the man leaves, he has to go further to buy medicine. But his wound can't wait that long, which Yan Ming believes the man also knows. Sure enough, the man hesitated for a moment, then relented. "I can tell you where he is, but you don't go to him because even I can't take what he does. I have to ask someone to help." Yan Ming nodded and smiled. "Come on, I'll help you bandage it first." The man said that asking someone to help was waiting for the ghost-killing team to send stronger people. But Yan Ming didn't think it was necessary. Because Yan Ming will make a move. After a while, Yan Ming helped the man take care of the wound and sent the other party away. Of course, he also learned about the ghost from the man. Now it's time to check it out. Yan Ming saw that there were no patients in the store, and then said to the old man not far away, "You continue to look at the store, I have something to do." After speaking, Yan Ming disappeared into the store with a puff of smoke. The old man reacted, and immediately got up and scolded, "Where are you going to have fun again? This kid knows how to play all day long, and he doesn't do anything serious." The old man chattered in the store, and Yan Ming ran wildly on the deserted street. According to the information given by the man, the ghost who injured him was in another town. Because he was afraid that the ghost would come to him at night to seek revenge, he came here. Chapter 33. At this time, Yan Ming was still half a day's way away from the town where the ghost was. But Yan Ming is not an ordinary person, this distance can be reached before dark as long as he works hard. A few hours later, Yan Ming arrived in town on time. At this time, there was still some time before dark, and Yan Ming walked towards the center of the town. Then I found a tavern where no one was there and sat down. "Boss, come to. A pot of wine." The owner of the store glanced at Yan Ming and silently took a pot of tea. Yan Ming looked at the tea on the table and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized that he was a minor, so he didn't say anything more. He picked up his own tea and poured himself a cup and drank it. Just then, two men in kimonos walked in. Seeing Yan Ming, a man muttered something in his mouth. Why did the kid come to the tavern too? Yan Ming ignored him, picked up the tea on the table and took another sip. The two men sat down in a position that was a little close to Yan Ming, and began to chat. "Hey, have you heard? Several people have disappeared in the town for some reason recently." "Yes, let's hear what's going on." "You don't know? Then I'll talk to you." A man heard that his companion hadn't heard of it, and immediately his eyebrows fluttered. Yan Ming listened to it from the side, and immediately became interested, pricking up his ears to listen to the man. "It happened a week ago. Their family went up the mountain to collect medicine for a living. One day, I don't know what happened, their 3 daughters went up the mountain to collect medicine and disappeared. The family and people nearby searched for a day and a night but couldn't find it. Then the next day their eldest daughter suddenly came back. But his mind is not very normal, and he keeps shouting, 'Don't kill me, don't kill me.' She looks like she sees a ghost." The man took a sip of wine. Another man hurriedly asked, "What about the other 2 daughters?" The man who finished drinking smacked his lips and said, "It's gone, it's like the world has evaporated. I can't find anything, the whole mountain has been searched, and when I asked the eldest daughter, she also said that she doesn't know, she's completely crazy. Some people say that they were eaten by ghosts, and some people say that they were abducted by human traffickers. Since then, someone has disappeared in the town. No, yesterday, another one disappeared in the pharmacy in the town." After hearing this, the other man's face turned pale. "Should we be careful recently?" "Yes, it's time to be careful." Hearing this, Yan Ming already had a rough idea in his heart at this time. It seems that the town is really haunted. And it's not a short time. Then Yan Ming took out a coin from his arms, put it on the wine table, and walked out of the hotel. Looking up at the sky, he saw that it was dusk, then he looked around and immediately walked in one direction. When he came to a fork in the road, Yan Ming stopped. I looked around and saw an alley on the side, so I walked in. That's where the man who came to the pharmacy today to pick up the medicine said. That's where he fights the ghost. According to his description, it was a female ghost with a ball in her hand, and she specialized in attacking people with the ball. And the ball thrown is very powerful, and it can easily smash through a wall. Thinking of this, Yan Ming remembered the ghosts that appeared in the original book. That's a female ghost too. It's the same as the man described. If it's really her, maybe it's funny. Yan Ming smiled slightly. Then he went deep into the alley and began to explore the scene. Within 2 steps, he found a wall that had been broken through. There are also some blood stains on the side. Yan Ming stepped forward and wiped a little with his fingers on his hand. He leaned over his nose and sniffed it. It's human blood, yesterday's. It was supposed to be the man's. Then Yan Ming moved his gaze to the depths of the alley ahead. It was dark ahead, and I couldn't see anything. Yan Ming stood in place and watched quietly, and at this time he suddenly had a premonition in his heart. The female ghost will reappear, and she will come to this place. Because the man who told him the information said it. The female ghost seemed to be looking for something, and kept wandering around the town and never left. When he heard that the ghost was looking for something, Yan Ming fell into deep thought. The ghost is looking for something. It can't be looking for thin blood, right? I guess. What else can make the ghost bother to find it? Then Yan Ming turned and left the alley. Next, he plans to come and wait for the rabbit. After a while, dusk fell and night fell. Yan Ming leaned against the wall outside the alley at this time, closed his eyes slightly, and waited quietly. I stayed up until the second half of the night. Suddenly there was the sound of balloons falling in the alley. The alert Yan Ming immediately woke up, and suddenly opened his eyes. This breath, it was a ghost. Yan Ming then melted his body into the darkness, avoiding the gaze of the visitors. It's so annoying, I've been looking for so long and haven't found the cyan flower, how can we explain it to the adults? A woman's voice came from the alley, and it seemed that she was talking to someone. Don't worry, there's still time, and there's still a lot of places to find. Another voice came from the alley, it was a man's voice, and the voice was not very old. Hearing the man's voice, Yan Ming was slightly stunned. Looks like the information isn't right either. And just now they seem to have mentioned the cyan flower. It seems that they were sent by Wu Wu. At this time, the two voices were getting closer and closer to Yan Ming's position. It's all to blame on the ghost hunter yesterday, if he hadn't stopped me, I would have searched that pharmacy a long time ago. I don't have to look for it again now. The woman's voice was a little indignant. That only means you're useless. The man's voice mocked the woman mercilessly. At this time, the two of them were about to arrive at Yan Ming's location. Yan Ming also expected this, and immediately drove the internal qi to cover his whole body and enter a fighting state. His move immediately attracted the attention of two people. Who? Yan Ming didn't say a word, one turned around and rushed out of the darkness to attack the two of them. Seeing this, the man immediately reacted and avoided Yan Ming's attack. The woman was not so lucky, she was directly kicked by Yan Ming and flew out of the head for several meters, and her feet touched the ground for a moment before she stabilized her figure. After the little thief man avoided the attack, he immediately launched an offensive, only to see him raise one hand, and one eye in his hand immediately opened, and then a red arrow sent out from his hand to attack Yan Ming. This arrow was originally invisible to ordinary people, but Yan Ming discovered it with a keen enough intuition. I saw Yan Ming dodging slightly sideways. But as if it had life, the arrow circled around and flew back again, continuing to attack Yan Ming. Yan Ming dodged again. At this time, the woman also reacted, and scolded angrily when she looked at Yan Ming. Who is this stinky boy? I don't even smell his smell. The man ignored her, raised his hands, and two eyes appeared in his palms, and then two red arrows sent out from his hands, straight towards Yan Ming. Yan Ming didn't panic, he removed the qi on his body and replaced it with a breathing method. Chapter 34. Finally, avoided at a faster pace. Yan Ming was already able to confirm at this time that these two were the two ghosts who claimed to be the direct troops of Wu Miserable in the original book. The man should be called EPUB, who knows blood ghost magic, and uses an arrow that people can't see. The woman's name is Zhu Shamaru, and she also knows how to use blood ghosts, and she specializes in using Keju to attack people, which is very powerful, and the ghost-killing team member in the pharmacy who came to get the medicine should have been injured by her. The two often act together, and the blood ghost magic works very well with each other. Boy, are you a ghost hunter? Zhu Shamaru looked at Yan Ming and wondered. The reason for this is because Yan Ming is not wearing the clothes of the Ghost Slayer team. And Yipayu said impatiently, stop talking nonsense, whether he is or not, let's deal with him quickly. Otherwise, it will be dawn in a while. Hearing this, Zhu Shamaru stopped talking nonsense, and took it out of his hand and threw it straight at Yan Ming. Yan Ming had already removed the qi on his body at this time, and switched to breathing, so naturally he couldn't respond to her ball. You can only dodge by moving around. In the process, Yan Ming grabbed the gap and ran towards the female ghost with a fist. Seeing Yan Ming like this, Zhu Shamaru smiled and mocked. This guy is trying to defeat us. With his fists, Yan Ming ignored them, and they continued to go their own way. And attacked Zhu Shamaru with his fists. Bangs! Fist fell firmly on Zhu Shamaru, and there was no surprise that this punch did not hurt her at all. Zhu Shamaru snorted coldly, and also punched back to Yan Ming. Yan Ming didn't give her a chance, and suddenly moved back to dodge, and continued to move backwards to open up the distance. For such a mysterious operation as Yan Ming, Zhu Shamaru and Yapayu knew each other at a glance. I don't understand what Yan Ming is doing. Could it be that this kid just wants to defeat them in this way? Or is there some trick waiting for them in Yan Ming? I see, this kid is planning to delay the sun and wait for the sun to rise, so that we can use the sun to destroy us. Yawa said suddenly. When Zhu Shamaru heard this, he mocked, can he hold us back? Now that Yan Ming is 1 against 2, he can't stop him at all, and Yan Ming's current strength doesn't look like he can stop them at all. Yan Ming looked at his fist at this time, and said secretly in his heart. It seems that the light breathing method is useless, and you need to have a weapon to do it. For example, the Nichiren knife. The reason why he didn't use chi just now was to test the performance of the breathing method in actual combat. In the end, it turned out that they couldn't win with just fists and basic physical fitness. Don't talk too much and go together, hurry up and defeat this kid, so as not to have a long night and dreams. Yapapayu said, stretched out his hands, and the eyes on his hands clicked. And immediately several invisible arrows flew towards Yan Ming. Zhu Shamaru then threw several balls and attacked Yan Ming. Yan Ming relied on his instinct to dodge the arrows. Then hurriedly chanted the golden light spell in his mouth. Immediately, a golden light covered the whole body. Zheng 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 counted. The sound of impact. The attacking ball smashed straight into Yan Ming's body, as if it had hit a big bell. The sound of metal colliding is emitted. Seeing this, the two were stunned. What's the situation? What's the matter with the golden light on that kid's body? Yapayu reacted and shouted, whatever, attack with all your might, I don't believe you can't beat this stinky monkey. Zhu Shamaru immediately snorted when he heard this, and 4 hands immediately grew on his body, together with the original 2, a total of 6. I saw her hand shake, and 6 balls appeared on her 6 hands, and she threw them directly at Yan Ming without saying a word. Yapapa Feather followed with a lift of his hands, and several invisible arrows followed the balls and joined together. At this time, those balls seemed to be equipped with an automatic tracking function, and they all attacked Yan Ming. It seems that the 2 of them have used the strongest killing move. Yan Ming looked at the attacking balls, the corners of his mouth raised, and he let those balls smash without dodging or dodging. Zheng 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 zheng. Those balls smashed into Yan Ming's golden light like rain. But unlike the rain, after those balls were smashed once, it rebounded again and continued to smash at Yan Ming. And so on and so forth, and again, and again, and again and again. Seeing this scene, Yapawa and Zhu Shamaru both showed stunned expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect the golden light on Yan Ming's body to be so hard. Yan Ming looked at the ball that was still smashing and shook his head secretly. Sure enough, the golden light spell given by the system is easy to use. It's much more practical than any garbage breathing method. Now the golden light spell of Yan Ming had been upgraded to the level of Wisteria Mountain before. Not only can the upgraded golden light spell change freely, but its materialization is also getting higher and higher. The higher the materialization, the higher the hardness, the more difficult it is for others to break it. Okay, it's time for me to do it next. Yan Ming said as he looked at the ball that wouldn't stop at all. It really gave them face. It's okay to give them a few shots. I kept letting them fight like this, thinking that I didn't dare to fight back. With that, Yan Ming suddenly stretched out a hand. The golden light on his body immediately condensed and transformed into a golden claw to attack them. Seeing this, the 2 hurriedly avoided it. The ball, which had been attacking Yan Ming, suddenly relaxed. Yan Ming then urged the golden light to shake away those annoying balls. Immediately afterward, Yan Ming continued to drive the golden light to condense 3 huge fists and smash them at the 2 of them. At this point, the tide of battle immediately changed. Yan Ming changed from the initial defeat to defense and then to offense. Zhu Shamaru looked at the smashed fist and said angrily, "This kid is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, he was teasing us just now." Zhu Shamaru avoided the fist as he spoke. The big fist condensed by the golden light seemed to be unwanted, and smashed at her, and Zhu Shamaru could only avoid and avoid. Yapawa was also dodging his fists at this time, but at the same time, he noticed that the sky was getting brighter, so he said to Zhu Shamaru on the side, "The sun is coming out soon, let's withdraw first." Zhu Shamaru heard this, and without saying a word, he threw the ball in his hand into his fist to buy some time for the 2 of them. Yan Ming heard the conversation between the 2, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Run! I want to run after the fight," he said, and he didn't hide it, and raised his hands. Suddenly, the golden light burst into flames, and the dazzling golden light immediately turned into countless fists and smashed towards the 2. The ball thrown by Zhu Shamaru was instantly smashed by the fist turned into golden light. "Run!" Xiaozamaru shouted with wide eyes. Didn't wait for her to finish. Fists like machine gun fire were all smashed at them. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The 2 of them, who had nowhere to hide, were hit with fists, and they both fell to the ground in pain. "Ah!" Yan Ming seized the opportunity and continued to launch a golden light onslaught, his fist smashing at them as if he had just smashed himself. The 2 originally wanted to stand up and flee, but they were immediately smashed down by Yan Ming's golden fist. Bang bang! The 2 were lying on the ground, pressed and unable to move. At the same time, you have to bear the power of the golden fist. "Ah!" The screams of the 2 could be heard throughout the alley. Their bodies were hit again and again. But because of the relationship between ghosts, it was restored again and again. Yan Ming looked at the 2 of them coldly for a while, then looked up at the sky. "Bear with me, I'll send you to death right away." Chapter 35. The 2 of them, who had been beaten by Yan Ming, heard this. Immediately fell into despair. At this time, Yan Ming was like a demonic existence in their eyes, and those members of the Ghost Slayer team were several times more gentle than him. "Rao, spare me," Zhu Shamaru said vaguely. Yan Ming ignored her. He knew that this woman had killed a lot of people. It's not a pity to die 100 times, and it's nothing to be killed by yourself once. At this time, the sun slowly rises. The duo drove their bodies to struggle as hard as they could, but to no avail. Yan Ming knew that they would struggle, and the golden light that was activated at this time had just increased a lot. Eventually, the sun gradually shone into the alley. The 2 of them were reduced to ashes in an unwilling roar. Watching the ashes dissipate, Yan Ming withdrew from the golden light. Ding! Defeat 2 high-level ghosts and get 20 points. 115 points in total. At the same time, the voice of the system in his head came. Yan Ming, who heard the voice, frowned slightly. These 2 goods are high-level ghosts. Is it because of blood magic? Forget it, it doesn't matter. After saying that, Yan Ming glanced at the alley that was smashed by himself. I shouldn't have to pay for it. Forget it, just slip away now. Yan Ming then hurriedly ran out of the alley and disappeared into the scene. The next day after the fact. In front of a wooden house in a small town. I heard that someone killed the ONI before the ONI steam came. Said Yuria Shiki, who was sitting in front of the wooden house. With a smile on his face. Yes, the news came from Shinkro yesterday, this person is not from the ghost killing team, it should be an ordinary person who was killed by accident. The person kneeling in front of Yaya was none other than Butterfly Shinobi. Yan Ming was still on a mission when she left, and at this time she had already returned from her mission and was about to accept another mission as the master. Well, it's possible, but if he's really an ordinary person, he's really strong enough to kill ghosts. By the way, it's hard to come back from the mission, so let's have a good rest. I heard that your knife has been worn a lot, let's go to the knife forging village to take a good look. Yaya Sanyashiki smiled. Thank you for your concern, Butterfly replied and got up to leave. Yaya sat on the ground, looking up at the sky and muttered. This ordinary person, it can't be you, Yan Ming. Yayashiki, who has a foresight of the future, seems to realize something. The other side. After Yan Ming returned to the pharmacy from that town, he was inevitably scolded by the old man. You kid, tell me well, where are you going to play again? I didn't return all night. In response to the old man's scolding, Yan Ming sat on the counter with a dull face, as if he didn't listen or listen. After scolding for a while, the old man's mood eased down. The medicine in the store is almost gone, you go to other towns or villages to find out if there is any. Yan Ming breathed a long sigh of relief, glad that he had finally finished scolding. Okay, I'll go, he said, stepping down from the counter and walking out the door. The old man looked at Yan Ming's back and sighed. It seems that he has grown up, and he can't be treated like this in the future. After Yan Ming walked out of the pharmacy, he walked out of the town. For the old man, Yan Ming didn't dare to provoke. After all, it's not good if he's old, and it's not good if he gets angry. After walking out of the town, Yan Ming walked towards the village outside the town. That's where Yan Ming frequents. Because the old man is old, he can't come out to purchase, so he does it for him. The village is a hillside that stands halfway up the mountain, and Yan Ming has to climb the mountain at the same time as he wants to go. It is precisely because it stands on the mountain that the villagers of this village have a lot of medicinal herbs in their hands. They often come here to buy medicinal herbs. After a while, Yan Ming arrived. I came to a house and knocked on the door. Ga. The door opened, and an old woman poked her head out. Yan Ming immediately asked, Hello, do you have any medicinal herbs? The old woman shook her head and said, No, there have been more and more wolves on the mountain recently, and we don't dare to go up. Hearing this, Yan Ming nodded excuse me, and then went to another house. In the end, it was the same, no. Then I asked several more restaurants, but they also said no. The reason is all because there are wolves on it, and no one goes up to pick them. Yan Ming walked on the edge of the village, looking at the village and said in distress. What to do, there is no medicine, how to explain to the old man. There is still some distance to go to a nearby town, and it must be enough for him to go back and forth in a day. But not necessarily if you bring medicinal herbs. Because he couldn't make the carriage run dozens of kilometers like him. Then Yan Ming moved his gaze to the mountain. Now I can only go on it myself. Aren't there just a few wolves? One palm at a time. It's better than going back and being scolded again. Just do it. Yan Ming picked up the back basket on the side and walked in the direction of the mountain. Halfway through, Yan Ming stopped. Looking at the green and vibrant appearance around here, he was overjoyed. If nothing else, he'll find a lot of good things here. As expected, it didn't take him a few steps before he found an herb. If they were to buy this herb, it would cost a lot of money. Yan Ming stepped forward and plucked the herbs and put them in the back basket. Earned, chattered. While continuing to search. After a while, another plant was found, and although it was not the same, the value was about the same. After searching like this for a while, Yan Ming's back basket was quickly full. It's really thanks to the villagers who didn't come to pick it. Yan Ming, who was satisfied, looked at the back basket and planned to go down the mountain. But he didn't take 2 steps before a wolf howl came from behind him. Yan Ming turned his head sharply and looked sideways to look back. Just in time to see a wolf howling on the top of the mountain. It's okay that it doesn't howl, but as soon as it screams, several wolf heads emerge near it, staring at Yan Ming. Seeing this, Yan Ming frowned slightly. What's going on? Isn't it just to get you some grass on your territory? Because of this, you want to fight with me? After a while of complaining, Yan Ming gently put down the back basket behind him. When the wolves on the mountain saw his move, they thought he wanted to run, and immediately swarmed after him, looking as if they had been hungry for a long time. The wolves attacked, and Yan Ming was not in a hurry. After all, if he wanted to run, this group of four-legged people might not be able to outrun him. And that's why I don't run, because he wanted to see if the wolves were one-eyed or double-eyelid and wipe out the wolves. Because when he came up just now, he heard from the villagers here that these wolves had eaten a lot of villagers. With such a scourge, Yan Ming naturally wanted to do the right thing for heaven. The wolves gradually approached, and the golden light spell in Yan Ming's mouth moved. A dazzling golden light then covered his body. The wolves seemed to be faint from hunger, and they were not only not afraid to see the golden light, but also excited. Without saying a word, he pounced directly. Seeing this, the corners of Yan Ming's mouth rose, and with a wave of his hand, the golden light flashed. The originally silent mountain forest immediately heard the sound of wolves wailing. Chapter 36. After dealing with the wolves, Yan Ming clapped his hands with a satisfied face, picked up the backpack on the ground, straddled his shoulders, and walked straight down the mountain. Only the corpses of wolves were left all over the ground. Yan Ming walked down the mountain with a happy face. But he didn't go far before the mountain became heavenly. A thick layer of fog covered the entire mountain. Yan Ming's vision in front of him also became blurred. Immediately, he mobilized the qi in his body to run on his eyes. But because the fog was so thick, he still couldn't see clearly. Withdrawing qi, Yan Ming could only shake his head helplessly. Why is it so decaying? It's wolves again, and it's foggy again. No wonder there are so many herbs in this mountain that no one comes to pick. After a few complaints, Yan Ming continued to walk down the mountain. But because he couldn't see the road clearly, his pace slowed down a lot. At this moment, Yan Ming, who had been looking down at the road, noticed a small flower on the side of the road. It was a blue flower, with its petals sinuous and unfolding, and there were some small things next to the petals. I don't know what it was. Yan Ming then crouched down and took a closer look. But after looking at it for a long time, he didn't even see what kind of flower it was. He didn't rush out to grab it. Because it's common sense not to touch this kind of thing that you don't know in the mountains. This couldn't help but make Yan Ming, who was naturally interested in medicine and plants, suddenly become interested. He set the basket aside and sat down in front of the flowers. Leaned down and took a closer look. The more he looked at it, the more strange he felt. There were even plants he didn't recognize. You know, he spent some time in Butterfly Shinobi's laboratory. During that time, he read all the books in it, as well as the ancestral medical skills of others. It can be said that he knows most of the plants and medicinal materials in the world. But I have never seen this little cyan flower in front of me. Isn't it from a medical book? Is it? At this moment, Yan Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the small cyan flower in front of him with a shocked expression. It's it. Teal flowers. Oni King Anime Suji is something that he has been looking for. This is what the other party has been searching for thousands of years and has not found. It's right in front of your eyes at this time. Yan Ming smiled. It seems that I am really lucky today. All these things have been found by themselves. But in the end, Yan Ming was not too strange to think about it. After all, Wu Miao was so powerful that he couldn't find the cyan flower that bloomed during the day. And it's only a few days away. Next, Yan Ming used the qi in his body to wrap his hand, and then reached out and gently plucked the cyan flower. The moment he put it in his hand, Yan Ming immediately took out a piece of cloth from his arms and wrapped the cyan flower. This cloth is specially made by Yan Ming, and it is specially used to store those rare and precious medicinal materials. The medicinal materials wrapped in this cloth can maximize the preservation of the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials. Today it comes in handy. Yan Ming then put the medicine in his arms to prevent it from being lost. Finally, I picked up the basket on the side and continued to walk down the mountain. At this time, the fog had no intention of disappearing, and Yan Ming still walked cautiously. After walking like this for a long time, he stopped. Looking at the fog all over the mountains, Yan Ming panicked. Yes, Yan Ming panicked. For the first time ever, Yan Ming panicked. Because he found that he seemed to be lost. Yes, he's a big man who actually got lost. And he also felt as if he had encountered a ghost hitting the wall. The reason why I think so is because he has been going down the hill now. But no matter how he went, it was as if he had been spinning in circles. Didn't leave the place. And according to his time calculation, he should have gone down the mountain at this speed a long time ago. But he's still in place. All kinds of signs are telling him that he has encountered a ghost hitting the wall. Where is the demon? Act quickly. In a hurry, Yan Ming shouted to the bottom of the mountain. I only heard his voice echoing over and over again under the mountain, as if he was roaring in a closed corridor at this time. Weird, anomalous. I can't really meet a ghost. Yan Ming, who quickly calmed down, stood in place and looked at the fog in front of him, and wondered. As far as he knew, there was indeed a kind of ghost that could control space and trap people in one space. But that kind of ghost is a very strong ghost no matter how you say it, and it should stay by Wu Miao's side. It's impossible to come here and trap him here for some reason. No, Yan Ming suddenly reached out and touched his chest. Not inexplicable. She has a purpose. It should have come for the cyan flowers. Only this reason can be explained. Yan Ming, who thought clearly, immediately shouted at the bottom of the mountain, Hey, you have the ability to come out and talk. If the talk is good, I will give you the flowers. There was silence under the mountain, and no one paid attention to him. Isn't it a space ghost? Know that you can't keep waiting. Yan Ming then walked down the mountain, vigilant around. After walking for a while, Yan Ming suddenly vaguely saw something down the mountain. Because the fog was so great that he couldn't confirm what it was, he could only walk faster. Just then, a voice came from down the mountain. Yan Ming froze, wanting to listen. Ding ding ding. It's the sound of metal clashing, like it's striking iron. Hearing the voice, Yan Ming was a little stunned. It stands to reason that he kept walking and met the village he had just come to. But with his knowledge of this village, there should be no blacksmiths in this village. What happened to the sound of striking iron just now? Driven by curiosity, Yan Ming continued to walk. As he got closer and closer to the sound of striking iron, the thick fog that had been permeating the surroundings was getting thinner and thinner. And his vision became clearer and clearer. He quickened his pace and ran towards the position. Shout! Finally he sprinted through the fog to the place where the sound was heard. Just landed on the foot, and didn't wait to see clearly. When he saw it clearly, Yan Ming saw a hammer flying towards his face. His pupils shrank, and he instinctively dodged sideways. Followed by the light blue chi immediately covered the whole body, and directly entered the state of alert. Who are you? What is it for? A child's voice came. Yan Ming frowned slightly, and looked up in the direction of the voice. Standing in front of him was a masked child. At the same time, he held an unforged knife in his hand. It seems that the sound of striking iron just now was made by him, and at the same time, it means that the hammer flying towards him should also be his. Because he's the only one in the neighborhood, and there's no one else. Seeing that the other party was a child, Yan Ming put away the chi that shrouded him. Then he looked at the other party and asked, Where is this? Hearing Yan Ming asked this, the child also felt strange. You say it first, what are you doing? Hearing that the other party didn't answer his question, Yan Ming didn't bother to ask again. Then he walked around the child and to the side, trying to find the answer on his own. Wait, you haven't told me yet, who are you? You are not allowed to walk around. Chapter 37. The little boy stepped forward and asked Yan Ming. Yan Ming ignored him and walked to the woods on his own. Soon his figure disappeared in place. The little boy stood in place, a little stunned. In a moment, he reacted and dropped what he was holding and ran in one direction. Yan Ming, on his side, kept looking around in the woods. I noticed that the trees here were not the same as the previous ones. And the plants here are not the same as before. What the hell is going on? Just when Yan Ming was thinking while walking, he walked out of the woods unconsciously. At this moment, a sense of levitation came from the soles of my feet. If you are not careful, you will fall down. Yan Ming's pupil shrank, and he immediately reacted. Grab the vine to the side. Yan Ming, who had palpitations, looked down and found that there was actually 100-meter cliff below, and his face was even more ugly. I'll go, what the hell is this place, it's almost cold. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have received a boxed lunch in advance. Immediately, Yan Ming immediately injected qi into his arm and climbed up along the vines. After it was safe to get up the cliff, Yan Ming straightened up and looked down. The palpitations just now came to my heart again, and I couldn't help but sigh. It's so dangerous. Then he looked around again, and saw that there was no edge around, and there was a cliff next to the tree, so it was no wonder that he would fall. Yan Ming turned around and wanted to leave. But just as he was about to leave, he was drawn to a village not far down the mountain. What's going on? Originally, there was a village below, which was nothing unusual. After all, there was a village at the bottom of the mountain when he came. But to his consternation, the village seemed different from what he had just arrived. The village below is noticeably more prosperous than the previous one. This is obvious at a glance, after all, the gap is there. What's going on? Yan Ming stood in place, looking down steadily. Did he cross over again? No way, I've already crossed over once. How can you still cross? And he crosses, shouldn't he start all over again? Why is he still an adult? All kinds of doubts came to Yan Ming like raindrops. In order to figure out the situation, Yan Ming directly put down the back basket behind him and sat down on the hanging side. And carefully recount what happened from beginning to end. Collect medicine, the village, there are wolves on the mountain, go up the mountain yourself, a lot of medicine, meet the wolves, encounter the fog, and then come here. If you think about it, it seems that you have done a lot of things in one day, especially after going up the mountain. That's not the point is what the hell is this place? After thinking for a moment, Yan Ming still had no answer. In distress, he glanced up at the village below. After looking at it for a while, Yan Ming's eyes suddenly widened, with an expression of sudden realization. Immediately Yun Qi and Hui Qi to his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes skyrocketed, as if he had installed a telescope, to see the situation in the village below. Yan Ming found that the people below were just as he expected. Each villager wore the same mask that the little boy had just met. This kind of mask Yan Ming has seen in his previous life. The fireman mask, pouting, looks very funny. It is worn by the logistics unit of the ghost killing team, the villagers of Forging Knife Village, and every villager will wear it. It is a characteristic of their character. The truth is revealed. He came to the knife forging village. But in Yan Ming's memory, this forging knife village is a very mysterious existence. It is affiliated with the Ghost Slayer. Craft knife weapons specifically for members of the Demon Slayer squad. It's very important to the Demon Slayer. So in order to prevent it from being discovered by ghosts and destroyed by ghosts, the owner of the ghost killing team put it in a very secret place. The members of the ghost-killing team in this place have to get the permission of the Lord to enter, and of course, the pillar may not be needed. Yan Ming never thought that he would come out to pick a medicine and not only harvest the cyan flower that the Ghost King had been searching for thousands of years, but also found the forging knife village, which was very important to the ghost-killing team, which was really incredible. But Yan Ming pondered for a moment. Discover what the forging knife village has to do with you. And they don't build weapons for themselves. It's better to slip away quickly. The provincial ghost-killing team thinks that they are doing it carefully. After all, this is a confidential existence of the Ghost Slayer team, and he is an outsider, nor is he a member of the Ghost Slayer team. If they find out, they'll definitely get him in trouble. Thinking of this, Yan Ming immediately stood up and carried the basket to his back. Then I was going to leave here. At this moment, a cry for help came into the distance. When Yan Ming heard this, he immediately stopped and looked in that direction. What's the situation? It sounded like the little boy from just now. Yan Ming didn't say a word. Immediately rushed in that direction. Only the dust kicked up by the roar of the fire was left at the scene. In the woods, a figure flickered on the trunk like a ghost. In a moment he stopped. The sound stopped. Did something happen to you? Just when Yan Ming was puzzled, the voice sounded again. This time the voice was more urgent and frightened than the last one. Yan Ming then ran away with the sound. After a while, we came to the source of the sound. Yan Ming, who was moving at high speed, looked fixedly. It turned out to be the boy just now. He was clutching at the trunk of a tree with a look of horror. And below him is a 100-meter cliff. This situation is the same as what happened to Yan Ming just now. It's just that there are no boys who cry like dad and call mother. Without hesitation, Yan Ming rushed all the way towards the boy. Grab it when the boy can't hold it anymore. It's a pity that in the end, Yan Ming caught a blank shot. Ah, help, I don't want to die. The boy cried as he fell down the cliff. Yan Ming looked stunned, threw the basket back, kicked the herb back to the edge of the cliff with a kick of his foot, and jumped down. Yan Ming, who was eager to save people, saw that the falling speed was not as fast as the little boy's falling speed, so he immediately pedaled on the cliff wall, speeding up the falling speed, and the sound of breaking wind followed. Woohoo! Fortunately, it was not in vain that he used this suicidal method to fall. He finally grabbed the little boy's hand and immediately dragged him into his arms. The little boy was so frightened at this time that he passed out. After all, if you fall from a 100-meter cliff, ordinary people will definitely die. Yan Ming saw that he was about to land, and hurriedly moved Chi Hui into his hand, and then saw him frown, let out a soft drink, and directly inserted his hand into the cliff wall that was close at hand. It's certainly not so easy to stop when you're falling at high speed. His hands rubbed against the cliff face. Finally stopped with a roar. At this time, there was still a distance of dozens of meters from the ground, and Yan Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then kicked his feet up the cliff wall and leaped towards the trunk of a cliff tree. He looked at his hand, which was about to be crippled, and smiled bitterly. Chapter 38. Looking at his unsightly hands, Yan Ming had a wry smile on his face. I don't know if the healing ability of the LIUKU immortal thief can be cured. After all, not only did he have a broken hand, but his tendons seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. Bursts of tearing pain came from his hands, causing his head to break out in a cold sweat. According to the level of medicine here, Yan Ming didn't dare to conclude that someone could cure him. Even if he were to treat himself, he would be limited and would not have adequate medical facilities. Am I dead? Where is this? Am I in heaven? At this moment, the little boy in Yan Ming's arms gradually woke up, and his mouth kept muttering. Yan Ming ignored him and gently lowered him on the trunk. The little boy slowly opened his eyes, first saw Yan Ming's face, and when he saw the cliff below, after a moment of silence, he was immediately frightened and pale. Help! Help! And then immediately struggled on the trunk, Seeing his appearance, Yan Ming said quietly, "I'm moving, I'll drop you down in a while." Hearing this, the little boy immediately stopped moving, just stared at Yan Ming tightly, for fear that he would really leave him behind. "What's your name?" In order to ease the atmosphere, Yan Ming asked casually. "Little Iron." "Little Iron." Speaking of Xiao Tai, I can't help but think of the Xiao Tai who appeared in the Forging Knife Village in the original book. His ancestor seems to have a battle puppet based on Jigu Yuaniki. I've heard that it's still very powerful. But for a moment, Yan Ming looked at each other with puzzled eyes. Xiao Tai in the original book should be a poisonous child. But why doesn't this kid look like that? In fact, Yan Ming ignored one point. That is, now they are on a cliff dozens of meters high, where does he dare to speak venomously as a child? And just now Yan Ming was still intimidating him, so he didn't dare even more. "Do you know me?" Xiao Tai's tone trembled. Yan Ming shook his head, indicating that he didn't know him. It's true, Yan Ming really doesn't know him, at best he has only seen him. Besides, he doesn't want to know him now, he just wants to get out of here as soon as possible. "Okay, almost, it's time for us to go," Yan Ming said as he looked at his hand, at which point his hand had almost recovered. This still surprised him a little. The LIUKU immortal thief actually helped him heal his hand. And in such a short time. "Go, where to go?" Xiao Tai clung to the trunk of the tree. "Go down," Yan Ming finished speaking, and suddenly grabbed the other party's clothes with one hand and planned to jump down. Xiao Tai broke away from Yan Ming's hand and said, don't go, you will definitely die if you jump like this." Yan Ming frowned for a moment, pretending to jump down. "And then you will stay here and wait for death." Seeing that Yan Ming was leaving, Xiao Tai desperately pounced on Yan Ming and grabbed his leg and cried, Don't, I'll go. This place is located on the cliff, and it seems that no one will pass by. If you don't leave, you can only starve to death. This is a truth that everyone understands." Yan Ming sighed and said secretly, "Children are so eventful." Then Yan Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed the clothes on the other party's back, and jumped towards the tree trunk on the other side. In this way, leaning on the trunks of the trees on the cliff and the protruding rocks, Yan Ming came to the ground safely with Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai kept his eyes closed throughout the whole process, and his body was constantly trembling. Putting down the other party casually, Yan Ming clapped his hands and said, "Okay, it's safe." Xiao Tai slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw that he had reached the bottom of the cliff, he immediately cheered. "Great, I'm not dead, I'm not dead." Yan Ming turned around and glanced at him sideways and said, "Okay, since you're okay, I'll go." "Hey, wait, you haven't told me yet, who are you?" Xiao Tai hurriedly stopped. Yan Ming, who didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with him, didn't want to pay attention to him, bypassed the other party and left directly. Xiao Tai immediately followed up again, "If you don't say it, I also know that you are an intruder." Oh, aren't you curious about how I am?" Yan Ming was not surprised by the fact that the other party knew that he was an intruder. After all, he didn't wear a ghost slayer outfit, and he didn't wear a fireman mask. He's an outlier in this completely closed village, and it's no wonder that others can't guess that he's an intruder. Since you already know, why do you ask? I just want to hear you admit it yourself. Yan Ming shook his head helplessly. I admit it now, can you ignore me? The sun is about to set, Yan Ming just wants to leave here at this time, and the old man in the pharmacy is still waiting. And what's more, if he doesn't leave, the people of the Ghost Slayer team and the people in the village will soon find him. After all, there was a child next to him, and if he was gone, they would definitely come out to look for him. At that time, it will be difficult for him not to be exposed. Yes, but you can't leave here without my help. Xiao Tai suddenly stopped and looked at Yan Ming with a smug expression, as if he was waiting for Yan Ming to beg him. If you can't leave here, you will be discovered by the people here sooner or later, and then your fate will be, hee. It will be extremely miserable," said Xiao Tai, smiled evilly at Yan Ming. Yan Ming didn't pay any attention to his little trick, and even wanted to laugh a little, and then pretended to be serious. "Really? Then you will be a hostage then, and your fate will be even worse." Hearing this, Xiao Tai immediately bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was joking just now, please don't kill me." He saw it just now, Yan Ming rescued him from a 100-meter-high cliff. This is simply a pillar-like strength. It was easy for such a person to kill him, and he immediately apologized, hoping that Yan Ming would not take it seriously. Looking at his funny appearance, Yan Ming suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, if I want to kill you, I won't save you." He shook his head and continued on his way. Xiao Tai grinned and followed. "Don't you really need help? It's not that easy to get out of here. Is there anything you can do?" Yan Ming didn't know about this though. But he knew that the Ghost Slayer team needed to be blindfolded to let the hidden logistics staff carry in when they came here, which showed that this place was very secretive. And there must be someone guarding this area. If he wants to go out, it will be difficult to get out without harming the other person's life. "Yes, but not now," Xiao Tai said, looking up at the sky. At this time, it was dusk, and Xiao Tai's meaning was obvious. It's to let him wait here for the night first, and plan for tomorrow. Yan Ming immediately stopped, pointed to this location and said, "Okay, you go home first, we will meet here tomorrow. Do you want to spend the night here?" Xiao Tai looked around. It was deserted, not to mention a place to sleep, and he didn't know if there were any wild beasts at night. "Do you want to take my house?" "Yes. I'm a stranger, aren't you afraid that I'll bring something to your village?" Yan Ming said with a smile. Chapter 39. Xiao Tai shook his head and said, "Don't be afraid, because you just saved me, you are my life-saving benefactor. How can I let my life-saving benefactor stay in the wilderness?" Yan Ming looked at Xiao Tai and said darkly, "This kid is quite affectionate," and did not waste his own wasted hand to save him. Since he sincerely invited, then give him this face yourself. Finally, Yan Ming nodded. Seeing that Yan Ming agreed, Xiao Tai immediately raised his eyebrows. "Okay, let's go." He hadn't taken a few steps before Yan Ming stopped him. "Are you sure I'll go back like this?" said Yan Ming, gesturing to his face. He went to the village with a strange face like this, and he must have been discovered. "Oh, I know, you wait for me, I'll go back to the village and give you that mask." After saying that, Xiao Tai ran in the direction of the village. Yan Ming stood in place and looked at the other party's distant figure and smiled. Then he moved his gaze to the village, and his face showed some doubt. It just so happened that he was also a little curious, what kind of existence was the Forging Knife Village? It can make the Ghost Slayer team pay so much attention. After a while, Xiao Tai ran back. But he didn't see Yan Ming, so he anxiously wanted to call. But he forgot to ask Yan Ming's name, and he didn't know what to shout. He simply stood there and shouted, Hey, where are you? It's getting dark, come out." "Who are you shouting?" The sudden sound startled Xiao Tai. "You didn't tell me your name." "I don't call you, what's the call?" "Okay, don't talk about it, this issue will be discussed next time, let's leave now." After speaking, Yan Ming walked in the direction of the village by himself. "Hey, you wait, put on the mask first." "Hey, what's on your back?" "Medicine, don't ask, give me the mask." Inside the knife forging village. Because Xiao Tai's family lives in a relatively remote area, they have to walk through the entire village to reach it. Yan Ming and Xiao Tai had already arrived in the most central part of the village at this time. This is not the same as the edge of the village, as the center of the village, it is brightly lit and forged knives day and night. In order to build the knife and deliver it to the hands of the members of the Ghost Slayer team faster, Xiao Tai seemed to be a little nervous at this time, and he walked with the same hands and feet. Yan Ming on the side saw it in his eyes and reminded, "Be natural, otherwise it will make them see the flaws." "How natural? If they know that I brought strangers into the village, I will be finished." Xiao Tita didn't dare to raise his head, let alone look at it. "Yan Ming, then why weren't you scared just now?" Yan Ming laughed. "I'm scared now, not only scared, but I also regret it a little," said Xiao Tai's body from time to time. Hearing this, Yan Ming not only did not panic, but smiled. He is not afraid of being exposed, and even if these people are exposed, they will not be able to deal with him. After all, the Forging Knife Village is not a battle, even if there are some members of the Ghost Slayer team guarding here. But for him, Yan Ming, it's nothing more than some miscellaneous fish. Without continuing to pay attention to Xiao Tai, Yan Ming turned his head to look to the side. "I just saw the house next to the village road." Some of the big men in the masks of the firemen were pounding on the iron pieces on the anvils. Seeing them working so hard, Yan Ming couldn't help but ask Xiao Tai on the side, "Do you know how to forge a knife?" Xiao Tai looked around at this time, looking very nervous, as if he didn't hear what he said. Yan Ming sighed when he saw this. This kid is really cowardly. When he was his age, he could already play people around. Then Yan Ming shifted his gaze to the blacksmiths. Watching them keep forging iron, for some reason, the idea of wanting a knife suddenly rose in my heart. He had passed the selection of Wisteria Mountain before, and he should have had a knife, but because he was finally eliminated from the ghost-killing team, he ended up with no problem. "Why don't you go back with a knife before leaving?" Yan Ming thought in his heart. "Forget it, Yan Ming, act above board, and I don't care to do these things like stealing chickens and touching dogs." In the end, Yan Ming suppressed the throbbing in his heart. But his eyes couldn't help but look at the knife inside. Looking at those well-made knives hanging on the wall, Yan Ming couldn't help muttering in his heart. In fact, it is not impossible to steal chickens and dogs once. Forget it, let's just be a villain once. In the end, Yan Ming made up his mind and secretly wrote it down in his heart. "Xiao Tai, it's so late, where did you come from?" At this moment, the voice of a rough mine man came from behind them. Hearing this voice, Xiao Tai's body on the side couldn't help but feel excited. Yan Ming noticed his reaction and asked, "What's wrong? Quick, run!" Before Yan Ming could react, Xiao Tai had already run forward. Yan Ming, who didn't know why, stood in place, looking at Xiao Tai's departing figure with a confused expression. And the man behind him immediately chased after him like a gust of wind, and at the same time held a hammer in his hand. Yan Ming didn't say a word when he saw it, and followed. In this way, the three of you chased after me, attracting the sideways glances of the people on the village road. Yan Ming will definitely be discovered if he continues like this. Immediately, he rushed up to the two of them with the force under his feet. However, after a while, Yan Ming overtook the man and came to Xiao Tai's side. "What's going on? Why is that man in the back chasing you?" Xiao Tai said as he gasped, "Yours, I stole your mask from him." Yan Ming understood when he heard this. Then, despite Xiao Tai's resistance, he grabbed the other party by the armpit, and fled the scene at a speed that shocked the villagers watching from the sidelines. "I'll go, what is the big black shadow that just ran over? It seems to be a child. Whose child is running so fast?" At this time, the man who fell behind him saw Yan Ming's speed, and immediately gave up and continued to catch up. I saw him stop in place and gasp and say, "Little rabbit, what can you do if you can outrun me? Can you run away from the house?" Seeing that he had gotten rid of the man, he put Xiao Tai down. "Oh, you tap!" Xiao Tai, who was thrown down, said dissatisfiedly. Yan Ming suddenly leaned in, looked at the other party and said sharply, "I didn't expect you to be a thief at such a young age." Yan Ming suddenly came like this. Xiao Tai was startled, and suddenly dragged his body back a few steps. Isn't this for you? Yan Ming stood up helplessly, took out some coins from his arms and said, do you collect coins here? Xiao Tai saw the coins and was suddenly excited like a chicken pecking rice. Collect it, take it, wait a while, you can take it to him. Saying that, Yan Ming handed the coin to Xiao Tai. Okay, Xiao Tai immediately took the coin. Harm, you said you had money, and it hurt me to go to other people's things. Yan Ming stood in place and sighed. I didn't know you were stealing. Let's go, if you have money, you won't be afraid, Xiao Tai said, taking the coin into his arms. Chapter 40. Xiao Tai took Yan Ming back to his residence. The property is not big, just a cottage that looks a bit of a disrepair. You sit down first, I'll go outside the door and wait for that guy to come, and then give him the money. Xiao Tai pointed to the chair in the room and walked outside. Yan Ming glanced at Xiao Tai's departing back, and then moved his gaze to the house. It's a messy place, with all kinds of repair tools and 2 portraits hanging on the wall. A boy and a girl look young and should be Xiao Tai's parents. It seems that Xiao Tai is an orphan, no wonder his mouth is so poisonous. Yan Ming glanced at the outside of the house. Then he continued to move his gaze and search the house. When his gaze swept to a doll lying in the corner, he stopped. No, it should be a puppet version of Jiguo Yuanyi. And it's still 6-handed. It's really fate to see you here, Yan Ming said, stepping forward and greeting each other like an old friend. In fact, Yan Ming didn't know each other at all, but because of the other party's prestige, he wanted to know each other. After all, it is the top combat power in the original book. He was born during the Warring States period. Even Wu Miao had to take a detour when he saw him. Is also because he is alive, as the Ghost King, Wu Miao has not dared to even let out a fart for 100 years. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the top combat power of Jiguo Yuan is not exaggerated. Ashamed to say, Yan Ming felt that he should travel to the Warring States period to meet the other party. But it's a pity that God won't let me. Just when Yan Ming was lamenting, there was a sudden noise outside the door. You kid, you dare to steal my things, I see that you are tired of being crooked. Don't fight, I have money, this money won't be stolen by you, if that's the case, I don't want it. I gave it to him. Yan Ming pushed open the door and walked out. You, who are you? The man looked at Yan Ming with a puzzled look and said. Yan Ming looked at Xiao Tai and said, I am his employer, and I hired him to help me forge a knife. Hearing this, the man was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Haha, are you looking for him to forge a knife? How old is he, you are looking for him to forge a knife? Xiao Tai looked at Yan Ming with a confused expression, and seemed to be confused by Yan Ming's sudden reason. Seeing the reaction of the man and Xiao Ming, Yan Ming found that there was a loophole in his words, and then added a sentence. Why not? His ancestors have very powerful characters. The man's laughter stopped abruptly, and said, whatever you want, as long as this money is not stolen. With that, the man turned around and left here. Yan Ming also turned around and walked towards the house when he saw him leave. Xiao Tai followed up and asked, how do you know that there are very powerful people in my ancestor? Yan Ming paused, glanced at him sideways, and said, nonsense. Then you are really right, there are really very powerful people in my ancestor. Xiao Tai said proudly. After the two entered the house, Xiao Tai immediately pointed to a puppet in the corner of Jiguo Yuan and said, this is what my ancestors did. The prototype is a swordsman of the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, he is very powerful. Speaking of his ancestors, Xiao Tai seemed to have entered a state of selflessness, chattering endlessly for Yan Ming to popularize science. Yan Ming looked helpless, because he knew what the other party said, and he didn't need to explain it at all. After a while, Xiao Tai's mouth was dry. On the other hand, Yan Ming kept staring at the puppet and didn't seem to listen to his words at all. Hey, don't look at it. Xiao Tai stepped forward and stretched out his hand to shake it in front of Yan Ming's eyes. Yan Ming came back to his senses and looked at him suspiciously. Look at it again, you can't beat him, Xiao Tai said, running to the doll and patting it on the shoulder, while turning his head to cast a defiant look at Yan Ming. Yan Ming didn't care about his provocation, and said casually, "Where am I sleeping?" As Yan Ming looked for a place in the house where he could lie down. And that's it, it immediately made Xiao Tai angry. He felt that Yan Ming simply looked down on what his ancestors did. Do you dare to fight with my puppet? Xiao Tai pointed at Yan Ming and shouted. Yan Ming glanced at the puppet, then at Xiao Tai, didn't speak, just shook his head. You. Just now Xiao Tai saw contempt and disdain in Yan Ming's eyes, as if to say that he didn't care about it at all. This couldn't help but make Xiao Tai angry. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, I will definitely let the puppet beat you, definitely. After speaking, Xiao Tai picked up the puppet in the corner and the toolbox on the ground and ran out. Yan Ming stood in place a little stunned, not understanding why he suddenly got angry. Just now he just glanced at the puppet, then at him, and shook his head only because a bug had been flying in front of him just now. This kid is so strange, I don't know what my brain has made up. Forget it, let him go. Then Yan Ming sat down on the chair next to him and entered a state of closing his eyes and recuperating. But I don't know why, Yan Ming's mind suddenly sounded the sentence that Xiao Tai had just said at this time. I'm going to let the puppets beat you, definitely. Although I don't know why Xiao Tai is so angry. But for the other party to say that he beat himself with a puppet. Yan Ming said and smiled. If it was Ji Kuyuan himself, he was still a little jealous. After all, he is indeed a strong man. But in the case of dolls, forget it. Although that thing can make 108 movements. But it's always just an emotionless, unconscious thing. Forget it, it doesn't matter, if he wants to fight, he will fight. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Yan Ming slowly fell into a deep sleep. The next day. The sun rises and the rooster crows. Get up, you get up, we'll start now. Yan Ming was woken up by a push. What's the matter? It's early in the morning, and I don't let people sleep. Yan Ming, who was lying on the chair, looked to the side with sleepy eyes. I saw Xiao Tai's face resentful, his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't seem to have slept all night. You get up, let's start now, my puppet is ready, said Xiao Tai, pointing to the puppet outside the door. Yan Ming rubbed his eyes and looked at it, and found that the puppet from last night was facing him at this time. Sighing, Yan Ming said helplessly, "Forget me if I lose, what's the matter, I'll talk about it when I sleep." After speaking, Yan Ming raised his head and planned to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Xiao Tai shook Yan Ming's body and said dissatisfiedly, "No, I finally got him right, you can't do this, don't waste your efforts, it's not my opponent." Yan Ming said slowly. It's this sentence that seems to stimulate Xiao Tai. As a family of craftsmen, he can't hear anyone say that their things are not good. Yan Ming's words were undoubtedly jumping in his minefield. You get up for me, you cowardly fellow. Suddenly, Xiao Tai shouted at Yan Ming as if he had changed into a different person. Chapter 41. Yan Ming still ignored Xiao Tai's insults and continued to sleep with his head up. You give me up, get up. After scolding for a while, Xiao Tai suddenly cried. But he was still thrashing the flames. Hearing the voice, Yan Ming glanced at Xiao Tai with half-open eyes. Then he sighed helplessly. Let's fight. Yan Ming got up from his chair and walked out of the house under Xiao Tai's stunned gaze. Although Yan Ming didn't know why the other party was so insistent on letting the puppet fight with him, Yan Ming felt that since he was like this, it would be a bit bad if he didn't do anything. After all, the other party invited him to live in his house, although he didn't give him a bed to sleep in. Xiao Tai wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and immediately ran out and said, "Okay, this is your choice, I didn't force you." Yan Ming shook his head secretly after hearing this. This kid changes his face so quickly. Let him do it himself, or he should cry again. And as far as he knew, the puppet in front of him was quite fragile, and he could fight, but he didn't resist beating. Just when Yan Ming was thinking about how to lose, Xiao Tai suddenly looked at him and said, "You have to use all your strength, or you will look down on me." Yan Ming was stunned. "You're not asking for your puppet, are you?" Just when Yan Ming was stunned, the puppet swung a knife at Yan Ming with an arrow. Yan Ming turned sideways and tried to dodge, but he forgot for a moment that the other party had 6 hands. Shout! He didn't pay attention and was slashed again by the other party. Just a little bit, Yan Ming received a box lunch. It's so dangerous. Looking at the torn clothes on his shoulders, Yan Ming suddenly fell into deep thought. If he hadn't reacted fast enough just now, he would have been gone. Then Yan Ming moved his gaze to the other party and looked at the other party with a dull expression. He realizes that the other party is a puppet with no self-consciousness, and he will not stop at all. At this time, he had to get serious. Yes, come on, let that guy know what swordsmanship is. Xiao Tai on the side didn't feel anything wrong at all. Maybe he thinks that a master like Yan Ming will definitely not be cut by a puppet. After all, Yan Ming jumped off the 100-meter cliff without any problems. And Yan Ming's expression changed suddenly at this time, changing his previous laziness. A murderous aura spread to all sides. Then he took a slow step, and as soon as this step landed, his figure disappeared in place. All that's left is some dust kicked up. What's going on? Xiao Tai, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, looked puzzled and searched around. At this moment, Yan Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of the puppet. A heavy punch swung up. The puppet held 6 knives in 6 hands, and the attack of the flame of consciousness immediately blocked with the knife face with the side knife. Boom! 1 punch against 6 knives, making a muffled sound. Seeing that the other party would actually use the knife face to block, Yan Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seems that the puppet's 108 movements are not just attacks. Then the puppet continued to replace the blade with the side knife, and the 6 knives swung towards Yan Ming in unison. Yan Ming's eyes widened suddenly, and he immediately moved a few steps back to dodge the attack. "It's dangerous," Yan Ming whispered. Just these 2 tricks, Yan Ming changed his opinion on the puppet in front of him. Although the other party is just a puppet, it will only be some actions. But it's amazing how smoothly and silkily it can do these movements. It's as silky as humans, and even humans can't do that. It seems to be underestimating. Seeing this, Xiao Tai on the side was full of excitement, and he didn't forget to mock Yan Ming, "You are in a hurry to admit defeat now." Hearing this, Yan Ming's eyebrows raised slightly. If it had been just now, he would have thrown in the towel without hesitation. Because if he doesn't lose, the kid will continue to cry. But now it's different. Not only will he not throw in the towel, he will also defeat the other party. Not for anything else, just because this guy provoked his desire to win. It's normal for men to have a little desire to win. Then Yan Ming moved his muscles and bones, and said to Xiao Tai Dao, "How about we make a bet?" Xiao Tai asked suspiciously, "What are you betting on?" Yan Ming pointed to the puppet in front of him and said, "If I win him, you are not allowed to cry your nose. You, why are you crying your nose?" Seeing Yan Ming say this about him, Xiao Tai replied stiffly. And then asked, "Then what about you losing?" "I lost." Yan Ming took out some coins from his arms and shook them in front of him. "These are all for you." Xiao Tai saw the coin, his eyes lit up. "Okay, a word." After discussing it, Yan Ming turned his head to look at the puppet and smiled. Then I saw him take a step and walk slowly towards the puppet. At the same time, his mouth closed one by one, as if he was reading something. Seeing Yan Ming walking straight towards the puppet, Xiao Tai looked confused. Is he going to die? As he spoke, Yan Ming had already come to the puppet. The puppet also detected Yan Ming's existence at this time, and then its body began to operate, and 6 dozen knives slashed at Yan Ming at the same time. One attack on Yan Ming's head, one attack on his neck, and one attack on his heart. The rest of the knives were behind the 3 knives in front, as if they were filling in the position. As long as Yan Ming had some dodging moves, these knives would be immediately filled, so that Yan Ming had nowhere to escape. I have to say that the swordsmanship made by this puppet is very powerful. If it is not damaged, maybe it is really a fighting machine. Based on the current situation, even if Yan Ming avoided it as quickly as possible, there would be at least one place that would be damaged. And these 3 parts are all fatal parts, the kind that kills when touched. But it backfired, and at the moment when the knife was about to cut Yan Ming, a golden light emerged and Yan Ming was wrapped in it. Zhang! There was a sound of metal clashing. All 6 knives were kept out of the golden light. The golden light emitted was like a large bell that protected Yan Ming. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tai was shocked. What is this? At this time, Yan Ming's body was covered with golden light, like an immovable god of war. The attack didn't work, and the puppet continued to attack, and the 6 knives continued to attack Yan Ming as if they were working at the same time. But now its attack method has changed. It is not attacking the vital point of Yan Ming, but the crazy output, and there is no order and no words. It seems that the only thing that can hurt Yan Ming is enough. The scene that Xiao Tai saw on the side was that his puppet was crackling at a young man covered with golden light, but it had no effect. Yan Ming looked at the other party's output for a while, and then said, "Okay, it's my turn." He stretched out a finger to the other party. Following the burst of golden light, a dragon claw condensed by golden light struck at the opponent. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tai was shocked, and he didn't know what to say, but just looked at the golden claw in place. That golden light was something he had never seen before, and this move had never been seen before. At this time, the puppet who was still attacking frantically did not know how to retreat at all, and was directly caught. Chapter 42. Yan Ming wanted to stop, but it was too late. Golden Claw subconsciously grabbed hard. Poof! The puppet cracked in response, and the parts were grabbed and scattered. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tai was stupid. Yan Ming was also stupid. No, is this thing so brittle? It rots when you touch it. Just as Yan Ming complained. Xiao Tai immediately ran to the doll. Yan Ming also walked over. As they approached, a very simple-looking black knife appeared in front of them. The moment he saw the knife, Xiao Tai was stunned. Yan Ming showed a meaningful expression. At this time, he remembered that there was indeed a knife in the body of Jiguo Zero in the original book. The knife was from 300 years ago. Many people believe that he is the knife that succeeded the National Edge 1, but there is no official designation that this is the knife that continues the National Edge 1. What is this? Xiao Tai picked up the knife with a puzzled expression. At this time he seemed to have forgotten that his puppet was blown up by Yan Ming. An ancient knife, hidden in a puppet, should have a bit of history. Yan Ming looked at the knife and couldn't help but show a strange look in his eyes. Although it is an ancient knife, the smelting process of forging knives in the past is generally very good, at least better than now. Yan Ming had an idea at this time. He just wanted a knife and didn't know. The doll was made 300 years ago, which means that this knife has been around for 300 years, Xiao Tai said as he gently stroked the blade of the knife, and at the same time, his eyes were full of excitement. After all, 300-year-old knives are antiques anyway. Something like this should be worth a lot of money to sell it. Yan Ming saw the throbbing in his eyes on the side, and instantly understood his thoughts, and then said, "You'd better not sell it." "Why?" Xiao Tai looked at Yan Ming puzzled. "Because Yan Ming, who was asked, was a little speechless. He can't say he wants it, it's too deliberate. After all, he had just blown up someone's puppet. But then again, if it weren't for him, this knife probably wouldn't have come out so quickly. At least until Tanjiro came. Xiao Tai debunked, because you want to. Seeing through by the other party, Yan Ming looked embarrassed, and then pretended to cough to hide the embarrassment. But you're not a swordsman either, why do you want a knife? Asked Xiao Tai. Just now, he could see Yan Ming make a move. Yan Ming's moves and those of the Ghost Slayer team are not the same path at all. And there is no need for knives at all. He didn't understand why a person who didn't use a knife wanted a knife. After a moment of silence, Yan Ming spoke, I want to see if I can become a swordsman. And then Yan Ming told Xiao Tai all about his experience in the Ghost Slayer team. This includes the effort and persistence he put in to join the ghost killing team. After listening to this, Xiao Tai was also silent. After a while, he handed the knife to Yan Ming and said solemnly, if that's the case, you can try. Yan Ming looked at him, his eyes showing some gratitude. Thank you. Yan Ming said, reaching out to take the knife. Under Xiao Tai's expectant gaze, he gently pulled out the knife. Shout! The blade sticks out of the scabbard. The moment he saw the blade, Xiao Tai was stunned. The blade didn't shine as brightly as they thought it would. Rather, it was rusty in front of them. After a moment, Xiao Tai came back to his senses and said, that's right, it's been 300 years, no one has maintained it, it will definitely be like this, just sharpen it. Yan Ming nodded and put the knife back into the scabbard. Actually, he knew it would be like this, but it didn't matter. As long as there is a knife, it is fine. But it's a pity for Tanjiro. According to the original book, the knife should have fallen into Tanjiro's hands in the end. But now he's the first to get there. Why don't you try it now, see if this knife fits yours? After all, each one has its own spiritual qualities. If you can't fit it, it's a burden to use it. Xiao Tai looked at the knife and said. Hearing him say this, Yan Ming nodded thoughtfully. He had never known anything about knives, let alone spiritual qualities. In his cognition, it is good that the knife can cut ghosts, and what spiritual qualities are needed. But in the setting of this world, especially the villagers of Forging Knife Village, they seem to treat the knife as a life, and they all pay attention to a spiritual trait fit. Although Yan Ming didn't understand, he still recruited it. I saw him slowly pull out the knife again. Until the knife was pulled out halfway, the knife still didn't react. Seeing this, Xiao Tai's face showed a little disappointment. If there is no reaction, it means that there is no fit. Without a fit, even if Yan Ming is strong, using this knife will not only not become a combat force, but it is also likely to become a burden. Yan Ming didn't look at Xiao Tai's expression and continued to draw the knife. Until the entire scabbard is pulled out and fully exposed to sunlight and air. A blood-red halo immediately appeared on the entire blade. Although there was rust on the blade, it did not hinder the strange red light emitted from the knife in the slightest. Seeing this scene, not only Xiao Tai, but Yan Ming was also shocked. What is this? What? Xiao Tai looked at the knife with a shocked expression, and at the same time, his tone was mixed with a little trembling and fear. This knife is also a Japanese wheel knife, and it is also made of materials that absorb sunlight. Its characteristics are the same as those of ordinary hinakura, and the moment it touches its owner, it immediately emits a light that matches its owner. It's like if you use water breath will emit a pale blue halo, and if you use fire breath, you will emit a red flame halo. But at this time, the Japanese wheel knife held by Yan Ming was different from theirs. His knife was red, but not the red of Xian, but the red of blood. This red looks very weird, and it doesn't look like any decent energy. That's why Xiao Tai will be afraid. Yan Ming didn't think much of the color on the knife when he saw it, but he was very interested in the change in the appearance of the knife. Although the knife was obscured by rust, he could still vaguely see the lines behind the blade. This pattern is bright red, and its pattern is a bit like the markings on Ji Koyuan's head. Seeing the lines on its knife body, Yan Ming couldn't help but say it's very beautiful. Yan Ming's reaction made Xiao Tai on the side feel confused, and he reminded. Pretty is beautiful, but its color is inevitably too weird, don't you? Think it's strange? I don't think it's good. Yan Ming smiled and shook his head. How could he feel weird? He had long been excited to it. The color of the blade must be related to his breathing. His breathing method is blood breathing, which is also blood red, so he must not be surprised that the blade is this color. Seeing that Yan Ming didn't care, Xiao Tai said, Okay, it's good if you don't mind yourself. But I suggest that you ask someone to sharpen this knife, otherwise it won't kill the ghost. Yan Ming nodded, thinking it made sense. But here's the problem. Who is he going to ask to sharpen his knife for him? He doesn't know anyone here. The only thing I know is. Why don't you help me grind? Yan Ming said with some expectation, looking at Xiao Tai on the side. Chapter 43. Hearing this, Xiao Tai hurriedly waved his hand. No, I don't have any experience in forging knives. If I am asked to do it, it may damage the knife. Yan Ming looked at the knife in his hand. Then what should I do? I don't know anyone here. You people from the knife forging village shouldn't give a stranger a knife. Yes, they only work for the Ghost Slayer team, and outsiders, they don't take any of them. Xiao Tai nodded. But what? Yan Ming asked. However, there are also some villagers who forge knives for outsiders without permission, and they have a strong forging process like the people in the village. Yan Ming was a little curious when asked. Why do they want to forge for outsiders? Are they not afraid of the high level of the Ghost Slayer team? No. Xiao Tai shook his head and said, Of course they are afraid that the high level will know. After all, there is a violation of the law in doing so. But for the sake of a high bounty, they will take the risk to do it. Yan Ming said thoughtfully. Bounty. It seems that the villagers of the Forging Knife Village have really refreshed his opinion of the Forging Village. He didn't think that would happen here. But something is wrong. The leader of the Demon Slayer is a very shrewd man, he should know about these things, but maybe there is something that didn't expose them. I can introduce you to them, but I need some too, Xiao Tai said, rubbing his thumb a few times with his index finger. Looking at his appearance as a fan of money, Yan Ming felt amused and puzzled, and then asked. If you sell this knife, it may sell for a lot of money, so why are you willing to give it to me? I know you can sell it for a lot of money, but you want a knife to kill ghosts. I am definitely willing to give it to you. Xiao Tai said. Is it just because I'm just using it to kill ghosts? Xiao Tai nodded. The villagers here, there are many relatives who have been killed by ghosts. They want revenge, but they don't have the ability to hunt ghosts, so they choose this place to kill ghosts in another way. If they were given a choice between money and revenge, they would only choose the latter. Hearing this, Yan Ming suddenly realized. I see, that's why the head of the Demon Slayer knew about it, but didn't intervene. Although the villagers are doing the work of collecting money, they have not delayed the business, which is the key. Then Yan Ming glanced at the small house, and then at Xiao Tai. He also understood why the other party was willing to give him the knife. Because the other party's parents died at the hands of the ghost. You are very strong, and the knife can play the greatest role in your hand, so thank you for being willing to ask for it. Xiao Tai looked at the knife in Yan Ming's hand and said solemnly. Yan Ming looked at the other party and nodded. I'll use it well if you're not in a hurry to leave. When I finish packing up the puppet, I'll take you to find the villager. Said Xiao Tai, squatted on the ground and began to clean up the scattered wreckage of the puppet. Yan Ming looked at the puppet who was beaten by himself, and said a little embarrassed, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength well. If you really don't want to go, give me more money. I thought that Xiao Tai would say a few words to him with a poisonous tongue, but he didn't, but continued to reach out to him to ask for money. Yan Ming was stunned for a moment. Although he knew that the doll could not be measured by money, he still took out a bag of coins from his bosom and handed it to him. Xiao Tai, who saw the money bag, immediately took the money bag, and suddenly smiled. Yan Ming smiled unconsciously at his appearance, and then followed him to clean up the wreckage. After a while, they cleaned up the remains of the puppet. "It's already broken like this, can you fix it?" Yan Ming asked, looking at the puppet. Xiao Tai shook his head and did not speak. After that, Yan Ming didn't say much, and put the broken puppet in his hand into the hut. After packing up the dolls, the two left the hut and headed for the center of the village. Yan Ming was carrying a knife at this time, but in order not to be seen, he deliberately found a black cloth to wrap it. For Yan Ming's actions, Xiao Tai was very puzzled. "Why do you want to wrap it up? Forging Knife Village is full of knives, and it's a bit deliberate for you to do this. I have a special identity, so it's better to wrap it up," Yan Ming said, straightening his mask. Xiao Tai sighed, didn't speak, and continued to lead Yan Ming. Finally they stopped in front of an iron shop. Seeing this, Yan Ming planned to go in, but was stopped by Xiao Tai. "What's wrong? The knife smiths here are very careful, they won't do it without an acquaintance's introduction," Xiao Tai explained. Hearing this, Yan Ming nodded in understanding, then took a few steps back and said, "Then you go, I'll take a look around here and wait for your news." With that, Yan Ming turned around and left. Xiao Tai glanced at Yan Ming and walked in. "Yo, who should I be, rare guest, haha." In the iron shop, a tall rough man with tendons and muscles looked at the small railway. The rough Chinese tone is full of mockery of Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai saw the tall rough man with a little fear on his face, but finally he still had the courage to say, "I'm here to introduce you to business, can you take it?" Hearing that this little guy in front of him was going to introduce himself to business, the rough man glanced at the guy in the store, and then whispered, "You kid want to kill me, right?" Xiao Tai seemed to realize that his voice was too loud. So he lowered his voice and said, "I didn't want to hurt you, there was someone who wanted you to help." The rough man glanced up at the outside of the store, but didn't find anyone. "What about others, why don't you see him? He's nearby, if you want to see him, I can call him right now." As he spoke, Xiao Tai was about to turn around and leave to look for Yan Ming. "Don't forget to tell him about the bounty." Before the rough man finished speaking, Xiao Tai had already run away. Yan Ming, on his side, was wandering around the center of the village, until someone behind him grabbed the corner of his clothes. Yan Ming turned around to check and found that it was Xiao Tai. "Don't go shopping, come with me, he wants to see you," said Xiao Tai, and pulled Yan Ming in the direction of the iron shop. After a while, they came to the blacksmith's shop. The rough man saw Yan Ming unconvinced. "Is that him?" Xiao Tai nodded violently on the side. "It's him, it's him, he, let him go back." The rough man smiled, turned around and continued to busy with his own business. "Why?" Xiao Tai stepped forward and asked. "A half-old child, is there any money?" said the rough man with a sideways glance at Yan Ming. Hearing this, Xiao Tai took a few steps back to Yan Ming's side and asked, "Do you still have any money?" Yan Ming replied, "No, the money is all for you." "What should I do then? They won't work without money," Xiao Tai said. Hearing this, Yan Ming moved his gaze to Xiao Tai. "You, why are you looking at me?" Xiao Tai wondered, and only reacted after a moment, "You don't want to use my money, do you?" Chapter 44. "No, I don't agree, that's the money you gave me, if you give it to me, it's mine." Xiao Tai shook his head and refused. "You." Just when Yan Ming wanted to say something, the rough man on the side interrupted him and said, "If you don't have any money, just go, don't disturb my work." Yan Ming and Xiao Tai glanced at each other, and then walked out of the iron shop with interest. On the way back, Xiao Tai said with some dissatisfaction, why don't you bring more money out? Yan Ming was speechless. I went out to buy medicinal herbs, and the money I brought was only enough to buy medicinal herbs. Who would have that much money on them? And I brought a lot of money, all for you, kid. Spit and spit and spit out, and the business still has to be done. Yan Ming asked, is there any other villager besides the blacksmith who can help me? Xiao Tai shook his head and said, yes, but I suggest that you better let him help. Because this knife is 300 years old, and the smelting technology is very old, if the repair blacksmith skills are not good, it is likely to damage the knife. It was reasonable. Yan Ming also nodded, and then asked. Then does that blacksmith have any weaknesses? What are you going to do? Xiao Tai asked in a panic. Yan Ming saw that the other party had misunderstood, and immediately interrupted, I mean, is there anything he needs, or I can help him complete it? Oh, so you said this, I thought you. Heart disease. Got the answer. Yan Ming looked at him and said firmly, okay, I understand. What do you mean? After a moment, Xiao Tai seemed to something, and said, are you planning to help his brother heal his illness in exchange for him to help sharpen his knife? Yes, do you think it is feasible? Yan Ming asked. Xiao Tai shook his head and said, impossible, his brother's illness is very tricky, and many doctors seem to say that there is no help. This is not the most important thing, the most important thing is that you are not a doctor. How can you help him treat him? Who said I am not a doctor? Yan Ming smiled confidently and turned around and walked towards the iron shop. Xiao Tai was stunned for a moment, and then followed. You're a doctor, how can there be a doctor as young as you? Don't be kidding. Soon, the two of them returned to the iron shop. Seeing the two of them coming back, the rough man raised his eyebrows and said, what, you have enough money? Yan Ming stepped forward and said confidently. No. Under the mask of the rough man and the fireman, his face turned dark, and then he scolded coldly, if you don't have money, get out. Seeing that the guys in the store were about to come up to catch up, Yan Ming immediately hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't be, there is no money, but your brother's illness can be cured. Hearing this, the rough man immediately stopped the guy, turned his head to look at Yan Ming and said, what do you mean? Xiao Tai on the side also looked at Yan Ming, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Seeing that there was an opportunity, Yan Ming immediately said, I heard that your brother has a heart attack, and he is not lightly ill. It just so happens that my master is a famous doctor of the generation, and his old man will definitely be able to help you cure it. Hearing that he could save his brother's illness, the rough man threw the hammer aside and asked, what you said is true? Yan Ming nodded lightly. The rough man hurriedly asked, then where is your master, and hurry up and invite him to come. It's okay to invite him here, but it's just what? It's just that I have one condition, Yan Ming said, patting the knife behind him. The rough man was not stupid, he immediately understood what Yan Ming meant, and then said, okay, as long as you can cure my brother's illness, I will promise you anything you have. Under the mask, Yan Ming showed a triumphant smile. Okay, take me to see your brother first. With that, Yan Ming put his hands behind his back, looking like a tall man. Seeing this, Xiao Tai immediately followed. The rough man stood in place, seemed to realize something, and shouted at Yan Ming's back, hey, boy, what about your master, why don't you call your master? Yan Ming didn't reply, my master is a famous doctor of the generation, and he will not pay attention to this little illness, or I will help your brother take a look at it first. If it can't be cured, it's not too late to find a master. The rough man hesitated, as if he was afraid that Yan Ming was a liar. And Yan Ming also knew what he was thinking, and continued, it's up to you whether you come or not, it's not my brother who died anyway. Hearing this, the rough man was not calm, and hurried up and said, okay, I'll take you there, I'll take you here. Saying that, the rough man walked on the road shirtless to lead the way for Yan Ming. And Xiao Tai, who had not spoken, was not calm. He quietly leaned over to Yan Ming's side and whispered, "Are you really sure to save his brother?" Yan Ming thought for a while and said, "For now, half and half." "What does half and half mean?" Xiao Tai wondered. Under the mask, Yan Ming smiled and ignored him. The so-called half and half, in Yan Ming's dictionary, means that there is half a chance to cure him, and half of it cannot cure him. While it sounds a little ambiguous now, by the time he sees the patient it's more than halfway. With his own medical skills, Yan Ming was confident enough to cure him. Even if the other party is about to enter the ghost gate, he has a way to pull him back. No way, it's just so confident. After a while, the rough man brought the two to the door. As soon as he pushed the door in, the rough man shouted inside, "Brother, I'm back." Yan Ming walked in with his waist pole behind his back, and Xiao Tai followed closely. When I walked into the courtyard, I saw a man sitting in the courtyard chopping wood. When the rough man saw it, he immediately stepped forward to stop him and said, "It's all said, don't work if you are sick, you just don't listen." The man who had been robbed of the axe smiled and said, "This little illness does not prevent me from working." Saying that, the man planned to take the axe, but was gently pushed away by the rough man. "Don't be busy yet, I've got you a doctor, let's take a look first." The rough man straightened his chin and gestured to Yan Ming, who was standing at the gate. The man followed the rough man's gaze. Finding that Yan Ming was a half-grown child, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Big brother, is this the doctor you found for me?" The rough man didn't know how to explain for a while, so he pulled the man to sit down, and at the same time motioned for Yan Ming to come over. With permission, Yan Ming walked over. The rough man calmed the man, and pulled Yan Ming, who came to the side, and whispered, "You kid had better be able to see some eyebrows, otherwise I will not only not help you, but I will also beat you up." Yan Ming paused and said, "Don't worry, I can see some eyebrows now." Hearing this, the rough man was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether it was true or not, and finally said, "It's best," and pulled Yan Ming to the man's side and said, "Well, brother, come on, give the doctor a good look." The man looked at Yan Ming and smiled, as if he didn't take it seriously. "Okay, doctor, what do you want to see?" Chapter 45. Yan Ming stepped forward and sat down in front of the man, and finally said, "Stretch out your hand." Looking at Yan Ming's suddenly serious appearance, the two brothers looked at each other, not knowing what gourd he was selling. But the man still obediently stretched out his hand. Yan Ming took his hand and flipped it over, then put his 3 fingers together on the man's inch pulse. "Then close your eyes and feel it." After a while, Yan Ming said, "Have you had any symptoms of chest tightness or shortness of breath recently?" The man nodded subconsciously. "Then is there any dizziness and weakness, or even when you faint?" Before the man could answer, the rough man on the side immediately interjected, "Yes, I saw him fall in the yard when I came back a few days ago." To get the answer, Yan Ming slowly opened his eyes, sighed and said, "This is troublesome." Hearing this, the rough man first rushed up and asked, "What is the matter, can it be cured?" "It can be cured, it's just what? You say it's really not good, you can also invite your master to come," the rough man said excitedly. Yan Ming shook his head and said, "My master is old, and it's far away from here, so he definitely can't stand the toss when he comes here. Then let's go to your master's. His illness can't be delayed, and his condition will definitely get worse when he gets there," Yan Ming explained. Hearing this, the rough man felt that he had been tricked, and he came to Yan Ming with an arrow step, grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Are you kid teasing me?" Yan Ming, who was grabbed by the collar, felt threatened, and stared at the rough man with cold eyes, and suddenly a murderous aura came out of him, and in an instant, the air temperature in the courtyard plummeted. making people shudder. Several people who felt that something was wrong looked at Yan Ming one after another, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This man is not ordinary, and this is what they all perceive. Let go, Yan Ming said lightly. Just these two simple words, as if with irresistible coercion, made the rough man breathless. Then the rough man gently put Yan Ming down. Yan Ming sorted out his emotions, coughed lightly, broke the atmosphere and said, "Solution, I still have it, it's just a little risky, I don't know if you want to try." The light cough pulled a few people back from the atmosphere just now. The rough man glanced at the man sitting in the chair, as if asking for his opinion. The man said, "My eldest brother has found me a lot of doctors to see me, but none of them dare to say that they can treat me, and now finally someone says that it can be cured, and I naturally won't miss it. How do you want to treat it? Just say it, I will fully cooperate." Getting the answer, Yan Ming nodded, and then took out a bottle of green medicine from his arms and said, "This is a medicine made by myself, it took me a lot of thought, but no one has tried it. You can try," Yan Ming said, handing the potion to the man. The man and the rough man looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out to take it. The rough man asked, "Will there be any consequences if you can't cure it if you drink it?" Yan Ming shook his head, "I don't know, no one has drunk it yet." This potion was developed by him in the Butterfly Ninja Laboratory, and among all the medicines developed, it took the longest time, and the number of developments was not much, only 2 bottles. I thought I would save the 2 bottles for my loved ones to use at the end, but now that someone needed it more, I took it out. Hearing Yan Ming's words, the rough man fell silent. But the man really didn't react much, and seemed to have taken it lightly. "Okay, I'll try this medicine for you," said the man, who opened the cap of the bottle, lifted the fireman's mask, and took a sip. Under the gaze of several people, the man drank all the medicine. The rough man hurriedly asked, "How is it, brother, do you feel anything?" The man did not speak, but waved his hand. "Is it effective? You have to say something," the rough man said anxiously. The man was still like this, he didn't speak, as if he were dumb. Then a horrific scene ensued, and the man suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Seeing this, the rough man was not calm, and pointed at Yan Ming and scolded, "You kid, you are harming my brother, I will fight with you." The rough man picked up his fist with a sandbag and hit Yan Ming. Seeing the fist, Xiao Tai's scalp flashed to the side numbly. Yan Ming stood in place, frowning slightly under the mask, and secretly cursed a reckless man. Then he raised a hand and steadily took the rough man's fist. Boom! The rough man was stunned. One of his arms was thicker than Yan Ming's waist, how could he be caught by him with one hand? And his body didn't even move, which is too weird. "You first, Yan." Ming just wanted to persuade the other party to calm down. But the rough man, who didn't believe in evil, then interrupted him with a punch. With the sound of breaking wind, the fist struck Yan Ming's face like a cannonball. Looking at the fist that was close at hand, Yan Ming sighed secretly, and exerted a slight force in his hand. Click! A crisp fracture sounded. The rough man's fist stopped in mid-air, and in a moment another pig-killing scream resounded throughout the courtyard. Ah! H! At this time, he looked like a little girl who had been violated, crying heartbreakingly. Seeing him like this, Yan Ming didn't know what to say. Said that "You are such a big one, you look like an orangutan, how can you cry like a little girl, you want to die or live?" Xiao Tai on the side saw that the crisis was resolved, so he walked back, and saw that the rough man was still shouting, so he couldn't help but ask. "He's okay." Yan Ming glanced at the rough man, then turned his gaze to the man, and said disapprovingly, "It's okay, the bones are broken and..." Under the mask, Xiao Tai's face was full of shock. "What do you mean by broken bones? Why do you say so casually?" Xiao Tai couldn't help but feel a little more afraid when he saw Yan Ming's gaze. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he didn't provoke him. The man seemed to regain consciousness at this time, lying on the ground and stammering you. Before he could finish his attention, Yan Ming stepped forward and grabbed his hand to check his pulse. The pulse is stable, but there are temporary convulsions. Xiao Tai was not calm, and also stammered, You won't kill them all. Hearing this, Yan Ming glanced back at Xiao Tai. This glance scared Xiao Tai enough to make him think that Yan Ming wanted to kill people, and hurriedly said, You, don't kill me, I won't say anything, really, you believe me. Looking at his appearance, Yan Ming only felt funny. If you want to kill them yourself, why bother? If he wanted to kill, he raised his hand and killed him when he entered the door. Chapter 46. Don't be afraid, I won't kill them. Yan Ming reluctantly comforted Xiao Tai. Then, after turning his head to look at the man, he helped him up. Then the real qi in the exercise body entered his hands, and then put it on the man's back. Immediately, a stream of true qi followed Yan Ming's hunt into his body. In an instant, the man fell silent. After a while, Yan Ming regained his strength and withdrew Genkai. After a long sigh of relief, he said, It's almost. Just as Yan Ming spoke, the man opened his eyes and looked surprised under the mask. I'm okay. Yan Ming stood up and said, Well, okay, but then you still need to pay attention to rest, and after a while, you will fully recover. The man heard this, nodded again and again, Thank you, doctor. He never thought that Yan Ming actually cured his heart disease. And in such a short period of time. If you let those heart patients know, you won't be angry. After all, heart disease is not so easy to treat, it takes a lot of time, and some of them are even more incurable. This is a medical miracle no matter how you say it. After the joy passed, the man noticed the rough man lying on the side wailing, and he asked, That, doctor, my eldest brother he. Xiao Tai also stepped forward and reminded, You broke his hand, who will help you sharpen the knife next? Hearing this, Yan Ming's gaze moved to the rough man. Only then did I realize that he was still wailing quietly. Then he stepped forward and said, It's okay, just break his bones. Click. A crisp voice sounded again. The rough man screamed in pain, and then fell silent. Before he could react, he grabbed his hand again. This grasp immediately made the rough man's body agitated, and he said in his mouth, Don't, doctor. I take it. Ignoring him, Yan Ming poured a stream of true qi into it again. Suddenly, the rough man only felt a warm current coming down Yan Ming's hand to his hand, but after a while, the pain that had broken his heart completely disappeared. After doing this, Yan Ming withdrew his hand and said, I'm sorry just now, it's okay now. The rough man twisted his hand and found that it was really okay, and then laughed and said, It's okay. I'm really fine. The rough man stood up and jumped, like a child of 200 pounds. The man smiled on the side and said, Big brother, I'm fine, the doctor cured me. Hearing this, the rough man immediately came to the man's side and asked, Really, brother, are you really well? The man nodded vigorously and said, Yes, big brother, I'm fine. Hearing this, the rough man was even more happy, and he stepped forward and lifted the man and wanted to throw it into the air. Hey, big brother, the man tried to stop the other party, but he didn't let the other party stop moving. Fortunately, Yan Ming said at this time, If you don't want him to be good, just throw it. The rough man heard Yan Ming's words, he smirked. I know, just don't throw it. After speaking, the rough man put the man down. Xiao Tai was stunned. This rough guy is notoriously bad-tempered and not easy to mess with. Now he is being trained by Yan Ming to be obedient. This had to make him admire Yan Ming. Okay, I've cured your brother's illness, and then Little brother, don't worry, I will do what I say, and I won't be untrustworthy. The man sat aside and asked, Big brother, what did you promise this little brother to do? The rough man smiled, did not speak, but looked at Yan Ming, as if waiting for his command. Yan Ming immediately took the knife from his back, removed the black cloth, handed it to them and said, I hope you can help me restore it to its original appearance. Looking at the knife handed over, the rough man took it and pulled it out directly. After seeing that it was a rusty knife, he smiled heartily and then patted his chest. And said, No problem, it's just a trivial matter. The man saw the knife, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Your knife is an ancient knife. Seeing that the other party could see his eyebrows, Yan Ming replied, Yes, it is because it is an ancient knife that I need your help. Because this ancient knife smelting technology is relatively ancient, it requires some superb blacksmiths to complete it. Hearing the word superb, the rough man laughed out loud. Haha, that's right, little brother, you are right to find me, I will definitely be able to help you fix it. The man looked at the rough man and said, Big brother, let me help you repair it together, I may be able to help. Hey, I can still do this, I don't need my brother's help, you just have a good rest now. The rough man waved his hand and refused. The man said solemnly, No, since the little brother cured me, it is equivalent to my life was given by the little brother, and I should help the little brother do something. Hearing this, the rough man also felt reasonable, so he nodded and agreed. Yan Ming looked at the man and couldn't help but ask, Are you also a blacksmith? The rough man and the man looked at each other and smiled. Little brother, most of the men in this knife forging village are blacksmiths, nothing unusual. Yan Ming nodded, he really forgot about this stubble, and blamed the man for being too thin and not like a blacksmith. The matter of the knife has been settled, and Yan Ming plans to leave and come back to get it after a while. But the two brothers were so enthusiastic that they insisted that he stay here until the knife was sharpened. Yan Ming refused at first, and finally the rough man said that he would stay and take care of the man's illness. Xiao Tai also followed. During the time he stayed, Yan Ming told the two brothers about his foreign identity. The two brothers didn't care, but felt that Yan Ming's arrival was a blessing for them. After all, without Yan Ming, the man's illness would not be better, and the two brothers would definitely be separated by yin and yang in the future. Day after day passed. Until the third day. The two brothers ran home suddenly. Haha, little brother, come and see, we have made the knife you want for you, said. The rough man shirtless, banged open the door, and walked into Yan Ming's room. The man followed him in, and at the same time said in his mouth, Big brother, don't be so rude, it will scare the little brother. After a few days of getting along, the two brothers learned a lot about Yan Ming, including the fact that he almost became Yan Zhu's stepson, and the two brothers who knew about it were shocked and respected Yan Ming even more. Although Yan Ming is much smaller than them. Yan Ming sighed, hearing the rough man's shout, frowned slightly. Not because the rough man banged on the door, but because he just heard the rough man say the word build. I don't think I let them build anything. Why did they say that it was ready? Just when he was puzzled, the two brothers had already come to Yan Ming. Little brother, your knife, said the rough man and handed the knife to Yan Ming with a smile. Yan Ming took the knife, but for a moment he felt the weight of the knife. The weight seemed to be a little different from his previous knife. It seems to be heavier, but it also makes him feel more comfortable. Immediately, Yan Ming lifted the black cloth. Chapter 47. The moment I saw the knife, Yan Ming was stunned. The appearance of this knife is different from the previous one. Whether it is shape, weight, length, it is different. Yan Ming looked up and was about to ask. The man next to the rough man said, This knife is improved before, and it is more suitable for the little brother. Yan Ming asked again, and the rough man interrupted him again. Little brother may not know much about knives, in fact, everyone has their own characteristics. Knives are still lives, people, and animals, so knives need to be more suitable for people. And our blacksmith's duty is to make knives more suitable for people. Another is that we blacksmiths need to enhance the characteristics of the knife, so that the people who use it can better play it. Listening to what the rough man said, Yan Ming didn't understand anything. But he did feel that the knife was more handy. The man stepped forward and introduced, "This knife was created by me from my little brother's contact." Yan Ming was a little confused. "What do you mean? Created? From contact with yourself?" It seems that I didn't ask for a knife to tell him. As if sensing Yan Ming's doubts, the man continued, "I heard from the eldest brother that the little brother easily resisted his punch on the day I treated my illness, so I guess that the little brother should have a lot of strength, so I added some weight to the knife. At the same time, in these days of getting along, I found that the little brother is a thoughtful person from the words and deeds of the little brother. For this reason, I have lengthened the length of the knife, so that the little brother can exert the power of the knife more in battle, and then the appearance, the original shape is not suitable for the little brother in my opinion. The little brother is young and small, not suitable for the original slender knife, but suitable for this kind of long and wide knife. The most important point is the material of the knife. This knife is from the Warring States period, the material is very good. For this reason, the weight I added is not added to the blade, and the sharpness and strength of the knife are preserved to the maximum." After speaking, the man touched the knife in Yan Ming's hand, and seemed to be very satisfied with the knife. Yan Ming was stunned when he heard this, completely confused about what he was talking about. But his intuition told him that the knife was a good fit for him. As a man with a knife, he could feel it. "Thank you for putting so much effort into this knife," Yan Ming said seriously. The rough man smiled heartily and said, "It's okay, little brother, this is what we should do. You saved my brother's life, let us spend some effort, it is also deserved." The man said gratefully, "Well, yes, I really thank you, little brother, my illness has completely healed, and all the previous problems are gone." Yan Ming waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm a doctor. Saving people is what I should do." After the three of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, Yan Ming took Xiao Tai to say goodbye to them. The two brothers also went out to say goodbye. Looking at Yan Ming's distant back, the rough man shouted loudly, "Little brother, you can come back to us if you have something." Yan Ming waved his hand, signaling that he knew. Xiao Tai looked back at the two who saw them off, and couldn't help but say, "It's amazing, they actually made a knife for you." Hearing this, Yan Ming was a little strange. Listening to the other party's meaning, it seemed that it was very difficult for them to build a knife. "You don't know, the two brothers are the best knife forgers in the village, especially that man. The man hasn't forged a knife for a long time because he is sick. And the two brothers will never make a knife for the same person. This time it's their brothers working together to help you forge a knife, it's really rare. If this is known to the people in the village, it will definitely be shocked." Xiao Tai became more and more excited, as if he was talking about himself. After listening, Yan Ming realized it later. "Is this really a unique treasure for yourself?" And then Yan Ming couldn't help but glance sideways behind him. And he saw that the two brothers were still standing there and looking at him. This couldn't help but make him feel a little moved in his heart, and at the same time he felt that his medicine was too worthwhile. After returning to Xiao Tai's residence, Xiao Tai sat on the chair and asked, "Do you have any plans now?" "Go home, it's been so long, it's time to go back." Yan Ming calculated carefully, a total of 5 days have passed since he arrived on the mountain to collect medicine. For 5 days, he did not have any communication with the old man. If you didn't guess wrong, the old man should be in a hurry at this time. "Then how are you going to get out?" Xiao Tai asked again. Hearing this, Yan Ming seemed to remember something. "Before I came to your house, didn't you say that there was a way to let me out?" Xiao Tai said embarrassedly, "Hee, it did exist before, but now it's gone." "Why is it gone?" "Because something seems to have been discovered in the village recently, and it has begun to enter a state of alert. The forging knife village has triggered the state of alert, which means that there is a foreign enemy," which Yan Ming also heard unintentionally from the two brothers. "What did you find? Is it me?" Yan Ming asked. "If you do find yourself, it's really not good." It didn't matter to him himself, he forced himself out of the village. But that will definitely affect Xiao Tai, and possibly the two brothers. This is something he does not want to see. If he has the opportunity, he still hopes to leave quietly. Xiao Tai shook his head, "I don't know, but I don't think it's because of you." Hearing that it wasn't because of himself, Yan Ming was relieved. But then Yan Ming couldn't help but guess who triggered the alert state. Is it an outsider like yourself, or... Here comes the ghost. "Leave them alone for now, I'll think of a way to send you out," Xiao Tai looked at Yan Ming and said seriously. Seeing his childlike appearance so serious, Yan Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. It's obviously a little kid, and he pretends to be deep. "Forget it, I'd better go ask the Taipu brothers." With that, Yan Ming got up and walked out the door. "I'll go too." Xiao Tai immediately followed when he saw this. "Iron shop. I'm sorry, I came to you so soon," Yan Ming said with some embarrassment standing outside the door. Seeing Yan Ming's arrival, the rough man was a little surprised. But the man on the side seemed to have expected it, and only heard him smile and say, "It's okay, I also know that you will definitely come to us." Hearing the man's words, Yan Ming was a little foggy. How did he know that he would come to him? Could he be a prophet? The man saw Yan Ming's puzzlement and said, "The village is so big, I'll know it's normal." It turned out to be the case. It seemed that this man was much more careful than the rough man's brother. Then Yan Ming asked, "Then do you have any solution?" The man shook his head, "No, now the whole village is on alert, if you want to go out, you may have to wait for a while." Under the mask, Yan Ming showed a disappointed look. If he doesn't go back, the old man will go crazy, and then he will definitely alarm the uncles and aunts, and make them worry too. This is the last thing Yan Ming wants to see. Chapter 48. At this time, the rough man who had not spoken opened his mouth and said, "I have a solution." And several people looked at him. Through the mask, Yan Ming smiled unkindly. After a few days of getting along, Yan Ming also learned a lot about the two brothers. This younger brother is smart, calm, and steady, and his observation skills are first class, while the elder brother only loves his younger brother, and he only has a body of tendon flesh. But that's it, Yan Ming still wants to hear what he can do. After all, he really has nothing to do now. The man thought that the rough man was going to give Yan Ming a bad idea, so he immediately stopped him and said, "Big brother, don't come nonsense, this matter is related to the safety of the little brother. If the little brother makes a mistake, we can't afford it." The rough man also felt reasonable, and then closed his mouth. Seeing this, Yan Ming was unhappy. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm at the end of my rope now, you can say it if you have a way." The rough man glanced at the man, and the man nodded helplessly. "Agreed," the rough man said, "you can sneak to the village chief's house, go to his house to find a map. With the map, maybe you can find the gap in the village, so you can get out." Yan Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Now there's no way around it. If you don't do something, the old man and the uncle and aunt will go crazy. Later, Yan Ming and the two brothers inquired about the village chief's address and some things, and then left the iron shop. On the way, Xiao Tai originally wanted to stay and help, but Yan Ming refused, so in order not to make Xiao Tai more risky, he let him go home. However, after a while, Yan Ming came to the village chief's residence according to the position given by the brothers. Looking at the walled house in front of him, he stepped forward quickly, wanting to jump over the wall. But as soon as I wanted to jump, I heard a voice from inside. Hey, what level are you in the Ghost Slayer team? D level, what about you? I'm only E level. Hearing the voice, Yan Ming was slightly startled in his heart. The Ghost Slayer team is here, so that Yan Ming understands that he can't force his way in. If he alarms them, he will definitely alarm the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team. By then, he wouldn't have a peaceful life. Then he withdrew his steps and left the place. On the village road of Forging Knife Village, Yan Ming walked alone on the road, his face contemplative under the mask. As far as he knew from the two blacksmith brothers. Surrounded by mountains, the terrain is very complicated, and it is difficult for ordinary people to come here without guidance, and it is difficult to get out from here. Because not only is the terrain complex here, but there are also members of the Ghost Slayer team guarding here. They can only be found on the edge of the Forging Knife Village, and rarely in the village. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. In addition to guarding the village, they also guard the village chief. This couldn't help but make Yan Ming feel embarrassed. Although the few people in this ghost-killing team are not strong, he can easily defeat them, but it is difficult not to be discovered by them. You can't alarm them, and you have to go in and get the map. This is tantamount to ascending to the sky. Just when Yan Ming was at a loss, he suddenly froze, as if he remembered something. An idea popped into his head. He smiled under the mask and muttered to himself. Whoever said I can't alarm them, I'm going to alarm them. Yan Ming then quickened his pace and walked towards the center of the village. Afternoon. Suddenly, there was a cry for help from the originally peaceful village. Someone, it's on fire, come and put out the fire. There's a ghost making trouble. It was none other than Yan Ming who was calling for help, and he was in the heart of the village at this time. Shouting at the busy villagers. The villagers rushed to hear the noise, still holding hammers and various tools in their hands. Where is the fire? Why didn't I see it? Where is there a ghost in broad daylight, who is talking nonsense? The voice seems to be coming from the front. Quick, go over and see what's going on. Yan Ming saw the villagers rushing one after another, and immediately sat on the ground, making a look of embarrassment. When the villagers arrived, they saw Yan Ming on the ground and immediately helped him up. Kid, did you just call that? What happened? Asked a villager who picked up Yan Ming. Yan Ming pretended to cry and said, I called it, I seemed to see a ghost just now. Another villager said, how is it possible? How can there be a ghost in broad daylight? But I really saw it. Just now I wanted to go to the abandoned small house in front of me to rest, but it was too dark inside, so I lit a fire and shined it in, but I didn't expect that there was a ghost inside. His mouth was bloody, and he screamed strangely, and when he saw me, he was like a hungry wolf seeing food, and he chased me frantically, and when I saw it, he immediately ran out, and the fire in my hand also lit. The house, Yan Ming said, pointing to the small house in front of him. His description is eloquent, as if he had just met a ghost. Originally, the villagers still didn't believe it, until they heard the second half of Yan Ming's sentence. They looked at each other, a little suspicious. Seeing that the villagers still didn't believe it, Yan Ming simply turned around and pointed to the woods behind him and said, I also saw him take advantage of the shadow under the shade of the trees and fled into the woods. It's just because they noticed the scratches behind Yan Ming. The claw marks were terrifying, and apparently only a ghost could catch them. Child, what's going on your back, a villager asked in a trembling voice, pointing to Yan Ming's back. Yan Ming pretended to be scared and said, just the ghost caught it. Seeing this, the villagers present didn't believe it, but they also had to believe it. Let's chase after that ghost and kill it now. No, although it's daylight in our favor, we don't have enough experience, let's ask the Ghost Slayer team members in the village to come. Yes, invite them to come, let them intervene, and report to the boss. The villagers discussed it one by one, and they all wanted to invite the Ghost Slayer team to come. Seeing this, Yan Ming showed a triumphant smile, but it was only under the cover of the mask, and the villagers did not see it. That's how he did it. The bitter meat meter added to the east and west. Just alarm the Ghost Slayer in the village. They're going to send more men to this side right away. At that time, he will be able to sneak into the village chief's house without incident. Then, as expected, the incident alarmed the Ghost Slayer team in the village. The Ghost Slayer team gathered in this direction, looking for the trace of the ghost. And Yan Ming, after getting out of the sight of the villagers, hurried to the village chief's house. After a while, he came to the door of the village chief's house. After observing for a moment to make sure that no one was there, he immediately slipped over the fence and slipped in. Shout! Yan Ming's figure wandered like a ghost in the village chief's house. This village chief's house is different from ordinary villagers' homes. Not only magnificent, but also big. Yan Ming walked around for a while but couldn't find the village chief's room. Which is the village chief's bedroom? Chapter 49. Looking at the rooms where there were many accommodations, Yan Ming fell into distress. Too many rooms, looking for them one by one, definitely not enough time. And the members of the Ghost Slayer could come back at any time. It's not a way for him to continue like this. What? Find traces of ghosts. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the corner in front of Yan Ming, and he could guess that he was quite old by listening to the voice. Yan Ming then dodged into a room and hid. Yes, it was a child who found it, and the child was almost caught by the ghost. Another man's voice came. And it seemed to be a young man. If that's the case, it's very likely that our village will be exposed. Go, contact the Lord, and let the Lord order the village to be moved. The older man ordered. Yes, the young voice replied, and left the place with hurried steps. Yan Ming stood in the room and listened to their conversation, and immediately guessed that the owner of this elderly voice was the village chief. This suddenness surprised Yan Ming. Originally, he thought that something had happened in the village, and the village chief should have come forward to appease the villagers no matter what he said. But I didn't expect this guy to be waiting at home and doing nothing. It seems that the difficulty has increased. You have to be careful not to be discovered by the other party. Knock knock. The footsteps outside the door became clearer and clearer, and it seemed to be the village chief, who was running to the room where Yan Ming was. Yan Ming heard the sound and immediately looked for a place to hide in the room. Finally, he locked behind a screen, and then dodged in. The door was pushed open. A figure walked in. He didn't notice the roar behind the screen. Instead, he cleaned up the things in the room and kept muttering. It's really unlucky, how can there be a ghost? Obviously we are all very careful. Hey, we have to move again. Yan Ming, who was hiding behind the screen, smiled when he heard the complaint. Who would have thought that the culprit who made him move is now in his home? However, there is no way, if Yan Ming doesn't do this, he won't be able to leave here quietly. It can only be said that they were wronged and let them move once. After a while, however, the village chief seemed to have packed up his belongings. After arranging his package, he walked out again. I also closed the door before leaving. Seeing this, Yan Ming was overjoyed. That's great. The village chief's luggage will definitely have a map of the Forging Knife Village in it. This saved him from looking for it. Yan Ming poked his head out to observe for a moment, and when he found that there was no one, he immediately walked out. When you come to the package, you can open it and start rummaging. After looking for a while, Yan Ming stopped. No. The guy didn't even put the map in there. Is it carrying? It's impossible, this thing is not a very important thing, there's no reason to keep it on you. After thinking for a moment, Yan Ming stood up and looked out the door. It seems that I can only follow him as long as you follow him, you will definitely be able to find him. With that, Yan Ming packed up the package and walked out the door. I opened a crack in the door and poked my head out to observe for a while, and then immediately opened the door and walked out. Then he walked in the direction that the village chief had just left. That's just at this time. In a room that Yan Ming didn't pay attention to, a pair of bloodshot terrifying red eyes were staring closely at the direction Yan Ming had left. Yan Ming's side, following the direction that the village chief had just left, found the village chief's figure. From a distance, he hid around the corner and watched the other man. Only then did he see the true face of the village chief. I saw that the other party was short, with white hair, and looked like a little old man. Sure enough, it looks the same as in the original book. Yan Ming still has some impressions of the village chief of Forging Knife Village. Eccentric, timid, and lustful, that's what he said. Yan Ming then continued to sneak behind him. It was discovered that the old man had been packing the things in the room. This is already the fifth. Yan Ming was bewildered by his actions. Why has this old man been packing things? Could it be that he likes to put things out of the way, so he has made so many rooms? After observing like this for an hour, Yan Ming was already a little impatient. He hadn't seen any signs of the map so far. Not even a single hair was found. If this continues, the ghost slayer will come back. That's when it's even more troublesome. Then he planned to leave for a while, and in the evening he was looking for an opportunity to come over. It was as he walked towards the wall. An ominous premonition suddenly surged from his heart, and Yan Ming immediately settled down. Suddenly looked around. What's going on? Why do I have the feeling of being stared at? Could it be that I was discovered? Just as Yan Ming was puzzled, a figure suddenly flickered in the dimly lit room opposite. Yan Ming immediately looked over, trying to lock on to him. But unfortunately, he didn't see what he wanted to see. The opposite room was quiet again. Facing curiosity, Yan Ming opened his legs and walked over there. At this moment, a hurried footstep came from around the corner. Seeing this, Yan Ming immediately flashed to the side of the wall, and avoided the visitor through the blind spot of his vision. The person who came seemed to have something urgent, didn't notice Yan Ming, and left in a hurry. Yan Ming looked at the direction where the man ran was the direction where the village chief was, and immediately guessed that the other party should have found something, and wanted to find the village chief to report it quickly. It won't be my business, Yan Ming pondered with his head down. At this moment, there was a noise in the room that had just given him a sense of foreboding. Yan Ming, who couldn't help but be curious, put aside the suspicions of the comer, and turned to continue walking towards the room. As he got closer, Yan Ming's pace became slower and slower. He deliberately lowered his footsteps, not wanting the people inside to find out. When he walked to the door, the sudden sound from inside made Yan Ming's expression under the mask become solemn. Why hasn't it been night yet? Why has it been so long? I'm dying of hunger. Wait, it's almost night. There was a very strange voice coming from the room. The voice was very low, very sharp, not like a human voice. Coupled with the content of their words, Yan Ming felt that this was more like the sound of ghosts. Yan Ming stood in place, not in a hurry, but fell into deep thought. What's going on? How could there be ghosts in the knife-forging village? Could it be that they didn't come here by accident? It was already dusk, and it was almost evening, and the sky was already dark. Yan Ming looked up, and then secretly said that it was not good, and he had to eliminate them as soon as possible. Just as he was about to act, a strange laugh immediately came from the room. Quack finally waited, finally waited. I want to have a good meal, quack. Bang. After speaking, a sound of breaking the door followed by another figure flying out of the door. Chapter 50. The figure landed steadily. Then he looked back at Yan Ming sharply, his eyes greedy, and he didn't forget to lick his lips. Quack, boy, I've been looking at you for a long time just now, come, let me take a good bite on your neck. Seeing the ghost full of fangs, and licking his lips with his long tongue from time to time, Yan Ming suddenly felt his stomach churning. What the hell? This thing is disgusting. It's worse than an alien. Boy, you don't come, I'm going to come over. The ghost thought that Yan Ming was scared stupid, so he walked towards Yan Ming while being proud. And Yan Ming's side gradually adapted to the other party's appearance. With a solemn expression under the mask, the Hinawa knife behind him was slowly pulled out. He glanced sideways at the neon knife in his hand and said silently in his heart, I'm sorry, Hinawa knife, I made you chop such a disgusting thing in the first battle. The moment he saw the neon knife, the disgusting ghost was slightly stunned, and then laughed again. Quack, you're a blacksmith, you. A figure suddenly passed by the disgusting ghost with a gust of wind. Before the disgusting ghost could finish speaking, a head fell off. The head that fell to the ground looked at Yan Ming in a daze, and he didn't react for a while. When he reacted, he immediately shouted at Yan Ming. Aren't you a villager from the knife forging village? Yan Ming slowly put away his knife and said lightly, who told you that I am? Finally, before the disgusting ghost could say the next word, he turned to ashes and disappeared into the night. Ding, destroy a lower level ghost and get 5 points. Total points 110 points. The voice of the system came. Yan Ming ignored it, but looked at the knife in his hand. It didn't take more than half a minute for all this to happen, and he killed a ghost. This would have been impossible before. Because he didn't have a sun wheel knife before, every time he killed the ghost, he relied on the golden light spell to suppress the other party, and waited until the sun rose to kill with the sun. Help! At this time, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Yan Ming looked up sharply. Is there still a ghost? Before he had time to think about it, Yan Ming opened his legs and quickly ran in the direction where the voice came. The village chief's side. The members of the ghost-killing team who originally came to report to the village chief are now lying in a pool of blood, and their lives and deaths are unknown. And the village chief himself was surrounded by 2 tall ghosts. The 2 ghosts were still arguing over who would eat first, but when they heard the village chief crying for help, they immediately angered them. The 2 ghosts reached out at the same time to grab the village chief. Just as the last moment of the fire, a figure struck like a cannonball. Before the 2 ghosts could react, a sword-drawing sound sounded. Then the 2 right hands were cut off and flew into the sky, and the ghost blood splashed straight into the village chief's face. The village chief then exclaimed. The figure stopped beside the village chief, it was Yan Ming. When the 2 ghosts saw the visitor, they were not only not afraid, but excited. One of the ghosts said, that thin old man will give it to you, and the one who holds the knife will belong to me. The other ghost looked displeased after hearing this. Why should I listen to you? The one with the knife belongs to me, you eat the old and young one. As he spoke, the 2 ghosts wanted to fight, completely ignoring Yan Ming and the village chief. It seems that in their eyes, the arrival of Yan Ming can't change anything. While they were arguing, Yan Ming turned his head sideways and asked, Village chief, are you okay? The village chief seemed to be a little frightened, ignoring Yan Ming, and just staring blankly ahead. Seeing this, Yan Ming didn't care about the 2 ghosts here, took care of his own knife, and came to the village chief to start checking. I saw that he picked up the other party's hand and checked the pulse, and after finding that the pulse was stable, he was relieved, and then continued to check whether there were any external injuries. And this scene happened to be seen by the 2 ghosts who were arguing. They stopped and continued to watch Yan Ming's operation. After a long while, Yan Ming ignored them either. This they feel insulted. Immediately, a ghost shouted, Boy, aren't you afraid of us? Yan Ming glanced at him behind him, and said coldly, Wait a minute, I'll be cutting off your heads in a while. After speaking, he continued to check. Hearing this, the 2 ghosts looked at each other and froze in place. Cut off your heads in a while. What an arrogant sentence, they have never heard such a thing in their 100 years of life. Yan Ming was the first. The two ghosts who reacted immediately showed fierce expressions, and they stared fiercely at Yan Ming's back. The hand that had just been cut off instantly pulled his arm and blasted towards his head. Yan Ming sensed the crisis, looked sideways slightly, with a cold killing intent in his eyes, and then quickly put his hand on the knife on his back. Shout! Poof! The collision of two punches and one knife occurred between the electric light and flint. I saw blood splashed out again at the scene and flew into the air. The two ghosts froze in place, both with frightened expressions. They couldn't figure out how Yan Ming's speed was so fast. At this time, not only their arms, but also their entire bodies had been severed. Yan Ming stood in place, slowly retracting the neon wheel knife again, and his whole body was unharmed. It's very impressive. Like a juggernaut. But soon, the bodies and arms of the two ghosts were restored again by the regeneration ability of the ghosts. Damn, is this kid also from the ghost-killing team? Look at that old man. They knew that it was not Yan Ming's opponent. So they turned their attention to the village chief who was sitting on the side. The two ghosts then pounced on the village chief. Seeing this, Yan Ming drew his sword again and rushed towards them. With two experiences, they didn't dare to be tough with Yan Ming, they only dared to dodge constantly. The figure followed and dodged and hidden. But Yan Ming is not a vegetarian either, and he will definitely not let them continue to approach the village chief. Then he took a deep breath seriously, and suddenly a wave of energy quickly gathered in his heart and lungs. Shout! Ah! Followed him faster and faster, until one of the ghosts could not resist and was beheaded. Ding! Kill high-level ghosts, get 10 points. The voice of the system came. Yan Ming ignored it and continued to chase after him. Seeing this, the other ghost looked terrified. What kind of monster are you? Lived for 100 years, and for the first time he encountered a human chasing him and cutting it, he couldn't help but feel scared. At this time, under the blessing of the blood breath, Yan Ming's speed and strength all leaped qualitatively, and it was no longer a problem to cut him a 100-year-old ghost. What's the matter, weren't you dragging just now, what are you running away from now? Yan Ming said after him, looking at his back. Shame on the ghost. You dragged it just now. It was you who said with a murderous face that you were going to cut off our heads. We drip, big drips good people, you drip, don't cut it again. Yan Ming didn't care what he thought, and continued to chase him all over the village chief's residence. The ghost seemed to have forgotten to arrest the village chief, and only cared about running for his life. The village chief's side only came to his senses at this time. I just saw Yan Ming chasing the ghost all over the ground. From time to time, he swung his knife and slashed at the ghost.